Chapter 101. Black Sail 6. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. As the merchant ship was attacked by the pirates, it sustained some damage. Though nothing severe, it was also a bad idea to ignore them. Quickly, the two newly recruited carpenters were asked to fix the ship. Once Owen was gone, Marvin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Wiping away the sweat on his forehead, he said, "That was so close. It's so scary. I really thought that they would have forced me on that small boat. I don't wish to die there. Luckily, the two of us get to remain on board. On the bright side, though we are now part of a pirate ship, we can at least get to live to see tomorrow. You looked really nervous on the deck just now. Why? Worry that I might replace you." "Who?" No. I was worried that they might hurt you. All of them are merciless monsters who would kill in a blink. I have to applaud your bravery just now. I don't even dare to look them in the eye when I talk. Marvin, I'm really curious. What would you have done if I replaced you just now? Will you tell them everything that happened in the galley?" "What? How is that even possible? You saved my life. I will never betray you, no matter what." "Good. That's what I want to hear, because I can assure you that if you tell them what really happened there, that won't be a responsibility you can just shake off like that." Marvin faked a smile, seeming like he did not believe a single thing Jong-Hung told him. "Do you know why I stabbed the pirate 3 times with that small potato knife after I killed him?" You. Marvin finally displayed a different reaction this time. Earlier, he could not figure out why Jong-Hung would keep stabbing a dead horse. Right now, he had finally figured out the intention behind his pointless move. It is challenging to wound somebody from their front and back at the same time. However, this double injury could easily be achieved if a second person attacked as well. If you are going to betray me, you can go ahead and tell your story while I tell them my version of the story as well. In the end, the corpse will decide whose story is more believable. As they were talking, they suddenly heard somebody shouting, "Victor! Victor! Where the F*** are you? You ain't getting your loot if you don't come out right now." A few pirates were in the corridor and were trying to look for Victor. Jong-Hung quickly stood up and fixed his gaze on Marvin. "It's getting late. I should be off to claim my gun right now, and you should go and cook. We'll deal with the body when everyone is asleep tonight. All we need to do is to toss the barrel into the sea, and that'll be the end of our troubles." After putting Marvin's mind to ease, Jong-Hung looked for Dufresne, the one in charge of the armory. Upon meeting him, he received a gun and a dagger with a crack on it. He had been entrusted to a new mission even before he could examine the weapons he just got. And this critical mission was to clean the deck. On regular days like these, pirates were not very different from ordinary sailors. Frankly, most pirates on this ship had been, in fact, regular sailors before they became what they were. Some of them could not stand their ex-captains, whereas some wanted to go on an adventure. Of course, all some wanted was to get rich fast. Everyone had their own reasons for why they chose the pirate's life. Naturally, nobody in their right mind loved to stay in filthy places. Even the sloppy and messy pirates were no exception, and this had nothing to do with the love for cleanliness. There were simply too many things on the high seas that could kill a man. A pleasant and clean environment would surely help to improve morale on board. Besides, a clean ship would surely lower the risk of contracting diseases. That was why the pirates would clean the ship thoroughly from time to time. This was especially true after a raid, where blood and bodies were everywhere. Jong-Hung and the other 5 pirates spent a good 2 hours scrubbing down the deck to make sure every drop of blood had been washed off. Before sunset, Marvin managed to cook a good meal for everyone as well. The food was surprisingly delicious. It was at that time that Jong-Hung knew Marvin had passed the test. They would allow him to stay on and cook for them. The value of a ship's cook was never to be underestimated. The long, endless days out at sea caused unbearable boredom to plague the men. Way they were bored, they could cause unnecessary problems. An excellent cook could usually soothe the angsty pirates by feeding them delicious food. Often, nobody would complain when the cook received the same reward as cannoneer even though they did not contribute to any battle. Soon, nightfall. The captain and helmsman returned to the Sea Lion with 2/3 of the pirates. The remaining ones had been asked to stay on the merchant ship under the command of Owen. In other words, Owen had become the temporary captain of this ship. Almost all the pirates were feeling extremely excited tonight. It was a total victory. In comparison, they shed only a small amount of blood to take possession of the entire merchant ship. In total, there were 3 dead, and 5 pirates suffered light injuries. This achievement had called for a grand celebration. The place was alive with the roar of loud chatter. Glasses clinked, and bagpipes skirled. The name, Victor, arose amongst them, where most were saying that he had secretly returned to the Sea Lion during the battle. Some even said that Victor still owed them money, and he might have fled the ship in fear. Everyone kept bursting into laughter at the mention of his name. Suddenly, Owen entered the galley, causing the commotion to die down a little. The Sea Lion has just informed me that they have not seen Victor for some time. Who here saw him last? Every pirate looked at each other in bewilderment when Owen asked the question. Victor either had to be alive or killed in action. They had never heard of someone disappearing during a fight. Could he have fallen overboard? Not possible. I made sure to check the surrounding waters before I hoisted the sails. He is right. I saw him running to the lower decks. He was amongst the first to go down there. After that, I did not see him anymore. No one could give a straight answer. That was when Owen turned around to look at his new recruits. When he was still in the kitchen, he saw that there was nothing wrong with them. They behaved entirely differently from the pirates, but it was totally understandable since they were the victims. All right. Who's managing the booty this afternoon? Meet me in the captain's quarters in 5 minutes, said Owen. Chapter 102. Black Sail 7. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Having settled his dinner, Jong Hung checked on his character panel. He noticed that it had been updated. Name, Jong Hung. Gender, male. Age, 19. Player ID, 07958. Games completed, 3. Current game points, 777. Items in possession, Shadow Key, E, Shadow Moment, D. Skills, Piano LV1. Language Proficiency LV1, able to communicate in 3 languages. Modifying and repairing LV1. Skiing LV1. Rock climbing LV1. Archery LV2. Outdoor survival skills LV2. Driving LV2. Shooting LV2. Evaluation, player is protected by a shadow. He knows how to drive, shoot a gun, proficient in archery, and can survive in the wilderness. Player has the ability to protect himself. No other outstanding issues. He is estimated to be able to complete at least 7 rounds of the game. After 3 months of practice, coupled with the extra 24 hours he had in the real world, Jong Hung had increased his rock climbing level from LV0 to LV1. Right now, scaling most man-made rock walls wasn't much of an issue for him. As for natural rock walls, however, there were different angles to worry about, and the compound of the rock greatly affected its climbing difficulty. Shooting and skiing were the 2 new skills that he learned during his quest. Until now, his shooting was the best skill amongst all the others he possessed, spending only a month to improve it to LV1. During the night he escaped the base camp with Simone. His hidden potential was showcased as he went up against the mysterious shooter that was almost invisible in the woods. Not only did he win the shootout, but he even managed to increase his shooting skills to LV2 as well. That was not the end of it, though. When he was with Simone in Sweden, they would both constantly head to the woods to hunt, where Simone would teach him everything she knew. In other words, Jong Hung's shooting skill was actually higher than LV2. The only thing he was unsure of was how far off he was from LV3. Besides, he noticed that upgrading from LV2 to LV3 was a tall order to say the least. Being at LV2 meant Zhongheng could perform those skills better than the benchmark. For example, Zhongheng felt that no matter what he did, he could no longer improve his archery skill from LV2 to LV3. He would need the assistance of external factors and move above and beyond his capabilities if he wanted to stimulate his archery prowess. The shootout at the Finnish lakeside was an example of an external stimulant. However, it was merely a chance encounter, and if possible, Zhongheng wished that he would never have to risk his life like that ever again. After reading all the information on his character panel, he turned it off. The ocean turned out to increase in ferocity during the night, violently rocking the vessel as high waves crashed into the boat with no respite. His dinner churned in his stomach, and he felt queasy. This, however, wasn't his first experience on a ship. That said, his journey only lasted half a day, and seasickness didn't present itself in such a short period. It was a whole new ball game now, having been stuffed inside a tiny room, coming in contact with sweaty pirates who had not bathed in a long time. The foul air in the cramped space soon turned his stomach upside down. The rocking of the boat was no lullaby either. In the end, Zhongheng could not hold back and wrenched his guts out, puking out everything he had eaten in a matter of seconds. What a joke! Is this your first time at sea? I'm starting to regret that he joined us. Since they had nothing better to do, it was basic instinct for them to look for something to entertain themselves with. Fortunately, there was still kindness amongst them. A pirate of African origin handed Zhongheng a barrel, asking him to throw up into it. He even brought a glass of water. Thank you. After turning his stomach inside out, Zhongheng felt much better. He gave his mouth a quick wash with the drinking water as he thanked the pirate. You are welcome. Don't mind them. They may have a mean mouth, but they have good hearts. You will know I'm telling the truth after you stay with us for some time. My name is Goodwin, the Sea Lion's cannoneer, he continued while extending his hand to Zhongheng. Zhongheng. With one hand holding the barrel, Zhongheng quickly put out his other arm to shake the black man's hand. I saw your performance on the deck earlier. Or inspiring stuff, I must say. What did you do before this? A soldier? Yes. Something along those lines. I fought in a war before. Did you win? Not really, but at least the person I cared about survived the war. You are one lucky guy. I was in a war before this, but unfortunately, we lost the battle in the end. Goodwin pulled his collar aside, displaying a badly burnt scar on his left chest to Zhongheng. My tribe was defeated by another tribe. They killed my father, mother, and all the elderly during the war. After that, they captured me, my brother, and my little 6-year-old sister. They then sold us to a gang of slave traders. We were being shoved into a ship. I don't remember how long I was down the deep, dark hole. All I can remember was that we were all shackled and we were packed in the worst unsanitary conditions you could think of. I could hardly move and breathe inside the hold. When we arrived at the place they called the New World, there were less than 80 of us still breathing out of the 300 that came. Oh, and my little brother died in my arms. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. The trading of black slaves started in the 15th century, reaching its peak in the 17th and 18th centuries. To carry out their massive expansion plans, the colonial powers needed a tremendous amount of manpower. Clearly, immigrants from Europe weren't enough, so, the crafty powers that turned their sights to Africa. Europe and several other countries competed against each other to build trade centers or fortresses over there. Their goal was to mess up tribal relations. When they fought, they would incite trouble by suggesting that the winning side capture the losers. They then would buy the slaves from the winners. Some would even go as far as to hunt the natives on their own. The era that Zhongheng was in right now was the era where a triangular trade thrived. A large number of business people would travel from Europe to Africa to purchase black slaves, consecutively selling to large plantations in America. After that, they would purchase gold, coffee, and cotton from America and send them back to Europe, a venture which raked in massive profits for the prospective merchants. This culture lasted until the end of the beginning of the 19th century. England, America, and other countries started to ban the slave trade. Although such culture no longer gained the support of the governments, certain quarters still did it in secret. The trading of black slaves officially ended by the 19th century. I was working on a coffee plantation in Charleston for 8 years. After that, the owner sold me to a ship, and I became a sailor. I was forced to work non-stop and was fed with the least food amongst all the sailors until she found us. Comment. Who found you? The sea lion. She gives me freedom and accepts me for who I am. The people here see me as their partner and brother. During our battles, we would watch out for each other's backs. There's no such thing as slavery here. Everyone is equal, and all of us here are from the same place. Where? Nassau. Chapter 103. Black Sail 8. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. That was the first time Zhong-Heng heard the pirates mentioning the word Nassau. He recalled that his main goal for this quest was to set up base at Nassau and establish his own kingdom there. Naturally, Zhong-Heng was curious to know more about the place. Just before he could find out more details about Nassau, he felt like vomiting again. Once again, he held the barrel tightly and belched whatever that was left in his stomach. Rest well. You will be fine after a good sleep. I shall take my leave now. Zhong-Heng realized that he wasn't doing well both physically and mentally. Right now, he wasn't even thinking straight anymore. Initially, he had made plans with Marvin to take care of the body tonight. In his current state, it would be impossible for him to see the mission through. He felt worse with every passing second, as if being tossed into a washing machine. Yet again, something came up to his throat, and he belched once more into the barrel. This whole vomiting business lasted until late that night. Finally, he passed out of fatigue. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a familiar face looking at him. You are finally awake. I have made you some fish soup. The fish was captured this morning, freshness guaranteed. Drink it to sustain your body, said Marvin while placing the piping hot bowl of fish soup next to him. Marvin seemed to be genuine, looking at him like he sincerely wanted him to recover as soon as possible. Zhong-Heng turned to his side, looking at the bowl of fish soup and the biscuits beside it. Instead of gobbling them up, he asked Marvin a question. Why are you here? Oh. Goodwin told Mr. Owen that you were gravely ill. So, Mr. Owen asked around to see if anyone was willing to take care of you. Immediately, I volunteered since my schedule is free after I had served meals for 2 pirates. Marvin realized that Zhong-Heng had a hard time trusting him. So, he went ahead and took a sip of the fish soup and took a bite of the biscuits to prove that it wasn't poisoned. Actually, you don't have to tread so lightly around me. We are literally in the same boat right now. Bruce, Kenny, you, and I are the only ones still alive. Times like these call for us to work together to face whatever storm coming our way. Marvin paused suddenly, cautiously scanning his surroundings with wide eyes. He only resumed the conversation after he made sure there were no eavesdroppers. This morning, the pirates searched the ship from top to bottom again. They were looking for Victor, their buddy. Thankfully they missed a few spots in the galley. What's our next move? Will they question us regarding this? Zhong-Heng gulped down the fish soup and looked at Marvin. Perhaps he was mistaken, but he felt that Marvin's acting skills had gotten a lot better. Before this, it was hard for honest Marvin to hide anything from anyone. Now, Zhong-Heng could no longer read Marvin's mind from his facial expressions. Could the harsh circumstances have forced Marvin to improve in such a short time? Zhong-Heng clearly knew that Marvin was an unreliable man. Everything that had happened before this led Zhong-Heng to believe that Marvin was, in fact, an incredibly selfish person. It was going to be impossible to so quickly change a nature so deeply rooted in him. He cared only about himself. Once a golden opportunity was presented before him, he would definitely not hesitate to betray those who had placed their faith in him. For now, they both faced equal risks and opportunities. The dead body inside the barrel was their common problem, with Marvin having to rely on Jonghung to get rid of it. With the corpse still on the ship, Marvin would definitely not do anything to harm Jonghung. Unfortunately, things got even worse for Jonghung, as he started vomiting again after drinking the fish soup. This time, it lasted a week. When the week ended, Jonghung had lost almost a quarter of his body weight. Some of the crew even believed he wouldn't make it out alive. Things like this happened all too often when one was out at sea for extended periods. Due to poor hygiene on the ship, the chances of contracting various diseases increased exponentially for those on board. With the current era's questionable medical knowledge and equipment, the poor patient would most probably die even if there was a doctor on the ship. Nobody expected Jonghung to be resilient enough to defeat his illness. When he was finally healthy enough to walk around on the ship, he was left with a 100-pound skeleton of a body. "Oh my God! You look like someone who's never been out to sea. How is that even possible? I thought you were out at sea for at least a month and a half," asked a perplexed Goodwin. "That's a long story." With Goodwin's assistance, Jonghung got off his bed and walked to the deck. He could finally breathe in the fresh salty air that he had been craving for over a week now. It was a good feeling, making a recovery from the awful illness. Never in his life had it occurred to him that standing under the sun could be such luxury. For the past week, he had been completely stuck inside his cabin, resting up. He almost forgot what the world looked like. "Anyway, welcome back, my friend." Suddenly, Goodwin saw that Marvin was staring at them. "I just remembered that I hadn't serviced my weapon. We'll talk later." Once Goodwin was gone, Marvin quickly strolled towards Jonghung, seeming worried and unsettled. "Thank God you've recovered. I have no idea how I managed to survive the past week. My heart would skip a couple of beats whenever someone comes by the galley. That thing we put inside the barrel is long overdue. I can't even begin to describe the stench anymore. If it wasn't for the smell of smoked fish, they would have turned the galley inside out. Just now, I heard one pirate saying that we will reach land in about 3 days. We are both dead meat if someone finds out about this. I understand your concerns. You have been holding out for so many days. Can you just wait for one more day? With my current condition, I am unable to do anything. Let's do it tomorrow night. I promise we will deal with it." Though Marvin had started to get terribly anxious, he knew that Jonghung was telling the truth. The body should have been dealt with 10 days ago. Who would have thought that Jonghung would be seasick for an entire week? Right now, there was nothing much that Marvin could do. If only he were brave enough, it wasn't impossible to dump the barrel into the sea on his own. Unfortunately, he allowed fear to overcome his mind, not to mention his unhappiness of having to bear the responsibility even though Jonghung was the one who killed the pirate. Chapter 104. Black Sail 9. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Afterward, Jonghung used the 2 days he had to do some training. His stamina and strength soon recovered thanks to Marvin's nutritious menus. On the second night, he regained enough strength to walk around on the ship on his own. That said, he still wasn't running on all cylinders, having just recovered from his harrowing illness. He and Marvin needed to deal with the body tonight since they were about to set anchor at Nassau tomorrow morning. After the meal, Owen visited Jonghung to have a little chat. He wanted Jonghung to rest further and told him not to worry about the ship's tasks. Goodwin was next to visit Jonghung, rambling away about his previous job on a supply vessel. After that, Jonghung remained in his cabin until midnight. Every single pirate on the ship was on their hammock, settling in for the night. Jonghung then waited another hour for good measure, ensuring the pirates were sound asleep before he sneaked out of bed. He tiptoed past the snoring pirates and headed toward the galley. Marvin had been anxiously waiting for Jonghung in the galley, holding a potato, pretending to skin it. The candle above the table had already burnt halfway. At that moment, all he could think of was to get rid of the body as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching him from outside. Marvin blurted without thinking twice, "Mr. Dufresne. I'm almost done. I'm sleeping once I wrap up here. Mid-sentence, he lifted his head and saw that the person wasn't Dus Fresney but Jonghang. God damn it! Why are you so late? Many people have come by asking me why I'm working at such an hour. They will soon get suspicious if I don't go to sleep soon, whispered Marvin as he breathed a sigh of relief. Which one do you think is more dangerous? Giving excuses about you being in the kitchen or getting rid of the body while everyone is awake? Jonghang retorted. I'm not blaming you for coming late. I just think that there might be better ways to solve this problem. The earlier we settle this problem, the lesser the risk of us getting killed by them. Be it you or me, if you are so concerned about your safety, we should really get rid of the damn body right now. This time, Marvin said nothing and lifted the barrel with Jonghang. The two of them hauled it past the corridor and the storeroom. Finally, they arrived in front of the pirate's cabin. Marvin then took a deep breath before he continued forward. However, Jonghang stopped him from doing so. He had just spotted a pirate getting out from his hammock as he rubbed his eyes. Perhaps he had too much rum at dinner and must have been woken up by the need to empty his bladder. Running out of the cabin, he returned shortly after while holding on to his pants. Without a care in the world, he slumped heavily in his hammock and fell back to sleep within seconds. As they stood silently as possible for a couple of minutes, Marvin felt his heart thumping so fast, it was about to jump out his throat. He had no idea where he found the courage to haul the barrel all the way to the staircase near the cabins. Each time there was the slightest twitch or mumble from a sleeping pirate, he would suffer a small heart attack, where he gasped and stopped breathing. Once they were away from the cabin and arrived on the floor above it, Marvin could finally breathe again. What should we do now? Should we go to the upper deck? No. There are people patrolling the spot, and the helmsman is maneuvering the ship. They will definitely see us if we get up there. This floor is supposed to be reserved for passengers, and I see cabins with windows that are definitely big enough for us to get rid of the body. Did you go find out what I asked you to before this? Yes. The room that we were in is currently occupied by the pirates, but 2 rooms have been left empty because the damage there is too severe. The crew doesn't have enough wood to fix it. Hence, since it doesn't affect the ship's operations, they have decided to leave them as it is for now. Great. Lead the way. The two caught their breath for half a minute before they moved again with the heavy barrel, with Marvin walking in front of Jonghang. After struggling a short distance, they arrived at the second-last room in the corridor. They then glanced at each other before Marvin knocked on the door. And there was no response. Immediately, Marvin pushed the door open. Just as expected, there wasn't a soul to be seen. This particular room had been battered by cannonballs during the previous raid. The wall was completely destroyed, leaving it with a gaping hole. The crew had only used a few planks to plug the wall, knowing that there was still some distance between them and the water below. Jonghang and Marvin could feel the cold sea breeze entering the room the moment they stepped into it. This has to be the right spot. Let's toss the body into the sea right now. Marvin closed the door right after he put the barrel on the floor. Not now. I don't see any high waves tonight. The pirates on the upper decks could hear the splash if we toss the barrel into the sea right now, Jonghang murmured as he walked towards the broken wall and examined what lay below. What should we do then? We can't wait any longer. This is the last night for us to deal with the body. If we fail to do it, we might. I did not say we aren't getting rid of it tonight. It will not benefit me if I delay again. Go and look for some rope and tie it around the body. We just need to lower it down slowly to the sea. Great idea. You are a genius. A traveler thinks so differently when compared to people like me. Let's look for a rope now, replied an excited Marvin. The smile on his face slowly disappeared as the door creaked open. Fear had caused the bones in his body to shudder involuntarily. I'm sorry. Am I disturbing your date? Asked the person standing outside the door. It was an old pirate with a long beard. He was wearing a broken hat, and Marvin could see a row of rotten teeth as he smiled. The old pirate then landed his attention on the barrel. So, all the while, our poor Victor has been inside this barrel, Huh. Immediately, Zhonghang unleashed his gun and pointed at the old pirate. To his surprise, he seemed unaffected by the threat. Trust me, kid. People have pointed their guns at me more times than I could count. Let me tell you what is going to happen next. I will be killed if you pull the trigger. That is a fact. After that, your gunshot will alert the pirates next to this room. If you're lucky, both of you might get an easy death. Alternatively, they could also capture and drop you both a death sentence. Now, I don't know which one is worse. Taking our age difference into consideration, young men, I don't think that is a wise trade. Zhonghang was left speechless. That very moment, he realized that the old pirate's sudden appearance was no coincidence. It appeared he had been tracking them for some time and only decided to confront them tonight. On the bright side, it seemed like the old pirate had no intention to side with Victor. Otherwise, they would have been long confronted by a mob of angry pirates by now. Cornered and left with no other option, Zhonghang decided to hear the old pirate out. Chapter 105. Black Sail X, Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhonghang slowly lowered his gun. Wise move. Next, the old pirate turned around and looked at Marvin. Well, I don't mind standing here for a little chat with you guys. What excuse are you going to come up with if someone passes by? Paralyzed by fear, Marvin lost the ability to think logically. So, he turned to look at Zhonghang. Seeing Zhonghang nodding, he moved aside and allowed the old pirate to enter the room. Thank you so much. To ensure the smoothness of our conversation, I would first like to inform you that the person in the barrel is not my friend. To be honest, I personally disliked what he did when he was still alive. But then again, we are all here to become pirates and not make friends. It's impossible for us to like everyone on the ship, right? The old pirate said while taking his hat off. How did you find us out? Asked Zhonghang. I have noticed that you usually stayed calm in most circumstances. You are still young, but it looks like you have been through much hardship. In my entire life, I have only encountered two people who can stay this calm in any kind of situation. One of them is you, and the other is... The old pirate paused suddenly, having no intention to elaborate. Your friend right here is not as calm as you. When you were sick, it was nice of him to take care of you and all, but things started getting weird when he visited you 7 to 8 times a day. I also noticed that he is on edge all the time. I always ask myself, what could make a cook, a man who has no other task but to prepare food, be so skittish? Could it be tomorrow's menu? Suddenly, Marvin's face turned pale, looking to be on the verge of breaking down. He stumbled to the ground on his knees and started to tremble. Don't believe him. I have nothing to do with this. He was the one who forced me to be part of it. The truth is, I have never laid my fingers on Victor. He inflicted the wound on Victor's back, not me. The old pirate was taken aback by what Marvin told him. He then saw Zhonghang just standing there, staring at Marvin without the slightest expression on his face. Marvin grabbed the old pirate's pants and started to wail like a child. After a while, he realized that something wasn't right and lifted up his head in an awkward manner. Don't worry. Do you think I would have come here alone if I wanted to avenge Victor? Asked the old pirate while patting Marvin's back. What do you want then? Zhonghang was disgusted by Marvin's awful acting. So, he attempted to steer the conversation back to the supposed topic. It's simple. I just need some of your kindness and a few small favors. As you can see, I'm getting really old. I don't plan to come back again when we reach land later. It's time for me to settle down and prepare for retirement. That is why I need someone to help me retrieve some money that someone owes me. That's it. I dislike taking advantage of others. The person that you just killed is someone I really hate. So, yes. It is that simple. You should have many acquaintances on this ship, right? Why didn't you ask for their help instead? You need to understand that things have a knack of getting really complicated when money is involved. However, new guys like you are different. If you dare take my money, I have all the ways to make you spit it out. Besides, I like the fact that you can shoot really well. I think this will be a fine deal between us. Seems like you leave me no choice. You are smart, and I like talking to smart guys like you. Please understand that I have to protect myself in this deal as well. Anyway, I can see that you need help getting rid of the body. You can actually hand over the problem to me. I can help you dispose of it. What do you mean by that? I know what your concerns are. We will arrive in Nassau tomorrow, and when we set foot on land, there will be people tasked to manage all the ship's items. That includes the food and raw ingredients in the galley. Your secret will be exposed if you don't deal with your problem tonight. Unless you know a person who knows the person tasked to manage the stuff on board. That person will inform the men to leave the galley alone. He will also look for an opportunity to dispose of the body. There are only a few on this ship who can pull off such tricks. You guys are in luck. That person happens to be standing right in front of you. After you get your hands on the body, you will turn around and bite us from our backs, right? Just like what I said, I'm planning on retirement. This will be a one-off deal. When all is done, I will be staying out of your life for good. I think you should place your trust in a harmless old man like me than some other stranger. For example, like our friend, Goodwin. Isn't he friendly and nice? He has had a sad past, but he still manages to put on a smile every day. Positive vibes have a way of spreading around the ship, and somehow, he appears right when you need someone to encourage you. I don't like to add fuel to the fire, but I did hear some rumors about him. The friendly cannoneer, Goodwin, wants to replace Orff as the new helmsman. So far, he has managed to recruit a group of followers. If this matter makes it to the voting session, you will be required to cast your votes as well. There are 3 other survivors from this merchant ship as well. They will most likely vote for Goodwin. That would mean he would get another 4 voters to side with him. And all he needs to do is tell you nice stuff that goes down well with you. I think he got himself a damn good deal. Why are you telling me all this? This time, Jong-hung was surprised by what he heard. Before the deal is done, it's my responsibility to ensure your safety on this ship. Let me give you a piece of advice. Do not get involved in this matter. Our captain is capable of many things. Hence, a large number thinks that Orff's existence is a useless one, and he has done nothing good enough to impress anyone for the past few years. Frankly, that couldn't be further from the truth. Orff is a wise man, one that would fulfill all his responsibilities if put under a good captain. Anyone who looks down on him will pay the price ultimately. Who the hell are you? Asked Marvin. That's no secret. Right now, I'm just an old man that is getting ready to retire. But before all this? The old pirate put on his broken hat before he finished his sentence. Looking up, he continued with gleaming eyes. I was the captain of the Sea Lion. That ship over there, she originally belonged to me. Chapter 106. Black Sail 11. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The next morning, there was a noisy commotion among the pirates as they cleaned themselves up. Land ho! Shouted one of the pirates loudly as he came running down from the upper deck. The pirates fell silent for a few seconds, followed by roaring cheers as they ran to get the first glimpse of land. Jong-hang and Marvin were being pushed out of the cabin along with the happy mob, where they saw the harbor appearing on the horizon. Throughout their time on the ship, this wasn't the first time they heard the pirates mentioning the place. There were those who praised this land, cursed this land, paid tribute to this land, and forsake the land. One magical thing about this place was that it seemed to have a curious magnetism, causing those who set foot on it never to stray too far, always yearning to return. Behold, the city of Nassau, the capital of the Bahamas. Located in the northernmost part of New Providence, the best harbor in the entire country could be found here. The indigenous people of the island were called the Lukayang, a fishing community that depended on their catch for income. In the year 1492, Christopher Columbus discovered the place, before the first European set foot on the island in 1647. They then started to develop it, subsequently making it their home. I'm sure all of you here will love this place, especially if you like freedom and adventure. There's no way you will say no to this paradise. The place used to be colonized by Spain, and after that, the English came along, explained Goodwin. What about now? Asked Marvin. Right now, it belongs to us, the pirates. Welcome to Nassau, the motherland of pirates. This is the land of freedom. Soon after that, the merchant ship and the Sea Lion approached the harbor at the same time. From the ships, the pirates dropped several wooden canoes to the ocean and started to sail towards their land of freedom. Now that they were here, all they could think of was to enjoy themselves to the fullest. Only pirates who had been given tasks remained on the ship to finish up their work. Dufresne ordered Zhong Heng and a dozen pirates to help with the unloading of the ship's goods. Marvin could not help but feel nervous, turning around to steal glances at the galley from time to time. Don't worry about that barrel. Just do what you need to do right now. Come look for me at the tavern once you are done with everything, the old pirate reassured Marvin as he patted his back once again. With that, he climbed aboard the wooden boat and headed to the island. Zhong Heng and Marvin had to move all the items from the ships to the trade center of Nassau. It wasn't before that afternoon that they finally finished their strenuous job. To their surprise, the pirate tasked with managing the ship's items did not even go into the galley. The barrel was gone when Marvin proceeded to check it out. As a matter of fact, the raid we conducted this time had nothing to do with the two of you. However, it is not right if we just let you off with empty pockets, so here are 50 silver pesos. It should be enough to cover your expenses for a few days in Nassau. Feel free to look for jobs around. Remember, do not sign any long-term contracts. One of us will inform you before we set sail again. Zhong Heng and Marvin left the trade center after thanking Dufresne. The moment they were some distance from him, Marvin urged Zhong Heng to pass him his share of the money. It wasn't hard to read what was in his mind. When they were walking away from the trade center, Marvin was peeking at the boats parked at the dock. Nassau was, in fact, located close to the American colony. Getting to Boston was just a short journey away, and he knew that being home was way better than cooking for a band of pirates. The thing was, Marvin had no idea that it would be impossible to make a run from pirates. Unwilling to let the two off the hook, they must have had eyes everywhere since they allowed them to roam around Nassau so freely. Zhong Heng had no intention to remind Marvin about it. Seeing that Marvin wanted to embark on a separate path, Zhong Heng was more than willing to give him his share of the money, a total of 25 silver pesos. It appeared that Marvin wasn't about to honor the deal with the old pirate. Now that he had the money for a ticket home, he would not hesitate to do so. Having no baggage to tie him down, Zhong Heng went to check out the small town on the island. During the 18th century, Europe did a great job of maximizing their production rates. Since the Renaissance had just come to an end, aesthetics of buildings and their decorations had found favor among the elites and nobles. Unfortunately, this place was in stark contrast to other parts of Europe, where Zhong Heng's first impression of Nassau was that it was a largely disorganized city. There were no theaters, churches, or bell towers, nor did he see any well-dressed folk moving around to attend dance parties as well. All he could see were rotting wooden huts and dilapidated stone cottages. Nassau was a place filled with palm trees as well. This place increasingly looked like a massive slum to him. Scantily dressed hookers roamed the streets in search of prospective clients, deliberately revealing more skin whenever a man passed them by. There were urchins running barefoot on the unpaved roads, and it was in places like these that a traveler had to pay close attention to their wallets. Armed pirates terrorized the streets in groups. A few of them were seen exiting their taverns heading for the local gambling den. There were also the local fishermen and hawkers, lining up along the busy street to sell their produce. Lastly, Zhong Heng saw a young priest talking about his god on a pedestal by the road, relentlessly preaching about how their sins could be washed away. Though the place might seem impoverished at first glance, there were traces of prosperity and vitality streaming beneath the crowded chaos. The current quest was the longest amongst all the other quests that he had completed. He was required to stay in this world for 300 days.
Combined with the extra 24 hours that he had every day, it meant he would need to stay here for a whopping 3,900 days, more than all the days in his previous quests combined. This was going to be a long journey, and he had no idea what challenges lay beyond him. He could only continue moving forward since the game had already begun. Zhonghang organized his belongings and took out the items he had hidden under the wooden plank in the galley. Other than that, he had been given a gun with the words FH engraved on its stock. Its previous owner had probably been reunited with his maker. Besides that, he was given a dagger as well. Judging by its appearance, it should only be able to yield a few pennies if it were to be sold. Then, there were the 25 silver pesos from his reward. This was the common currency of Spain, and was widely used among its colonies. That was basically all the wealth he had for now, and he even had a debt waiting to be settled. After entering a few taverns, Zhonghang finally found the Old Pirate in the fourth one. This tavern was located on the west side of the city, near the giant reef. The Old Pirate was watching an exotic dancer as she bounced her curvy body across the stage. If I'm not mistaken, I remember that I made a deal with 2 persons. Where is your friend? When will he come? He's not coming anymore. Ha ha, that is unwise, my friend. I think he doesn't know what big troubles lie ahead of him. I hope Owen captures him and not Phoebe. Otherwise, the word suffering would be an understatement for him. When can I start work? You start now. See that shirtless muscular guy on your right? His knight-errant gunsmith. Last year, he borrowed 200 silver pesos from me. With interest, he now owes me 300 silver pesos. Ask him to return the money to me. Chapter 107. Black Sail 12. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Without so much as a warning, Zhonghang's feet flew across the tavern before landing hard on a table. The violent landing had knocked him out for a bit, and he was on the ground for a while before mustering enough strength to stand up again. With his head spinning, came loud cheering in the air and glasses clinking. In contrast, the strapping man grabbed a glass of beer from the hooker who walked by with a tray. I'm sorry, what did you just say? I can't hear you. Speak up, you rodent, growled the muscular man with a loud burp after bottoming up his frothy pint. Zhonghang could do nothing about it, having lost quite a bit of weight after his recovery from the illness on the ship. Though fully recovered, his strength was still limited, requiring more time to build it back up. The muscular man notwithstanding, Zhonghang was way stronger than his current self when he just entered this world. Gasping and screaming for air, Zhonghang stole a glance at the Old Pirate, who sat silently while watching the drama unfold before him. With a plate of barbecued pork and a glass of wine placed in front of him, he chewed thoughtfully, sipping his drink and lavishing the sight of the boy getting thrashed by the pirate. The 300 silver pesos seemed like the last thing on his mind now. When Zhonghang finally mustered enough strength to stand on his feet, a fist came flying at him again. Fortunately, Zhonghang was quick enough to respond, dodging the attack by inches. Knowing that he had missed, the buff man wiggled his finger with a grunt, taunting Zhonghang to retaliate. Without so much as an ounce of hesitation, Zhonghang drew his gun and pointed it squarely at the chest of his opponent. No one expected that Zhonghang would use a gun in this fight, their dissent made apparent by the loud boos of disgruntlement the moment they spotted him drawing his weapon. With the gun cocked and loaded, he squinted, not about to make any sudden moves. No matter how many fists he could block, how many heads he could smash, one puny bullet was enough to send him to the afterlife. Despicable! Many took the muscular man's side, and the entire tavern roared in support of him. Zhonghang was unbothered by this. He wasn't here to please the crowd. Since there was a quick and effective alternative, why should he hesitate using the firearm? If he knew the muscular guy would so abruptly toss him aside without so much as a word, he would have pointed the gun point blank at the brute's head from the very beginning. Seeing the murderous glaze in Zhonghang's unremorseful eyes, the muscular man knew his life was really on the line. He took out his wallet unwillingly, still eyeballing the gun, and handed the money to the Old Pirate. "Where is the other half?" asked the Old Pirate. "That's all I have for now."
I will return the rest in 3 months' time. Fine. By that time, that's an extra 50 for the interest. Fraser, you old goddamn blood-sucking vampire. Whoa, that wasn't the language you used when you wanted to borrow my money. Fraser then waved to Jong Hung, signaling him over to the table. Job well done, me lad. Come on over and have something to eat. We're moving on to the next one after this. Right until sunset, Fraser dragged Jong Hung around hunting the other 4 pirates who owed him money. 3 were willing to return a portion of what they owed. As for the last person, he was with around 20 pirates. Obviously, Jong Hung wouldn't make it out alive if he confronted the lot. After assessing the situation, Fraser decided it was an unworthy risk, thus letting him go. For now. In total, Jong Hung assisted Fraser in retrieving 429 silver pesos and even a piece of oil painting that was used as collateral. The oil canvas was Leonardo da Vinci's infamous Last Supper. Without needing a second take, Jong Hung instantly saw the tellings of a counterfeit painting, with a glaring mistake a kid would notice. There were only 7 disciples instead of the supposed 12. Nevertheless, Fraser was adequately satisfied, deciding in the end that it should be valued at 20 silver pesos. Not bad. Better than what I expected. I have to say, you're terrible at close quarters combat. That guy in the tavern, how did you lose to someone like him? You have a lot to improve, and you have very little time. The real trouble comes later. I'm sorry, but I thought this is a one-time deal. You said you'd leave us alone after this. Hey, kid. I don't wish to lengthen our deal as well, but I see you are unable to collect all the money in one go. So, it looks like we are stuck to each other now. How much more? Soon. You will know when the time is right. Fraser grinned as he tossed the smallest coin bag to Jong Hung. This is remuneration for what you've done for me today. A total of 42 silver pesos. As I have said, I'm no miser. As long as you can get me back all the money that others owe me, I don't mind giving you 1/10 of what I got. This rule will not change. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. Just come and look for me at the tavern every time you return from the sea. Fraser did not bother looking at Jong Hung's after that, merely picking up his newly obtained forgery of the Last Supper and left the place while humming a tune. Jong Hung was surprised that Fraser even paid him for today. The art of debt collection was both a simple and a complicated one at the same time. At first, he thought Fraser refused to do it just because he was aging. With that amount of money, hiring muscles to help him collect his debts was a no-brainer. Though there was a possibility of him losing all that money to the thugs he hired, Jong Hung believed that a man the likes of Fraser should be witty enough to avoid it from happening. Up until now, Jong Hung had already guessed that asking him to turn into an overnight debt collector was just an excuse for something else. There must be a reason why Fraser had chosen him. Jong Hung wasn't one to wait for answers, so after doing some thinking, he decided to look for someone that could tell him more about Fraser. It wasn't that he did not inquire anybody before this. Apparently, everyone, even the friendly Goodwin, was not willing to divulge about old Fraser. This time, Jong Hung changed his target. He returned to the tavern where Fraser dined at. As luck would have it, the muscular guy from Knight Errant was still there. Sitting on a chair, he slowly enjoyed his pint of beer. You again? Shameless bastard. You have emptied my pockets. What else do you want? You better get lost before I change my mind. I might just break your head this time. Before the muscular guy could finish his sentence, Jong Hung drew his gun again, this time, placing 10 silver pesos in front of him. Tell me everything you know about Fraser, and these coins are yours. You've got to be kidding me, right? I thought you are with him. Beggars were no choosers, and considering he was left with nothing, he wanted to take the deal badly. Nonetheless, he was still suspicious of Jong Hung's intention. To be really honest with you, we are actually not that close, replied Jong Hung, who did not bother to explain more to him because he was the one who first asked the questions. Chapter 108. Black Sail 13. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Fraser is the most experienced pirate on this island. I heard of his name even before I come to Nassau. Someone told me that he used to work alongside Henry Morgan to raid a Spanish settlement. After stealing all they could, they managed to loot a total of £2 million in their last raid. After that, the rich bastard, Henry Morgan, was summoned by the Queen, banished to jail the moment he returned to his country. As for Fraser, he left Jamaica and came to Nassau. He remained here to recruit potential pirates to join his creed. At his peak, he had 11 pirate ships, hundreds of cannons, and around 700 to 800 pirates under his command. What happened after that? I have no idea. Rumor says he wanted to accept the Queen's pardon secretly. When his band knew about it, everything changed. He was stripped of his title as captain of 11 pirate ships, and all his crew was dismissed. Right now, that old bastard is no larger than an ordinary pirate, said the muscular man with a grin on his face. But you still owe him money. All right. I have told you everything you need to know. It's your turn to keep your end of the bargain, you. The muscular pirate suddenly stopped smiling and spat an expletive into Jong Hung's face. Last question. Where do I rent a house around here? After Jong Hung's question was answered, the 10 silver pesos were placed on the table, and the deal was complete. Right now, he was left with 58 silver pesos. Of course, getting a room at an inn was an option. However, the fact that he had to spend over a decade on this island had him thinking that it might be wiser to just look for a proper place to settle down. The place he chose was a little further from the harbor but closer to the center of the island. The property in question was located near the farming plots, where its perks were serenity and a rental fee that was dirt cheap. Believe it or not, the entire house cost only 160 silver pesos, and it was 17 silver pesos for a 2-year rent. It was no better than a wooden cottage, with rotting wooden boards masking up a potential for collapse. Here in Nassau, places in such a state were everywhere. At a time where piracy was rampant in Nassau, Spain and France would send their military there to ensure things were in order. Often, this led to large-scale skirmishes with the pirates, eventually causing massive collateral involving lives and property left irreparable. Unsurprisingly, the battle-rattled houses here were worthless. After Jong Hung paid the landlord, he proceeded to purchase some essentials for his new nest. The very next morning, he was already up before the sun rose, starting repairs and modifications to the wobbly structure. His long time alone on that island had taught him how to build a wooden-framed house with a tiled roof. Armed with the experience, he should be more than capable of mending and fortifying the home. The subtropical climate of the Bahamas had it at a steady all-year-round temperature of 23 to 24 degrees Celsius. Though it was now spring, it wasn't as cold as expected. Taking off his shirt, he climbed to the roof, subsequently fixing every hole with a hammer and some nails. A little girl from the house next to his house kept peeking from behind a palm tree. Jong Hung spotted her and flashed a smile. Startled, the barefooted little girl instantly scooted back home. Not too long after that, another familiar face appeared in Jong Hung's sights. It was Marvin. Although only separated for less than a day, he had undergone a tremendous change. A sleeve had been torn out of his shirt, and he was left with one boot. His face wasn't too awful, just a few cuts on his cheek, dark blood flowing down his lips. It was his body that told a different tale, the festering purple bruises smothering what used to be yellowish skin. He seemed to have been through some very harsh retribution. Can I have something to eat? I've been starving since last night, asked Marvin with a smile on his face, his bloody lips quivering as he spoke. Where are your 25 silver pesos? They're gone. Marvin had initially planned to hop onto one of the boats fleeing this place. Clearly, his plan had failed miserably, with him being beaten to a pulp and all his money robbed off him. He was so embarrassed that he chose to stay silent, refraining from begging for help. Left with no other options, he had to ask around about Jong Hung's whereabouts. After living with Marvin for some time, Jong Hung reaffirmed what a selfish prick, coward, and hypocrite he could be. As they parted again at the trade center, Jong Hung decided that he would not care about Marvin from now on.
This quest had a different goal as compared to the previous ones that he completed. This time, he was asked to form his own force. Having no knowledge whatsoever about this force that he was supposed to build, at least he was sure of one thing. It would be impossible for him to do it alone. He needed a team. Since the pirates here valued democracy more than anything, numbers meant everything on a pirate ship. Even a legendary pirate, the likes of Fraser, could lose his title after losing the support of his underlings. In other words, even a useless prick like Marvin had the right to vote as well. He would most likely be rejected by everyone on the ship since he attempted to flee the island, so he was left with no option but to rely on Zhongheng. Marvin might be despicable, but Zhongheng was sure that he would come useful to him someday. Instead of exposing him, he decided to help him out. There is some cheese and bread on the table. Help yourself. Though sounding impossible, Zhongheng did indeed hope that Marvin would change for the better after this. Marvin only knew a few souls on this island. In other words, no one would help a stranger like him. Considering that he had betrayed Zhongheng several times, he should have thanked his lucky stars that he didn't get beaten and kicked out of the house. Zhongheng's willingness to share his food took Marvin by surprise. As Marvin hungrily gobbled down his chow, the tremendous hardship he had to face so far flashed through his mind. Tears started to gush out of his red-rimmed eyes like no tomorrow. "I'm really sorry. This is all my fault. I have wronged you. I promise you that I will change for the better. From today onward, my life belongs to you. I will never betray you again even if someone threatens to slit my throat open," wept Marvin, who seemed to be deep in regret. Did the little display of penance manage to move Zhongheng's heart? For now, at least, he believed that Marvin must have been genuinely grateful to him. At the same time, he knew that this would last no more than 2 days. In 2 days, all the promises he uttered would be excreted from his body like feces. Indeed, he would eventually betray him again when his life was threatened. That was just who he was, from his mouth to his intestines. Fortunately, Zhongheng wasn't bothered by it, having never relied on Marvin in the first place. The moment the barrel was free from the ship, it no longer bounded their fate together. "Enjoy the food, I'm heading out for a while," said Zhongheng while wiping his hands. Marvin appeared terribly nervous when he heard Zhongheng was heading out, seeming worried that the truth about what happened to him last night would be exposed. "Don't worry. This is not about you." Chapter 109. Black Sail 14. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Since Zhongheng was scheduled to settle down here for at least 10 years, so it was crucial for him to understand his surroundings better. To do that, he toured the entire Nassau for a few days, conversing with everybody. This included fishmongers in the market to drunkards from the taverns, the prostitutes on the street, shrewd businessmen in the trade center, and pirates that roamed the streets. The conversations could be either constructive or unpleasurable. Nevertheless, throughout the entire process, Zhongheng spent a total of 19 silver pesos. It was completely worth it, as it enabled him to peer into the window of life in Nassau. To the eyes of many, pirates were a band of lawless thugs poised to commit all sorts of heinous crimes. Technically speaking, they weren't wrong, were those who chose the life of pirates were not exactly a cleaner in the first place. This was a reason why outsiders automatically assumed that a city managed by pirates must be made up of sin and chaos. After digging his feet and feeling the sands around the place for some time, Zhongheng no longer agreed with this conservative view. With thousands of hot-headed pirates in town ready to pick a drunken fight with anybody, nobody expected the city to be peaceful. This had turned Nassau into a disorderly mess. However, if one was willing to look beyond all the street fighting, there was actually order amongst chaos. Around 63 years ago, the first batch of European migrants settled on Nassau, soon turning the place into a city and even building a castle for their king. In commemoration of King Charles, the town was christened as Charlestown. Not too long after that, the island's residents realized that city expansion and catching fish was far less lucrative than luring ships to the reef. When these vessels ran aground, they would plunder everything they came across. With the venture raking in massive profit, most men on the island began to turn to piracy. Soon, when that wasn't enough, they headed out to hunt for ships instead of waiting for them. At the same time, the geographical advantage of the Bahamas attracted other pirates here, where its maze of islands became the perfect camouflage from the Navy's prying eyes. It also proved a perfect stop for pirates from the Caribbean to stock up their vessels and in turn, disposing of all their stolen goods as well. That was how the place called Nassau was born, a name inspired by an English prince. Ironically, it had now turned into a pirate sanctuary. After years of development, Nassau came up with a unique trading system. Every pirate captain that docked in Nassau would sell their stolen goods to black market merchants, who in turn laundered the goods and sent them to Charleston, New York, and Boston. Such an operation provided them an obscene amount of profit without them having to risk their lives. And that was the main source of income for Nassau. Its brothel, casino, and taverns were mostly frequented by pirates. There were also professional appraisers setting shop on the island, responsible for evaluating the value of the plundered goods. Other than that, tipsters on the island would sell whatever information they had about merchant ships to the resident pirates. The fishermen on the island were mostly there to feed the pirates. Lastly, prospective arm dealers and slave traders were active on this island as well, if you knew where to find them. When it came to the ruler of Nassau, there was none. However, one organization on the island was responsible for maintaining its law and order. It consisted of black market merchants, pirate captains, and ultra-rich landowners. Zhong Heng suspected that he had to be part of the organization if he ever wanted to build his own force. Unfortunately, this would prove difficult, to say the least. Excluding the landowners, the rest of the organization's members were considered the pioneers of Nassau, owning swathes of plantations, workforce, and armory. All he had right now was 20 silver pesos. The same rules applied when becoming a black market merchant, where one needed deep political connections to smuggle goods abroad. Most black market merchants came with very impressive backgrounds, often using their family's influence to mingle with the colony's governor. A significant amount of money was also needed to bribe the officers manning the harbor. Achieving any one of those things would prove to be a tall order. That said, becoming a pirate captain was definitely a more viable option. That, however, did not mean that it was going to be an easy task. Legendary pirate captains notwithstanding, a captain with the ability to convince pirates to join their ships would usually require an impressive set of skills. Zhong Heng knew that it was going to be a long journey ahead of him. He decided not to rush it as he had plenty of time to learn everything he wanted to learn. 4 days later, the Sea Lion gathered its crew and prepared to set sail. This was Zhong Heng's first time setting foot on a real pirate ship. The bark he was on this time belonged to Fraser once, and it was one of Nassau Harbor's best vessels. It carried a proud complement of 30 cannons. 24 were 9-pound cannons while the rest were 12-pounders, powerful enough to defeat most who dared cross their bow. For this voyage, the Sea Lion was on a mission to plunder a Dutch supply vessel and a Spanish merchant ship. Thanks to Zhong Heng's prompt use of his gun during the raid, he managed to save 3 of his allies. This move had earned him the respect of many who were aboard. He could have run away to safety like what Marvin did, but had instead rented a house in Nassau. All signs pointed to him becoming a full-fledged pirate. He was ready. His heroic stint of saving his mates made him quite the star of the ship, continually receiving nods of approval from the crew. Seeing the opportunity at hand, he requested that Owen help him improve his close-quarters combat skills. Through other pirates, he found out that Owen had the best skills among all when it came to the dagger. Owen was used to be a Navy officer with a bright future. Due to an incident, however, he happened to offend a superior. In retaliation, he was sent to a hostile environment to complete an impossible mission. Out of frustration, Owen killed his superior. He was hunted down like prey, and in the end, forced to leave his hometown, eventually ending up in Nassau as a pirate. Unlike his counterparts, Owen had the tendencies to be a little too upright at times, a remnant from his days in the Navy. As a consequence, he found it really hard to fit in with the pirate community in the beginning. Once the pirates knew him better, however, they were more than willing to become friends. In every combat, he was always first to charge at his enemies. His valiant ruthlessness was unrelenting, gaining him the highest respect of the pirates. When the previous pirate chief was killed in battle, everyone on the ship unanimously voted him as their new chief. Chapter 110. Black Sail 15. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. You wish to learn the art of wielding the dagger? Owen asked, surprised. Considering the extreme dangers pirates faced each time they went out to sea, they were mostly hedonists, living from each day to the next. Few made any plans for tomorrow, which was why Owen made it a point to remind Jong Hung of what he was about to face. It's not something you can pick up in 2 shakes. It would take at least a good month or 2 before you see any results at all, not to mention that the drills are very monotonous. Aren't you already good with guns? Why learn how to use a dagger? I'm terrible at close combat, and the flintlock can only fire 1 bullet at a time. Reloading is a pain. I don't want to stand by and watch from the sides each time I've fired a shot. In any event, I can defend myself if I learn some fencing. That's true. The muskets in this era differed greatly from their newer counterparts. Although flintlock pistols were an improvement from matchlock muskets, reloading it was still a complicated process. The shooter had to refill the barrel with gunpowder before shoving down the charge with a long rod. The chances of it misfiring was also terrifyingly high. For that reason, whenever there was a battle, both sides would usually engage in a shootout first before moving on to the more physical sword fights. However, the vast majority depended on sheer adrenaline and brute strength to get through combat, utilizing neither skill nor talent. Hence, those who had undergone official military training like Owen always had an edge in battle. Well then, be at the deck at sunrise tomorrow. I'll teach you some basic moves like swinging, said Owen. You can practice your swordsmanship, but don't you neglect your duties. Thank you. I won't, Jong Hang replied with sincerity. It was not without reason that Owen won the favor and support of the other pirates. He was generous but also upright. Rather than keeping his excellent swordsmanship to himself, he was ready to impart what he knew to Jong Hang. The same, however, could not be said of the others. Jong Hang found the boatswain of the ship, an old man named Rothko. According to the crew, he had been out at sea longer than living on land. Wind reading, weather forecasting, and sailing were 3 skills that he took pride in. Having such expertise earned him the respect of the captain and the crew, even if he did not participate or contribute much in battles. He dearly valued and treasured his own skills, keeping his knowledge close to his chest lest others might learn from him and subsequently overtake his job. Jong Hung wasn't the first to approach him, and like all the others before him, his request was flatly rejected. Jong Hang attempted to offer a handsome 500 silver pesos to him, which would be paid within the year, but Rothko still insisted that he would impart his skills only after retirement. Taking into account the present circumstances, it appeared that Jong Hung would have to wait a very long time for that to happen. The old man was one tough son of a gun. Even at his age, he had an appetite healthier than most who were younger, and he was not a picky eater either, able to swallow anything given to him. At this rate, Jong Hang suspected Rothko would continue to linger around long after he'd left the game. After disembarking the ship for the 3rd time, Jong Hung looked for old pirate Fraser in the tavern. How are your close-quarters combat skills coming along? Are you ready to be my debt collector? Asked Fraser as he tossed a chunk of peanuts into his mouth. No, Jong Hung answered truthfully. After 2 months on the sea, his swordsmanship still remained at level 0. Like Owen had said, it was a lengthy process that required consistent practice and perseverance. The results would only show itself once he was able to integrate his basic moves with combative instincts. At the moment, he was still miles away from his goal. Thankfully, Owen had already begun sparring sessions with him. On top of that, the good news was that after such a long period of recuperation, Jong Hang finally regained his weight, and his strength even exceeded his level when he first entered the quest. Although no match to those born with divine power, he was already considered a prodigy among the regular crowd. Why did you come see me then? The old pirate asked. The Sea Lion was originally yours. Rothko is the oldest crew member on the ship. You must know him pretty well, right? Oh, that old fox? He may not be a man of many principles, but his sailing skills are pretty good, I must say. You'll never find a better boatswain in the whole of Nassau, proclaimed a thoughtful Fraser. Ah, I really miss those times. There was this once, we came across pirate hunters and we were forced to head into a storm as we were a lot slower than them. Had it been someone else manning the sails, the ship would have been wrecked, and we would all have been dead. But no. Rothko and I worked together to secure the mainmast, and, by a stroke of luck, we miraculously returned to Nassau in one piece. I only admire a few people in my entire life, and Rothko is, by the narrowest of margins, one of them. You must drink to that guy's excellent skills. The old pirate picked the glass of beer in front of him. Zhongheng did not beat around the bush and jumped straight to the point. What do I need to do to make him teach me those skills? The pirate looked amused. You want to learn how to sail? Why? One should always learn as much as he can while he's young, right? Fraser grinned. So, you're going to persuade me with all this nonsense? He lowered the knife and fork and stared at Zhongheng with hollow eyes. Only after a while did he continue. It would seem you're in luck today. I found myself in a bit of trouble recently. If you can help me solve my problem, I wouldn't mind telling you how to make Rothko more compliant. What is it? There's a fool called Jacob in the city. He just stole a bag of black pearls from me this afternoon. If you can, find him in half a day and get my pearls back. I will meet your requirements then. Sounds fair to me, Zhongheng said as he stood up. Oh, I almost forgot to mention that I hired another guy. He started an hour earlier than you, so I can only wish you the best of luck. Zhongheng left the tavern. As he stepped outside, he saw a group of kids frolicking by the side of the road. When a food peddler passed them by, a couple of them pretended to have a row. The peddler had his attention diverted while the smallest one among them slipped his tiny hand into the peddler's pockets. As soon as their ruse was a success, they dispersed into oblivion. This was Nassau, and petty theft was not an uncommon occurrence. Ever since Zhongheng began renting the hut, he had never left anything valuable inside. Whenever he returned from a voyage at sea, he often caught the urchins sleeping in his place, God knows how they got in anyway. He would eventually rough them up and throw them out every time. It was not going to be easy to find a pearl thief amongst a jungle of villains, not when all he had was a name for a clue. Chapter 111. Black Sail 16. Black Sail 16. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The names of all the appraisers in Nassau are on the list you asked for. Marvin presented a piece of paper. 2 of them are on vacation, and 1 has been in the trade center since morning. So, these 2 are the ones you should focus on, said Marvin as he pointed at 2 circled names on the list. Thank you. You've done pretty good this time. Zhongheng's compliment had put a smile on Marvin's face. Since time was of the essence, Zhongheng needed external help. Apart from Marvin, 2 pirates he had saved also volunteered to help, and before long, all forgathered in front of the tavern. With a hushed voice, Zhongheng pulled everyone together. Well, so this is the plan. That Jacob guy will definitely find ways to determine how much the bag of pearls can fetch before he charges the buyers. To do that, he will need to find an appraiser. Wait, you said that the pearls have been lost since morning. What if he's already found someone to appraise them? Asked Marvin while raising his hand. The appraisers on the island are very busy. He would need to make an appointment at least half a day in advance. Of course, if you're willing to pay more and offer them a price they can't refuse, they would even blow you on the spot. But trust me, someone who has been poor their whole life, getting by on theft, won't be able to afford such a large sum of money, one of the pirates named Hilford explained. Being a descendant of the first wave of immigrants, and spent his entire youth in Nassau, he was very familiar with the place. If that's the case, then anyone on the list could be the one. But there's only 4 of us. There's simply not enough of us to keep an eye on every one of them. Forget about the others. We just need to focus on the 2 appraisers who are having a holiday at home, replied Zhongheng after mulling over the facts. If that guy has any brains on him, he probably knows that someone might try to trace him through the appraisers. The best option is not to meet the appraisers at a rendezvous point but to pay them a visit. Even appraisers on holiday would find it difficult to refuse money that delivers itself to their doorstep.
I think this idea will work, another pirate piped up.
Seeing that there were no objections, the four split up into two pairs, each going their way to the residences of the two appraisers. Zhong Hang paired up with Marvin, and their target was a 29-year-old named Guy called Randall. He was young for an appraiser but had managed to build quite a reputation for himself, being excellent at accurately determining the value of all sorts of things. Each day, there was always an appointment after appointment. That said, he made sure to spare a day each week for his family. He lived right next to the Nassau market, one of the most prosperous areas in the city. Zhong Hang and Marvin squatted under a shed with a grass roof opposite his residence, casually laying down conches and pretended to sell them. Marvin peeked out from the shed. He looked at the sun in the sky and tugged on Zhong Hang's shirt. Whispering in a cautious voice, he said, if a fight breaks out later. Don't worry, if that happens, I will take care of it. You can stay away and watch by the side. Marvin looked embarrassed. I was just about to ask how I might be of assistance. That guy is more than likely armed. Going up against him will be your own suicide. Believe me, you staying here is the biggest help you can give me, Zhong Hang answered. Marvin was indeed aware that his combat skills were terrible, but at the blunt comment, his face had turned a beet red. Zhong Hang quickly added, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Acknowledging your own weakness is nothing to be ashamed of. Marvin's eyes lit up at the remark, remembering that his cowardly performance during a previous battle turned him into the laughingstock among the ship's crew. Upon hearing Zhong Hang's kind words, he felt as if he had found his confidant. The two chatted away, and time passed quickly. At noon, Randall received two guests, both arriving separately. One was the island's black market merchant, and the other was Randall's sister-in-law. Clearly, neither was Jacob, and as the sun was beginning to set, the deadline loomed closer. Yet there was no progress. There was no news from Hilford, either. Soon, Zhong Hang found himself doubting his own judgment.
Could it be that the Jacob guy wasn't as smart as he thought him to be? Did he make an appointment with one of the three appraisers who were working?
Or perhaps was he right, but the thief was worried that he would be apprehended, waiting until things settled before selling the pearls? If that was the case, there would be no way he could catch the target before the designated time. No, that couldn't be right. Based on that guy's financial situation, he could not afford to wait that long. The sooner he got rid of the stolen goods, the sooner he could get away with it. Even if the owner of the missing pearls were to find him, there was nothing he could do. As Zhong Hang was beginning to be clouded by doubt, he saw Randall's sister-in-law walking out of the house with a basket, cautiously scanning her surroundings like a little mouse before hurriedly heading towards the other side of the road. At that moment, Zhong Hang knew he had to make a choice. In fact, thinking about the other possibilities now was a senseless act. If he was wrong, he would have no time left to correct his mistake. Rather than cracking his head over whether he made the right call, it would be better to stick to his initial plan and see it through, all the way to the end. Zhong Hang removed a dagger and a pistol from under the straw mat, telling Marvin, "Take care of the stall. If after I'm gone, and someone suspicious appears, go find the others." Marvin caught on quickly. So, you think that the cunning dude is afraid to show himself but instead commissioned Randall's sister-in-law to bring the pearls to her brother-in-law to be appraised? I don't know. So far, that seems like the most plausible deduction. Also, this is the only way I can find the pearls before sunset. After that, Zhong Hang got up and began tailing the young woman from a distance. Though unable to ascertain the situation even after following Randall's sister-in-law for some distance, Zhong Hang was convinced he was right. The woman was obviously more vigilant than the average pedestrian, pausing every now and then, turning around and looking out with caution. With his excellent observational skills, Zhong Hang did not have to follow her too closely, and keeping a good distance, he kept his cover from being blown. Meanwhile, Zhong Hang also considered the possibility of attacking the person. However, if he was mistaken, or whatever she carried was not the bag of pearls he was looking for, it would become a massive headache for him. If his intelligence was right though, then his opponent was probably just a lowlife in the city. There was nothing for him to worry about when it came to combat. Still, the safest option was to wait until the two met and made the exchange. Chapter 112. Black Sail 17. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhongheng followed the young lady for about 15 minutes. Then, without warning, she abruptly turned around and rushed into an alley. Without hesitation, he increased his pace and went after her. But just as he was about to reach the alley, a shadowy figure appeared from it. He was a redhead, as if a raging fire burned atop his head. Zhongheng noticed a rapier in his hands, with clear stains of blood on it. Suddenly, Zhongheng remembered Fraser saying that he had hired another person to help him. Instantly, he felt that something must have gone horribly wrong. Immediately, he broke cover and ran to the alley. The first thing he saw was Randall's wife lying there unconscious, looking as if she had been knocked out by someone. Looking to be unscathed, she should turn out fine. Right beside her, a man was lying in a pool of his own blood, leaving him to suspect that this must be Jacob. His chest had been penetrated by something sharp. His eyes were wide open, frozen in time as he took his last breath. Not wasting any time, Zhongheng went after the man holding the rapier. It seemed like the man noticed that Zhongheng was after him. His first instinct was to sprint as fast as possible, attempting to lose himself among the crowd. He was a man of small stature. This meant he was extremely agile, choosing always to run head-on in the direction of people. Unfortunately, his crimson hair shone like a beacon amongst the crowd, and there was no way he was about to go unnoticed just like that. Besides, he had chosen the wrong strategy of shaking off Zhongheng, assuming that his excellent stamina was sufficient and Zhongheng would tire out eventually. 15 minutes later, the man was already gasping for breath. Zhongheng, on the other hand, hadn't even broken a sweat. His persistent training for all those long runs had finally paid off. Seeing that the man was willing to use up his energy, Zhongheng had no intention to stop him. Although he knew there was an opportunity to catch up, he chose to tail him with at least 10 steps between them. The man with crimson hair soon realized that running towards crowded places wasn't the best idea and hence, turned toward more sparse areas. In the end, he stopped at a beach. It appeared to be a good place for confrontation, seeing that was no one else around. "What is your relationship with that thief? Are you his accomplice?" asked the man when he turned around and looked at Zhongheng. To his greatest surprise, Zhongheng saw that the man he went after was actually a girl. Judging by her appearance, she should be around 16 to 17 years old. She was, however, dressed similarly to teenage boys on the street and even carried a personality to match. In fact, she was actually more decisive than some men. Though it was a simple confrontation, her rapier was tight in her grip, ready to strike. Left with no other option, Zhongheng had to draw his gun to protect himself. "I'm really sorry. It's Fraser. He asked me to retrieve a bag of pearls. So, that old bastard looked for someone else to help him right after he hired me, her. What are you going to do now? Snatch them from me?" The crimson-haired girl suddenly went on high alert. "Actually, I figured out how we can both benefit from this." Fraser was having dinner at the tavern. His lavish meal consisted of a rack of lamb paired with lemon juice. All of a sudden, a blue bag was tossed on the table as he was enjoying his meal. Black pearls scattered all around the table. "I must be dreaming? Since when the two of you work together?" asked a startled Fraser. "We have retrieved whatever you've asked us to find." "Is there a problem?" furiously asked the girl. Fraser had entrusted her with completing this task. It came as a shock to her that he would look for Zhongheng to help him as well. Clearly, this indicated that he did not trust she could retrieve the black pearls successfully. This had her feeling betrayed and extremely angry, where one of her hands was already placed on the rapier. She would not hesitate to attack Fraser if things went south. Anger might not be a bad thing, after all. Using anger wisely to fuel yourself will make you stronger and more powerful. If you really want me to help you to become a proper pirate, it's better if you learn how to control your anger first, lest you might just get yourself killed someday. I would rather die a warrior than to cower under a girl's skirt like a coward.
That's a great speech. I might not fully agree with you, but I believe that what you've just said deserves a toast.
What about our reward? Asked Jong-hung with a straight face, unwilling to raise the glass in front of him. Fraser then waved at him and whispered something. Did you not tell him about it? It's for his own good. Look. He's doing really well now. No. I bet you refuse to tell him because you don't want to lose your bosun, right? Well, that was part of the reason, but right now, I don't have to worry about it anymore. Fraser then took out a wooden horse and placed it on the table. Show him this wooden horse. He will believe whatever you have to say. However, you have to make sure that you learn everything from him first before telling him the final destination. Sticking to his promise is never his forte. You will never be able to look for someone better than him to teach you how to control mainsail if he manages to run away from you. After that, Jong-hung left the tavern with the crimson-haired girl. She looked to be in an excellent mood, having just received a recommendation from Fraser to become a pirate on the Golden Swallow. Most pirate ships forbode women on their vessels. It was a rare moment that a girl was given the opportunity to join the ranks as an ordinary pirate on the vessel. As for a band of sultry, female-only pirates, those existed only in movies or manga. Undeniably, although there were women strong enough to do what most men could do, it was also true that most lagged behind men in terms of strength and stamina. The difference was clear if a fight broke out between two ships. Worse, things could get really awkward if their aunties visited them at the wrong time. Now that everything was settled, Jong-hung wanted to bid the girl farewell. To his surprise, she spoke to him first. Hey! Man from the east. Do you have a place to stay? Who? As you can see, I just moved here not too long ago. This morning, an argument broke out between a friend and me, and now the friendship is over. I don't have anywhere to go right now. Initially, I wanted to borrow some money from that old bastard, but everyone told me that he is a blood-sucking vampire. If you are willing to let me stay at your place, I'm willing to give you half my loot when I return from sea. What do you say about this deal? Oh, right. I haven't officially introduced myself to you. Me name is Anne. I'm from Cork, Ireland. Chapter 113. Black Sail 18. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. You're back. I used the unsold sea snails and oysters to make a pot of seafood soup. It's still hot. Marvin heard someone coming from outside. Immediately, he ran out of the kitchen with a leather apron to welcome Jong-hung. To his surprise, he saw a crimson-haired girl standing beside him. And this is Marvin from the Sea Lion. Marvin, this is Anne of the Golden Swallow. She will stay with us for some time until she finds her own place to stay on this island. Seafood soup? Can I have a bowl? And took a deep breath. Sure. I made enough for 3, but... Before Marvin could finish, Anne was already in the kitchen. She looked for the largest bowl and scooped the soup, sieving up as many oysters that she could scoop. It appeared she had been starving for some time. But what? Asked Anne. I was thinking of adding some salt into the soup, muttered Marvin softly. Marvin was startled by Anne's dominating presence. It's just food. I don't really care how it tastes as long as my hunger is curbed, replied Anne as she carried her warm soup to the dining table. I can't agree with such a ridiculous saying. Marvin finally managed to muster enough courage to express his opinion. However, his voice was still as soft as a mosquito flapping its wings. According to Anne, she was actually born into a very wealthy family of lawyers, and her dad owned a huge orchard. He also had his hands in other businesses as well. As for her mother, she was simply a servant of the house. Anne was their illegitimate daughter. The moment Anne was born to this world, she and her mother were quickly shuffled into a mansion nearby. Luckily, her father was a responsible man, making sure not to let them suffer. When Anne grew up, he even hired a teacher hoping that she would learn how to behave like a real lady. Unfortunately, Anne was very different from all the other girls, having no interest in studying or dancing. Instead, she gravitated towards messing with various weapons. Due to everything she went through in her childhood, she desired freedom more than anything else in the world. Her ears would instantly perk up whenever she heard her mother telling pirate stories. In the end, she eloped with a pirate who passed by the mansion. The moment she was free from her father's control, she immediately traveled to Nassau with the pirate. There was only one way she could achieve her dream, and that was to get to the legendary pirate kingdom. Unfortunately, things didn't go well for her, and she was jobless for a long period. Even though she managed to beat all the pirates the tavern recruited, there was still no pirate ship willing to take her in. All this because she was female. After staying in Nassau for some time, the pirate, Jamie Bonney, told her he wasn't about to feed her and give her free lodging anymore unless she would become his wife. Anne was so angry that she landed a kick on his crotch before leaving him. But that was all in the past, anyway. She would join the Golden Swallow really soon. She even found a place to stay, as well. A new dawn for her seemed on the horizon, with a chance for a brighter future. Anne was just a small interlude in Zhong Heng's quest. He stopped bothering her after getting to know her a little better. The best thing about his rented shack was its size, where it remained rather spacious even after Zhong Heng gave her one of the rooms. Strangers would sometimes trespass the house when Zhong Heng and Marvin left for the sea. Instead of letting some rough sleepers mess up the place, Zhong Heng was more than happy to let Anne bunk in instead. Meanwhile, Zhong Heng focused on the next most crucial thing. Knowing that he had ample time for this quest, he had no intention to recruit many people in these early stages, having something the other players did not have, and that was time. He could make use of 1 to 2 years to master his skill sets before working on the main goal of this quest. Anyhow, he was lucky enough to land himself on the Sea Lion, a vessel containing one of the most influential pirate groups around here. That meant he would be granted with countless opportunities to learn different skills from those around him. For one, mastering the art of taming the mainsail, something he really wanted to learn. Soon, he would need to head out to sea for the 4th time. One night, before setting sail, he looked for Sea Lion's bosun. Many pirates left their hometown for a few years hoping to make some money for their families. Rothko was different, being previously a captain of a cargo ship. One fine day, he was pulled over by a Royal Navy warship for no reason. Without so much as a warning or an explanation, they attacked his vessel, sinking it eventually. Tragically, he lost his wife and 5-year-old daughter during the skirmish. Though Rothko managed to survive, he had lost everything. To make matters worse, no one would believe his story. With shoulders anchored down by debts, he decided to leave the civilized world and join the pirates. As he had no family or property on the island to turn to, the brothel was his venue of choice each time he disembarked his ship. Considering that he was not that old, he managed to be quite an energetic lad on the bed. That said, he was left with only 2 desired endings for his tragic life. He either wanted to die at sea or on a bed in a brothel. In order to make sure that nobody would profit from his death, he spent all the money he earned with not a cent left in his savings. Rothko was role-playing king and criminal with a prostitute when Zhong Heng found him. The moment he saw the rumblings taking place inside, he instantly closed the door and exited the room. Half a minute later, the fuming prostitute ran out of the room with only a blanket for cover. No one would be too happy having somebody interrupting the court that was in session. How many times have I told you, you will learn nothing until I retire from the ship? This is non-negotiable. You have until 3 to leave the room. Otherwise, you will not learn. Rothko, your daughter, she floated on the sea for 3 days after your cargo ship sank. Luckily, a Spanish civilian vessel passed and saved her life. After that, someone from England adopted her. You were no longer a part of that world when it happened. She is married to a mill owner, and they both have 3 sons and 2 daughters. Right now, she is a grandma. That's not possible. You are lying, you despicable liar.
Where did you hear such a tall tale? Are you using some cheap lies in an attempt to trick me into teaching you stuff? I can assure you, you will never get what you want. Zhongheng then placed the wooden horse in front of him without saying a word. I made this toy for Cora on my ship. Where did you get it? Asked Rothko with eyes as wide as grapefruits. Chapter 114. Black Sail 19. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Waves inbound. Waves hitting our port side, shouted the pirate who was on the lookout. Seconds later, his voice was stopped when a 6-meter-high wave hit the deck, rudely throwing the pirates down to the floor. Zhongheng grabbed onto a nearby rope, which saved him from being swept away. Though Marvin was in the cabin, he wasn't doing too good as well. He was peeling a potato when the giant wave hit the ship, almost costing him his finger. The entire boat rocked violently, and when Marvin looked up, he saw the smoked meat that he hung up earlier was swinging left and right from their hooks, splattering into each other with loud thuds. Whenever the ship was struck by the restless waves, it sounded like the world was coming to an end. Indeed, one would start to doubt if this wooden ship could withstand the wrath of Mother Nature. Immediately, Marvin jumped to the nearest corner and started to pray with all his might. These were the true colors of the ocean. They could be gentle and balmy, but temperamental and merciless as well, much like a teenage girl. One moment, the sea could be smiling a sweet tune, and another, it could be wrathful enough to destroy an entire ship. As compared to others on board, Rothko was exceptionally calm. Having weathered countless storms throughout his entire life, a small splatter like that was not enough to shake him. I want you to feel her. This as fast as the sea lion goes. If the winds get any wilder, I'm afraid her mainsail will be destroyed. You'll have to loosen the rope that is tied around the truss and tuck away the mainsail and headsail. Otherwise, the mast will break in half in no time. Rothko's treatment of Zhongheng had changed completely. So, instead of threatening him, Zhongheng took a different approach and went against Fraser's advice. Of course, by threatening Rothko, Zhongheng could easily force him to stay on the ship. However, it was worth noting that when one decided to impart his skills to another, there was a big difference between giving his all and half-heartedly imparting knowledge. No doubt, although Rothko was one of the best bosuns amongst his peers, Zhongheng could still learn how to maneuver the mainsail even if he lost him. And if Rothko was forced, he might as well just look for another teacher. What was the point when he wasn't doing it willingly but rather, driven to teach under duress? That was why Zhongheng was prepared to make a bet. On the night he confronted Rothko, he decided to tell him the location of his daughter. Immediately, Rothko left the brothel to look for her. At first, Zhongheng thought that it was all but wasted effort. To his greatest surprise, Rothko returned to the Sea Lion the next morning. I told the captain that I want you to work under me. To be honest with you, I will only stay in NASA for another 3 months, no longer. In these 3 months, you must learn everything I have to teach you. If you fail, you have no one to blame but yourself. At first, Zhongheng thought that conscience had made him return to the Sea Lion. One night, Zhongheng found out the truth from a very drunk Rothko. He apparently spent everything he earned so far, and without any savings, it was impossible for him to travel to England. Besides, he had not seen his daughter for many years. It would be embarrassing for him to visit her empty-handed. That was why he came back here, attempting to earn more before leaving for England. Regardless, Zhongheng now gained another mentor. Rothko changed the way he treated him after the two of them spent some time together. Whether a captain of a cargo ship or a pirate, Rothko had never seen someone as disciplined as Zhongheng. Every day, Zhongheng would wake up 2 hours earlier than others, starting his day with some movement training. An hour later, Owen would join him, and both of them would spar with each other. When the rest of the crew had just woken up and were having their breakfast, Zhongheng was already with Rothko, observing the weather and maneuvering the mainsail. Other than that, he would work with Marvin, employing the help of good food and some money to build solid relationships with the other pirates. Through them, Zhongheng quickly learned how to maneuver a ship, shoot a cannon, and read a nautical chart. I heard that your only daughter is still alive. Congratulations! What do you think? Do you think he will become a threat to us? Out of nowhere, Orf appeared behind Rothko. He stared at Jonghung, who was high above the mast, attempting to fold away the mainsail. I don't think so. Aren't you supposed to be worried about Goodwin? I heard he has more than half the crew on his side. Soon, he will start challenging your authority. He's just a clown. Let's talk about something else. Do you know that a disciple of yours is kind of close to Fraser? I heard he was his debt collector. So, did you really think that Fraser quit the pirate's life and simply retired? If I remember correctly, you were the one who suggested that he should be killed. And I remember that you were the one who defended him. You know, I was left with no other options. You have to admit that he was a great influence during that time. Though we forged an immunity letter from the Queen, a large number of pirates were still on his side. Our safety would be greatly threatened if we killed him in front of everyone. It doesn't matter anymore. The past is the past. I'm getting ready to retire as well. We will miss you. I will tell my kids when they grow up that I was granted the opportunity to sail alongside the best boatswain of the fleet. I will also tell my granddaughter that I used to sail with the most boring helmsman. All he did was talk bullshit beside me. Oh, and send my regards to Koror. After that, Orf gave Rothko a pat on the back and left him alone. 3 months passed. The raids were longer this time, and so was their voyage, and when they finally returned to Nassau, Rothko had been teaching Jonghang everything he knew for a good 4 months. Rothko saved up enough to travel to England and buy a gift for his daughter. Before leaving the grounds of Nassau, he informed the captain that he wished to retire. Jonghang checked on his character panel and found that the skill, maneuvering sails, was not listed. Everything that he learned so far was all categorized under sailing. It was now LV1. Other than that, his knife skills had also increased to LV1. At this rate, he was most definitely better than most of the pirates on his vessel. Although beating Owen was still out of the question, he was good enough to have a sparring session with him if he was willing to shave some points. Nevertheless, Jonghang was content with everything that he achieved so far. On the other hand, the same couldn't be said for Anne. Chapter 115. Black Sail XX. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Can you imagine that? 10 verses 7. I ran to the upper deck and killed 2 enemies. I turned around and saw 3 of my allies getting beaten up. 6 of my allies ran back to the ship without offering any help to those in need. This is not the first time it's happened. I'm about to go crazy soon. The Golden Swallow might sound powerful, but the truth is, this godforsaken ship is no different than a fishing trawler. I'm afraid we'll all drown soon if a terrible storm hits us. Our captain didn't dare to stray too far from the harbor. In fact, the first thing he does when he sees a merchant ship bigger than ours is to run away. A coward is what he is. I won't be surprised if people think we are the ones being robbed by the merchant ship instead, seethed an unamused Anne. Jonghang was at a loss for words after hearing Anne's rant. There were a large number of pirates in Nassau, but most of them were only small-time thugs. They would set sail as long as they had a dozen people with them. Whenever a merchant ship was ready for plunder, they would raise the black flag. Of course, the bunch would return to Nassau with a great haul if their target happened to be afraid of them. If a real fight broke, however, they would also be the first to run away. Technically, these were no pirates but a bunch of opportunists flying the black flag. I'm really jealous of your ship. She has around 30 cannons, right? And you have an awesome captain as well. I heard that he constantly targets merchant ships with valuable cargo. He even dares to fight with a navy vessel. This is the definition of a real pirate, and this is the life that I want. Damn it, I would have been able to get myself on a better ship if I'm a man. I even saw some fatzos joining a great crew. With my current abilities, it's impossible that I can't join a decent pirate group. The more Anne thought about it, the angrier she became. In a moment of rage, she slapped the chair beside her as hard as possible.
Her abrupt action caused her wound to reopen, with the shirt covering her body flying off as well. She seemed unbothered by the fact that she was now topless.
Oi!
Fatty, you once told me that you have many friends on the Sea Lion, right? Can you recommend me to your captain? Asked, and while looking at Marvin. How many times have I told you that the Sea Lion has no intention to recruit any female pirate? No one can change the captain's mind. You are also not allowed to take off your shirt in my house. You have to follow my rules since you are staying in my house, snapped Jonghung while picking up the shirt on the floor before tossing it to Anne. What are you afraid of? Why can men go topless, but women can't? Due to the rampant discrimination she experienced while attempting to join a pirate ship, she had now turned into an avid feminist. What are you guys talking about? Asked Marvin. He was holding a bowl of crushed herbs, which he had collected earlier. We are talking about how easy it is for all the men on the island to get whatever F***king job they like. Then, women are forced to stay at home to take care of the house and children. Women can only become housewives or prostitutes on this damn island. The three of us can actually form a pirate group and venture out into the oceans. Just the three of us. If we encounter any fights, well, I can fight 3 enemies at the same time. Jonghun can fight 2, and Fatty can at least take on an enemy and a half, right? Our combined force is way better than that stupid Golden Swallow pirate group. What the hell is 1.5 enemies? Asked Marvin. Why not just go back to where you've come from? I don't think you should become a pirate. Though you don't like your father, your mother must worry about you. I can provide you with some travel funds if you need some, Jonghun barged in. No way. I will not go back. I swore to myself before I left my house that I will not return unless I become richer than that man. Besides, I prefer the pirate's life because I get to enjoy all the freedom in this world. There is something in my blood that will never change, which is my love for this island. Every mouthful of air that I breathe in is filled with freedom. Jonghun knew that changing her mind required a lot more than that. Then, someone knocked at the door. Marvin placed the bowl of crushed medicine on Anne's table and went downstairs to open the door with Jonghun. They were greeted by someone they knew. The person turned out to be the friendly Goodwin. Nice place, but it's kind of far from the town. I like the serenity here, and it looks like the two of you have settled down nicely. How is it going, y'all? Encountered any problems so far? Jonghun and Marvin ushered Goodwin into their house and made some tea. As they sat down, Goodwin started the conversation. Rothko has retired. He wants to travel to England to visit his daughter. I think you already know that, right? The bosun's position is currently empty. Are you interested in filling it up? Me. Jonghun was surprised that Goodwin would offer him this position, one that was usually not offered to young men. For the past 4 months, Rothko thought everything that he knew to Jonghun. Despite that, knowing all the theories did not mean Jonghun could execute them flawlessly. If one wanted to master this job, the person would need to accumulate years of experience. With Rothko leaving, Jonghun wasn't he best bosun on the Sea Lion by a long shot. Rithko's men were more qualified to take the position. Be confident. We all trust you. You are the only disciple of Rothko. Logically, you should take over his place once he is gone. Trust me, more than one person on this ship thinks that you are more than qualified for this position. Is that right? Marvin became the most excited person in the house. Considering that he fully relied on Jonghun now, he sincerely hoped that he would become an influential pirate on the ship. Bosun was an important position on any vessel. As the two of them had just joined the crew for 7 months, this job offer was definitely a giant leap for Jonghun. Jonghun did not respond to Goodwin, patiently waiting for him to finish what he wanted to say. It's time for a change. What do you think about our helmsman, Orf? Many on the ship think he's too weak when he talks to our captain. He has failed to cater to the welfare of every single pirate on the ship. This is especially true for new ones like you and Marvin. I think you guys didn't receive the appreciation you deserve. In every battle, we always charge at our enemies first.
On a normal day, we do most of the work as well. And what do we get for that? The privilege to choose our reward first. All the important positions on the ship have been taken up by a bunch of old men. It's hard for newbies to shine in an environment like that. I'm not saying that they're not doing a good job. As it stands, our demand is straightforward. We just want to work in a fairer environment. New people should be given more rights on the ship. What do you think? Who should represent the new people then? I'm not an ambitious man, but I'm willing to take up the responsibility since everyone believes in me. Goodwin stood up and smiled at them. Chapter 116. Black Sail XXI. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. I'm ready to challenge off once we set sail again. By that time, many would have taken my side. To be honest, I have more than half the ship supporting me. In other words, that would make me the most likely winner. That said, I don't want to claim I'm the winner because the final results are not here yet. You might think that I'm arrogant, but you have to know that the off era is over. Join us. The future belongs to us. Marvin was greatly elated after listening to Goodwin's little motivational speech. He wanted to run to him badly and shake his hands. On the other hand, Jong-hung was still sitting on his chair, not uttering a single word. As Goodwin left his hand hanging in the air for a few seconds, the look on his face changed. I'm good. I don't think I will change my mind, replied Jong-hung politely. I can understand that. You are still new on the ship, and you don't want to offend the older generation. You are afraid that they might do something bad to you, right? You should also know that nobody likes indecisive individuals amid a war. Goodwin attempted to convince Jong-hung one last time. Those words might have been spoken tactfully, but he was also implying that he too could make them pay the price if they chose to side with Orf. It was a threat. At that moment, Marvin wished he could take Jong-hung's place and just shake Goodwin's hand. After a moment of silence, Jong-hung finally extended his hand. Goodwin put on a smile, thinking that Jong-hung must have had finally come to his senses and join him. I'm so sorry to disappoint you. I'm sticking to my guns. I don't want to get involved in this. Goodwin's smile instantly disappeared from his face. You are going to regret your choice today. He then turned around to look at Marvin. What about you? Marvin was afraid, but considering the ample time he had around Jong-hung, an empty threat like that was not enough to persuade him to betray his benefactor. One thing he could not figure out was why Jong-hung rejected Goodwin's goodwill. If Goodwin was not lying, that should mean that he could beat Orf to become the new helmsman. Goodwin was displeased by their rejection, and this instantly took a toll on their friendship. Goodwin was no longer friendly to them. According to his plan, Jong-hung and Marvin were supposed to side and vote for him. When they first got on the ship, Goodwin had made sure to treat them well. From his perspective, he could not understand why the two would so blatantly reject him after he promised them a great future. This was surely not the result that Goodwin desired. Seeing that Jong-hung and Marvin were not going to take his side, Goodwin left the house without saying a word. The moment he left, Marvin started to worry about their future. Meanwhile, Anne was elated by their exchange of words. Come and form a team with me if you think you don't belong to the Sea Lion. Apply this medicine to your wounds right now. Make sure you protect it from getting infected, said Jong-hung. Do you think that he will fail? Asked Marvin. What are you afraid of? Just make sure that you always do your job well. Win or lose, it wouldn't affect you. Do you really think they will fire the only cook on board? It's not about me. I just feel sorry for you. If Goodwin can replace Mr. Orf, you will be assigned as the bosun of this ship. Your dream shattered the moment you rejected him. No matter who the winner is, you will not be able to lay your hands on this position anymore. The truth was, Jong-hung did not mind it at all. He knew that he wouldn't sail with the Sea Lion forever, and positions meant nothing to him. All he ever cared about was to learn as much as he could. Even if Fraser did not warn him beforehand, he would never choose to side with Goodwin.
He would rather stick with the older generation and, in turn, learn more skills from them. Of course, he would never expose these thoughts to anyone. This time, the Sea Lion's crew had a brief downtime, as in less than 3 days, she was to set sail again. Goodwin wasn't nervous at all. On the contrary, he was rather confident about beating Orf. There could be only one possibility. Orf was in a panic, desperately hoping he could stop Goodwin and convince the others to side with him. However, Goodwin wasn't even slightly bothered. Though Zhongheng and Marvin were not going to take his side, he knew that he should have enough pirates supporting him as the new helmsman. That very night, Goodwin summoned everyone to the upper deck, ready to give a speech. "My brothers! Have you noticed that we had fought long and hard during previous battles, but our yield has dropped? Now that is a fact. Aren't you curious about why something so terrible could happen to us?" The record keeper, Griffin, barged into the storeroom to look for Orf, who was counting the supplies and drinking water for the current trip. "Something bad is going on, Mr. Orf. Goodwin is trying to convince everyone to replace you with him." "So?" Orf seemed unbothered once again, continuing with his inventory checking. "So, aren't you supposed to do something? He might just replace you as the new helmsman if you don't stop him now." "Why would you say that? I have reason to believe that Goodwin is well prepared this time. I heard that he has visited many people. The newcomers on the ships would become his primary target. In the span of 5 years, newcomers outnumber the veterans by a ratio of 2 to 1. This means he can get at least 2/3 of the votes. Excellent work. The numbers add up." "Well done," replied Orf with a nod while passing the account ledger to the Griffin. Griffin was left speechless. "Okay. My work here is done. It's time to end the clown show." Goodwin's speech was coming to an end when Orf suddenly walked out of the cabin. "Having those reasons in mind, we believe that Mr. Orf is no longer suitable as our helmsman. He has failed to look out for our well-being." There were no cheers when Goodwin finished his speech. All the pirates silently opened up a way to let Orf through when they saw him. Though rivals, Goodwin still decided to greet him politely. "Mr. Orf." Orf ignored him, continuing his gaze toward the other pirates. He was surprised that the person he expected to be here was, in fact, not here. This, however, did not affect what he was about to do. "I have to admit that I have neglected many of you recently. I have heard complaints about me, about the rewards getting lesser. Some of you even suspect that I banded with the captain to take your share. I can understand why you all feel this way. It's completely normal. Some of you here might think that I'm too old to handle this position well. I must admit that I don't fight as well as our Mr. Goodwin here. As for the conflict between the newcomers and veterans on the ship, it's a common thing on every vessel. No matter what I do, one party would always feel that they have been taken advantage of. I saw the problem, but I didn't deal with it in time. This is all my fault." Everyone thought that Orf would defend himself from Goodwin's accusation. Nobody expected him to admit all his mistakes. Chapter 117. Black Sail XXII. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The air on the deck grew uncomfortable. The contentious scene everyone expected to happen when Orf showed up did not come to pass. Instead, like an apathetic old man, Orf kept retreating as the gunman advanced towards him, as if he was about to fall off the cliff. Even though Goodwin believed that he was going to win since the beginning, he had not expected things to go so smoothly, and it was making him feel uneasy. Orf turned to the crew and said, "That's right. All of you have reasons to feel disgruntled. It has been a really difficult time, both for all of you and for me. But what I want to say is that from today onwards, these difficult days will be behind us. You've been wondering what I'm up to recently, and I think it's time I tell you." The gunner shifted uneasily. That uncomfortable feeling was growing stronger. Logic told him that he should not let Orf continue his speech, but right now, he could not find a reason good enough to interrupt the old helmsman. Orf had the right and free will to deliver a speech before the votes were cast. It could not just be one-sided, whereby the old man was not allowed to defend and explain himself after being denounced by Goodman. Goodman took comfort in the fact that the situation was already set in stone. He had won over each and every one of those people. Many among them were benefiting mutually with him. He was confident that none of them would betray him. When he saw that he finally had everyone's attention, Orff continued, "Most of you and I have known each other for a long time. You should know what kind of person I am. My past is not kept hidden from you. Yes, before I joined Sea Lion, I sailed with the greatest captain in the Caribbean, Captain Kidd, until he was captured, and then hung in London. His house was searched from top to bottom, but all they found was a little bit of gold and silver. I know you must have heard rumors that he had hidden his loot in a secret place. I can tell you, right now, that the rumor is true." Immediately, the crew erupted in chatter. Practically everyone knew about Kidd's story. He was the most powerful pirate in the entire Caribbean from 1695 to 1699. His ship, the Quidar Merchant, had 50 cannons on board. That magnitude of firepower was enough to make many seaport colonies cower in fear. Legend has it that in a short 5-year period, he managed to pillage a shocking fortune. After his death, the whereabouts of his treasures remained a mystery and the Quidar Merchant vanished. I've been searching for that treasure ever since Kidd had cashed in his chips. Now, there's finally some headway, and I have reason to believe that we're very close to that treasure." Orff had to wait until his audience's chatter quietened down before continuing, "Forgive me for keeping this from you. It's not that I don't trust you, I was just worried that the other pirates might hear of it. But now, I have no choice but to be honest with you." When he was done, Orff glanced at Goodwin. The latter was drenched in nervous sweat and his face was as pale as a sheet. Just 3 minutes ago, he thought that he had everything done and dusted. He had not anticipated that Orff would employ such an unreasonable method to turn the tables. As a pirate himself, he understood just how tempting Kidd's treasure was. In fact, even he could not suppress the feeling of excitement at that prospect. What more the others, and all his allies? How many more of them would be willing to stand by him, and take the risk of deposing Orff and miss out on such a big treasure? He had planned this for so long, and even played the good guy for such a long time just for this, always greeting the new crews warmly, putting up with his allies' peculiar characteristics and habits. Now all of that had gone down the toilet. Goodwin felt like a drowning man grasping at straws. He reminded his rival, "Vote. They still haven't voted. I haven't lost yet." But Orff's final sentence shattered whatever last trace of hope Goodwin had left. "Now, who is willing to sail with me, to go after that legendary treasure?" All of the pirates on board were silent for a minute and then they exploded into a loud, enraptured cheer. "Treasure! Treasure! Treasure!" The look on every single one of their faces were one of zeal and anticipation. None of them bothered to even look at the despondent gunman who felt as if the whole world had abandoned him. "It's out!" Marvin rushed down from the deck, calling out to Jonghang, who was doing push-ups in the cabin. "The result is out." Goodwin was winning, but Mr. Orff turned the whole situation around with just a few words. You should have seen Goodwin's face. I feel a little bad for him. Marvin paused and then continued, excited again. "Also, we are going to be rich. Do you know that Kidd guy? That big pirate? I heard that when he was sentenced to death by hanging, nearly half of London went to watch his execution, and now we're going to search for the treasures he left behind." Marvin looked around and then lowered his voice. "To be honest, ever since I was tied up by that group of pirates, the days have been feeling like years. But now, I'm starting to feel like perhaps it was not such a bad thing after all. It's destiny that we boarded this ship." "Heh." Marvin's eyes widened. "What does a heh mean? Think about it. The treasure left behind by the legendary pirate king. Aren't you even the least bit excited?" Just now on the deck, I was already thinking about how I'm going to spend the money. I'm going to buy 2 plantations in Boston, and a group of black slaves, and then I will spend the rest of the money drinking all day long. Do you know that there's a woman called Daisy at the whorehouse who always looked down on me? She wouldn't even pay attention to me on the bed. When I get the money, Marvin. Zhongheng finished his last push-up and dried the sweat on his neck. Then he opened his mouth to put a brake on Marvin's dream. You haven't even seen the treasure yet. It's not too late to think about what you're going to do with it when you actually see it. Sorry. The farmer's son realized that he'd forgotten himself. He had caught on to all that fiery excitement on the deck. Everyone was stirred by the words "kid's treasure," and they were all in high spirits. Zhongheng, however, was weary at this. Although he did not support Goodwin, it did not mean that he thought that Goodwin's concern was ungrounded. Orf was indeed too close to the captain, and this was not a good thing for the rest of the crew, especially after this time. Zhongheng finally saw just how the experienced helmsman manipulated the crew's emotions. A powerful captain and an experienced helmsman, their combined control over the ship was far greater than most people could imagine. Compared to them, Goodwin was like a toddler who had just learned to walk. Both sides were not on the same level. From the moment Goodwin decided to challenge Orf's position, his fate was already decided. Chapter 118. Black Sail 23. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhongheng transferred the saber from his injured right hand to his left, and then blocked his opponent's 2 consecutive lances while taking 2 steps backwards. When the sailor fighting Zhongheng saw that his enemy was weary from the prolonged scrimmage, he was very pleased. He stopped advancing and plunged his sword towards Zhongheng's chest. It was straightforward attack, without any chicanery, purely relying on strength as an advantage. Now, instead of dodging the sword, Zhongheng welcomed it. Both weapons clashed, and the sailor of the Navy ship felt a massive force come at him, forcing his arm to swing open. As shock registered on the man's face, Zhongheng's saber found the sailor's neck. Zhongheng muttered under his breath, "It's over." The terrified sailor dropped his weapon and surrendered. Zhongheng looked around him and saw that the battle on the deck was coming to an end. A few stubborn guards who were still putting up a fight were forced into a corner. Their defeat was only a matter of time. Only the captain of the ship was holding fort in the captain's cabin. However, his subduing was only a matter of time as well. This was already their 3rd battle over a short period of 2 months. While they had won each of them, they had also suffered serious losses. Owen had even started to replenish the workforce with prisoners. During this era, naval sailors were treated poorly. Take the Royal Navy for example, whose 1-month salary was only around £1, which was also equivalent to half of the pay of river gate guards, and only about a quarter of that of a carpenter's wages. To boot, before the money even reached the sailor's pocket, the paymaster general and navy officer of the ship would take a portion from it. To make matters worse, the salaries were not paid out on a regular basis. One of the most bizarre incidents was of a cruiser in the Far East waters. The crew was only paid once in 22 years. In the end, the Navy even refused to pay the sum that was owed. Even when they were ashore, these sailors had it hard. When the warship returned to the port for repairs, the officers were only paid half their salary, whereas the lower-level sailors were not paid at all, leaving them high and dry. But that was not the worst part. Sometimes, worried that their men would run away, the Navy would even forbid the sailors from getting back to shore. Before arriving at the port, the sailors would be transferred to other battleships, and their wages would put on hold. Compared to them, the treatment that the pirates received was heaven. When there was money, they earned it together, and when there was meat, they ate together. There were rarely any incidents of the captain deducting the crew members' income. Zhongheng had been in this game for almost 9 months now. In the beginning, he had joined Sea Lion for the sole reason of survival. Later on, however, because of the main mission, he was forced to join the pirate world. Now he had a deeper understanding of the Nassau and the pirates living above. Many of the things had to perceive through the historical background of that time. It was not for no reason that the pirates in the 17th and 18th century were rampant. At the beginning of the Age of Exploration, it was difficult to distinguish between explorers, colonists, and pirates, and as Europe became entangled in war in a bid to compete for sea power, the notorious looting permit was born, which also opened Pandora's box. All these things a modern-day person would find inconceivable.
Suppose, in this era, you were a businessman transporting goods to be sold in the colonies and was robbed during the journey by people from another country. There would be no legal, diplomatic means for you to return to your country. Generally, most countries would issue you a looting permit, encouraging you to take back what you had lost from others. On top of that, many wealthy businessmen and nobles would also sponsor skilled captains by helping them get private looting permits which allowed them to loot on the sea, so that they could have a share of the stolen goods. The advantage of doing this was that they were able to severely damage the sea power of other countries. At the same time, they could have an unofficial navy added to their fleet without having to increase their national budget. Should the war start, these private looting ships would also join the battle. If you plunder enough, you may even be summoned to the palace, or be knighted, accredited as the country's hero. Henry Morgan was the best example. He was the pirate king of the Caribbean from 1665 to 1670, and later on moved on to become the governor of Jamaica. In fact, it was not just the common folks. In order to earn extra money, to make up for the wages they were not paid, sailors of the royal fleet would often go out looting. There were even managers in charge of cashing out spoils at the port. Of course, at the end of the day, most of the money they make would, eventually, still end up in the officer's pocket. The low-ranked sailors would only get a meager portion of it. Fraser once told Jong Hen, back in the tavern, "Do you know what's the difference between us and those guys? They have looting permit and we don't. That's why we are pirates who are despised and they are the heroes. This is how the world works." Jong Hen put away his saber. A loud explosion rippled under his feet, signaling that the final territory of the ship had been breached. The captain of the Navy supply ship was dead, and the remaining sailors surrendered their weapons and themselves. The doctor on board busied himself tending to injured men, while the record keeper made an inventory of the cargo in the cabin. The pirates had also suffered many casualties, which was also why no one wanted to lock horns with the Navy. Even though it was just a supply ship, her firepower was impressive. The price they had paid to rob a Navy supply ship was far greater than the profit they gained. In fact, it was pitiful. The Sea Lion lost a total of 17 men in that battle, and many were wounded. Miraculously, however, that did not thwart the crew's morale, especially when the helmsman Orff presented a piece of blood-stained map before them. The pirates responded in excitement and cheer. "Gentlemen, there is no doubt that we are finally another step closer to our ultimate goal," the helmsman shouted triumphantly. According to him, Kidd's treasure was hidden on a no-man's island in the Caribbean. He had supposedly drawn a treasure map before he died, which was eventually divided into 6 parts and had fallen into the hands of those who participated in the arrest and trial. Now, the Sea Lion was on a mission to collect all the pieces of the treasure map. Counting today's piece, they had already gotten 4 of them. Owen walked up to the helmsman and said, "Mr. Orff, may I speak with you for a moment?" The latter nodded and the both of them walked to the back of the ship. The pirate leader had a worried look on his face. "I don't know if you've noticed, but we've lost quite a few men." Orff nodded. "So, how did the recruitment go? You know we can't keep using these guys to fill up the vacancies, right? They are the Navy, after all. If we recruit too many of them at one time, they might slit our throats when we're sleeping. What do you suggest then?" "We've been out here for 2.5 months. I suggest that we go back to Nassau to replenish our supplies," Owen answered. Orff looked at Owen in the eyes, and then after a while, said, "I don't want to keep this from you. But if word gets out about us finding the treasure, it'll stir up a lot of unnecessary troubles. But I will make sure to relay your suggestion to the captain." Chapter 119. Black Sail XVII. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. 1 month later, Sea Lion had eventually decided to head back to Nassau. Other than the lack of pirates and supplied on board, they need to fix the damaged mast. The ship would travel in extremely slow speed as long as the mast was not fixed. Initially, Orff did not want to allow the pirates to get down from the ship. Everyone on the ship was really mad when they received the order. Asking all these men to stay on the ship after they spent 3 months traveling on the ship was basically impossible.
In the end, Orf had to take back what he had said and let everyone leave the ship temporarily. Orf made sure to let everyone know that it was crucial to not tell anyone that they were looking for kids' treasure. Just as expected, 1 hour after the first batch of pirates left the ship, the news of them looking for kids' treasure was spread to the entire island. Every single person in Nassau was talking about this matter. This did not necessarily have to be a bad thing. The recruitment process went way smoother than they expected. Usually, when a pirate ship loses more than 40% of the people in one trip, people would tend to think about the odds of them not being killed by the enemies if they were asked to join the particular pirate ship. Things were different this time. There were many who wanted to join the Sea Lion. Some of the smaller pirate groups were even proposing to join forces with Sea Lion. In the end, Owen had to summon a dozen pirates to maintain the order of people that were applying to join Sea Lion. Anne was elated when she heard that Sea Lion was recruiting. She even blamed Jongheng and Marvin for not telling her about it. Immediately, she ran to apply to join Sea Lion. In the evening, she returned home in a saddened state. She did not even manage to put down her name on paper, let alone taking the test. As usual, she came into conflict with others when she was lining up. Undeniably, she was exceptionally brave even though she had 4 pirates going against her. Instead of running away, Anne used both her fists to fight with them. In the end, 2 of them were knocked unconscious and the other 2 quickly fled the scene while carrying their injured friends. Jongheng saw Anne with bruises all over her face and arm when he opened the door. He could sense that she was different than usual. "Dinner is ready. Come and eat with us," said Jongheng. Anne's appetite was not as good as usual. She used her hand to pick up a potato and held it in her hand for some time. It seemed like she was deep in thought. "What if I tell you that I want to become your wife?" asked Anne. Marvin almost swallowed his spoon while drinking soup after he heard Anne's proposal. "Don't misunderstand my intention. I'm not defeated by the fact that I can't join Sea Lion. And I don't want to become a housewife as well. I feel bad for letting you provide a place for me to stay and food to eat for free. Initially, I thought that I could earn enough money to pay for the accommodation and food. It seems like I have overestimated myself." She felt really embarrassed. Earlier, she promised Jongheng that she would give half of the loot that she received to Jongheng. Unfortunately, all she got during her very first raid was only a pot. It was worthless. Hence, she did not give it to Jongheng. She was now jobless again after she got into a huge argument with Golden Swallow. All she did right now was eat, sleep, and fight with someone every day. She did not know how to cook or do simple housework. Fighting with others had always been her forte. Every time when Jongheng and Marvin set sail for raiding other ships, they would always leave some food and pocket money for her. Every time when they came home, they would find out that the house was turned upside down. Jongheng had found her bra under his bed more than once. Her dream was to get rich as soon as possible. That was why she felt so excited when she heard that the Sea Lion was looking for kids' treasure. She thought that this was her golden opportunity to make her dream come true. Sadly, things did not go her way. Though Jongheng had never stopped convincing her to go home and enjoyed what she had, he had to admit that Anne had invested her entire life to improve her fighting skills. Technically speaking, she was born to become a pirate. Judging from her personality, it was impossible to ask her to stay in one place for too long. The problem was no pirate group in Nassau would accept a female to join their crew. "What do you plan to do after I marry you?" asked Jongheng. "I don't know. At least I will not stay and eat for free at your place," Anne replied in a disappointed manner. "I have a proposal. If you can control your anger and not fight with others, I will let you come aboard my ship." "Your ship? Hold on. Since when do you own a ship? Are you planning to leave Sea Lion soon?" "Yes." This was the very first time Jongheng had told others about his plan. He wanted to form his pirate crew. Marvin was left in great shock as well. "Are you planning to do it after we get our share of kid treasure? With that kind of money, you can easily recruit potential pirates to join you. But why would you become a pirate if you are super rich?
I don't plan to do it after we find the treasure. I have asked Owen about the rights of new recruits like us. He told me that we can choose to leave after a year if we want to. I will apply to leave the ship once time is up. What if we fail to locate the kids' treasure by then? You should know that there are still 2 more parts of the treasure map waiting to be found, right? Didn't you see what happened at the beach this afternoon? Everyone from Nassau is trying to join the Sea Lion. Why would leave them right now? Though I really want to become a pirate, there's no need to rush. I have waited for a long time. I don't mind waiting for a little longer, said Anne. Zhongheng did not reply to them. The reason why he wanted to leave Sea Lion had nothing to do with the treasure. He had a hunch that thing would go terribly wrong for him if he chose to stay with the Sea Lion. Recently, he could feel that the way Off treated him had changed. They had not talked much ever since Zhongheng joined Sea Lion. Until recently, Zhongheng could feel that someone was staring at him all the time. Especially during the previous few fights. Not a lot of people could pull something like this. Off was one of them. Chapter 120. Black Sail XXV. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. To say that Zhongheng was not interested in kids' treasure was simply not true. Just like what Marvin said just now, it would be easy for Zhongheng to form his own private crew if he got his share of kids' treasure. Pirates were not a scarcity in Nassau. However, pirates with a specific set of skills were something that every pirate ships were looking for. And the most important thing that Zhongheng needed to acquire before forming his own pirate crew was a ship with sufficient firepower. Most of the pirates at Nassau were using ordinary fisherman boat with no weapons being mounted on them. When a fight happened, they would not be able to fight back. All they could do was to pray that they could get on the enemy's ship before the enemy sunk their boats. The first thing that Zhongheng wanted to do right now was to look for a ship. Ever since he joined the Sea Lion to raid and loot other merchant ships, he had managed to save up quite a bit of money. In addition to that, he was helping Fraser to collect debt as well, and Fraser would give him a good amount of commission every time. Still, there was a long way to go for him to purchase a decent ship. With the money that he had right now, he could not even afford to purchase an ordinary sloop. It was no doubt that kids' treasure could help him to solve the problem that he had right now. However, the problem he had right now was such a scary coincidence. It happened right when Goodwin wanted to challenge Orf, and Orf somehow managed to win the trust of all the pirates on board again. The thing that was going to happen next was what Zhongheng worried right now. Everyone on the ship was so excited when Orf had announced that they were going to look for kids' treasure. Without putting in any effort, Orf had managed to defeat Goodwin and fortify his position as helmsman. And the weird part was Orf did not stop right here. He had gone and promoted kids' treasure to everyone to keep their fire burning. Recently, Zhongheng noticed that Goodwin was never Orf's threat. It seemed like he had his own agenda. Kids' treasure was just a tool for him to deal with the tiny problem that he had. Right now, everyone on the Sea Lion was hyped about the treasure, and they were not going to stop until they located the treasure. The previous raids that they had were the best example to explain the whole thing. Usually, the pirates on ship would refuse to do raids that give them small amount of loot. After Orf told them about kids' treasure, none of them said no Orf anymore. They would say yes to Orf even if he wanted to set sail to hell. In other words, if Orf did not like one of the crew, the person would be placed in a very dangerous circumstance. That was why Zhongheng had chosen to lay low ever since he found out that Orf was watching him from the dark. In order to prevent to make unnecessary mistake, Zhongheng had purposely avoided contact with others. Sometimes, trouble would come looking for you even if you avoid it. It was past midnight. Zhongheng was woken up by the noise that came from outside. He saw a horse carriage parked outside his house. "Who is that?" asked An while yawning. "It has nothing to do with you. Go back to sleep." Zhongheng recognized that horse carriage. Immediately, he put on his shirt, went downstairs, and opened the door. On the other hand, Marvin was in deep slumber. Usually, he would be able to sleep well and snore even if he was in a noisy environment. Instead of bringing the saber with him, Zhongheng took his gun with him. The coachman then opened the door for him.
I don't wish you disturb you at a time like this. I think you wouldn't want me to come during the daytime, right? Jong Hung sat opposite Fraser. The horse carriage was on move again when the door was closed. I'm sorry to disappoint you if you are here for kids' treasure. Orf is being really cautious. No one knows when he hid the treasure map. As long as I still work for Sea Lion, I will never tell you the location of the treasure map even if I know about it. Kids' treasure? No. 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 That's just a fairy tale for dumbass. I don't think you believe in it, right? You have to admit that Orf has a talent at lying to others. I had fallen for his lie last time. I will not make the same mistake twice. Why are you here tonight? I come bearing gifts and news. Fraser then tossed a coin bag to Jong Hung. There were some coins, leathering, and some worthless small items. I want to thank you for what you have done for me so far. This is my gratitude. We should give our mutual friend Victor some final peace. This is the thing that he has left in this world. You and your friends don't have to worry that someone might come and threaten you again. Why would you do that for us? I think there's some misunderstanding between you and me. I was never your enemy. You have known me for quite some time now and I have never forced you to do something that you don't want to do, right? Even when I ask you to collect debt for me, I would always make sure to pay you a 10% commission after that. When you want to ask Rothko to teach you how to maneuver the mainsail, I told you his secret as well, right? You can never find someone as kind as me here in Nassau. Jong Hung was left speechless. This was the question that he had all this time. For the past 9 months, Fraser could actually use Victor to threaten him. When he saw the horse carriage parked in front of his house, Jong Hung thought that he was going to use Victor to coerce him into something against his will. To his surprise, Fraser handed Victor's personal belongings to him. In other words, he did not have to worry about others knowing that he was the one that killed Victor. I know how others talk about me. I'm pretty sure you heard the history between me and Orf. The reason why you are cautious of me is because you worry that I might use you to mess with Orf. To be frank, I've not retired. Whatever that happened in the past, I have chosen to let it slide. Throughout history, there are very few pirates who get to enjoy the life of retirement. I'm pretty happy with what I have right now. Unfortunately, I know there are still some people on the ship who can't let the past slide. What do you mean by that? I'm so sorry for what happened to you. Orf doesn't like me. That's why he's watching your every move. And I have just received bad news. Orf is planning to eliminate everyone that gets in his way. Anyway, I'm the reason why you are in this mess. I can't just watch you suffer. I have little to no power on the ship right now. If you really need help on the ship, you can look for a carpenter named Kent. Chapter 121. Black Sail XXVI. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jong Hung stood outside his house and watched the black carriage disappear into the night. He then turned around and noticed the door was secretly opened. Didn't I ask you to go to sleep? Jong Hung knew who was standing behind the door without even looking at it. Whenever I think that you went out in the middle of the night, I just can't sleep. I need to know what is going on, said Anne. Instead of peeking at me, you should help me to figure out a way to recruit more pirates to join my ship. We will set sail in 2 months. I will figure out a way to purchase a sloop before that. We need at least 10 pirates to operate the sloop, especially a cannoneer. Do you have any potential recruits in mind so far? No. When I make friends with others, I prioritize their loyalty and fighting prowess more than anything else. I don't usually ask about their background information. Anne said proudly. When she saw that Jong Hung was disappointed by her answer, she immediately made him a promise. I will go and ask around tomorrow. I will do it. After a short pause, Anne took out a dagger from her back. She then put on a bashful look. It was a rare sight. This was Jong Hung's very first time witnessing such a feminine emotion on her. All these while, she acted more manly than some of the men he knew. Most of the time, she would walk around the house with only her bra. Sometimes, she would even hold a beer bottle and glared at whoever that walked into the house. In this era, a girl that behaved like her was extremely rare. About that, I want to thank you for inviting me to join your crew. I saw the dagger that you have is broken. I got this dagger from the fight that I won 2 days ago. I have no use of it. So, I have decided to give it to you. You can use it to protect yourself. Jong-hung was very surprised by her gratitude. He took the dagger and did not say a single word to her. All he did was caress Anne's messy crimson hair. Though Orf and the rest of the pirates could not wait to set sail again, the damage on Sea Lion was so severe that they had to hire the best carpenters to fix the entire ship. It took a total of 15 days for them to fix it. In these 15 days, Jong-hung had made sure to not do something that would draw others' attention. Basically, he had been staying in his house for the past 15 days. He even went ahead and utilized the empty land behind his house and planted some vegetables on it. During his time on the island, Jong-hung had planted quite a number of vegetables and was pretty good at it. As for Fraser, Jong-hung did not place his trust in him fully. Though he had acted really sincere that night, Jong-hung could see that he was getting impatient. That was his first time coming to visit Jong-hung after so many months. It was not necessary for him to come all the way to Jong-hung's house to show his gratitude to him. People like Fraser and Orf were extremely cunning and they were born to be leaders. They had this certain charm where they could make use of it to complete their goal. Also, they could make you believe that everything they do was for your own good. Underneath their kind-hearted move was actually manipulation. They would continue to use you as a tool to achieve their goal if you trust in them fully. For example, Kid's Treasure was just a game designed by Orf. With Fraser joining the game, the whole thing would become even more dangerous. The best thing for Jong-hung to do right was to stay calm and do nothing about it. After he was warned by Fraser, he did not go and look for the Kent, the carpenter. Instead, he did some preparation secretly. A man that wore a wig with a lace scarf with flower designs around his neck came and looked for Jong-hung. His name was Ball and he was a famous arms dealer in Nassau. Once he entered the house, he placed one short and one long object that were covered with tarpaulin on the table. "This is the thing that you want." "Check it," said Ball after he took the cup of tea that Marvin had handed to him. Jong-hung then opened the tarpaulin and saw that it was a gun. In this era that Jong-hung was in, guns with the flintlock mechanic were dominating Europe. Actually, rifles were invested in the 15th century. However, it was not as common and famous as the flintlock gun. The reason was because it was extremely troublesome to reload a rifle. While a flintlock gun could fire 3 shots, a rifle could only fire 1 shot. And people with weaker arms might not be able to slide a bullet into a rifle. The only good thing about the rifle was its shooting range and accuracy were far better than the flintlock gun. All these while, Jong-hung wanted to buy one rifle as backup. During the critical moment, his LV2 shooting skill and the rifle might help him to solve his problem. Other than that, the arms dealer brought him 3 blunderbusses as well. Taking into account the one that he owned right now, he now possessed a total of 4 blunderbusses. In other words, he would be able to fire 4 times at once. All the guns in this era would require to reload after they fired once. The only way for him to increase his firepower was to buy more guns. Jong-hung was wearing a black jacket. He placed 2 blunderbusses at his waist and the other 2 at his gun holsters in front of his chest. HMPH. I have to say that you look quite good right now. I wonder how you will perform in a real fight. Jong-hung ignored and proceeded to pay the arms dealer 140 silver peso. Bull checked the coin bag and he was pleased that Jong-hung paid him the right amount. "Come and look for me if you need to buy more guns." Seconds later, Jong-hung heard a notification came from the system. "You now have more than 3 guns. Game points +3. You can check for more information from the character panel." The way Jong-hung played the game had not changed since day 1. He would never go and complete those achievements on purpose. He had gained a total of 17 game points ever since he entered this world. 8 game points were from raiding other ships. 6 points were from voyaging at sea. And the 3 points that he just gained were from collecting weapons. With this speed, Zhong Heng could easily collect 200 fame points by the end of the game. It might sound a lot, but Zhong Heng knew that his estimation was not accurate. Usually, it was easy for the players to complete different kinds of achievement during the early game. When it came to late game, the requirement to complete those achievements would be extremely high. Technically speaking, he should be able to collect more game points than all the players. And the price that he had to pay was to stay in this world longer. This place, NASA, would probably become part of him when this quest was over. 3 days after Zhong Heng acquired his weapons, he was informed that the Sea Lion was fixed and it was ready to set sail again. I think everyone should know the final destination of this trip, right? I'm not going to repeat the same thing all over again, said Orf while standing at the ship's bow. Everyone started to laugh after they heard Orf's announcement. This time, we have a lot of new people joining us. I think it's better for me to explain everything. I don't care about your background and your past mistake. Once you board this ship, you are now one of us. All of you have to obey our rules. Especially during critical moment. Teamwork will allow us to overcome all kinds of difficulties that we will face in the future. If there's someone who tries to sabotage us or do something despicable behind our back, you will become the common enemy of this ship. And we show no mercy to our enemies. Not too long ago, I've received news. I was told that there's a traitor among us right now. Considering that I have fought with him in a few raids, I'm willing to offer him a chance to redeem himself. Come forward and confess your crime against the ship. If not, I can't guarantee that the person will live to see tomorrow. Chapter 122. Black Sail XXVII. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The look on all the pirates changed right after Orf was done with his speech. All the new recruits that had just joined Sea Lion knew this had nothing to do with them. Besides, Orf did mention that the traitor used to fight with him on this ship. They just sat there, grabbed a bucket popcorn, and watched the drama unfold before them. On the other hand, all the old crew members were panicking. Some of them chose not to say a single word. Some of them berated Orf. Some of them told Orf that he had no right to accuse others if he did not have evidence. Everyone started to grow suspicious of each other. After Orf made the announcement, he did not say a single word after that. He started to look at everyone on the deck. When his gaze fixed on Zhong Heng, he felt that Orf had stared at him at least 2 seconds longer than the others. Unfortunately, the traitor doesn't have the courage to admit his mistake. I think I have to give him a hand, said Orf. He then started to walk towards Zhong Heng while taking out his gun. Immediately, everyone landed their attention on him. At that moment, there were a lot of things went through Zhong Heng's mind. One of his hands was holding his shadow moment in his pocket. Excuse me. Mind letting me through? Orf said while standing in front of Zhong Heng. Orf, you are abusing your power. You are trying to make me pay back for challenging you, right? Are you guys going to just stand there and let him accuse me? He would do the same thing to you if you allow him to do such a thing to me. In the end, he can whatever he wants on this ship. The thing that Goodwin had just said managed to make everyone rethink the whole thing. Some of the pirates started to look at Orf in suspicion. Fighting for power was a very common thing on a pirate ship. However, it was rare that the winner would kill the loser. If Orf killed him, all the other pirates on the ship would feel that it was not safe for them to stay on the ship. That was why the winner would usually try his best to deal with the situation as peaceful as possible. It seemed like Orf held a huge grudge against Goodwin. That would mean the whole thing might turn ugly. As for now, Orf was saved from being attacked by the pirates on the ship because he was holding the map to locate Kid's treasure. Once the pirates on the ship had their eyes laid on the treasure, they would not hesitate to dethrone Orf. The thing that Goodwin said to the pirates had made them wanted to disobey Orf. If I'm not mistaken, you were the first batch of people that left the ship and went to Nassau, right? 1 hour later, almost everyone on the island knew that we are looking for Kid's treasure. Please don't tell me that is just a coincidence, said Orf in a calmed manner. Goodwin had gone through a lot of hardship throughout his life. He was not panicked when Orff confronted him. There were around 20 people from the first batch of people that got down from the ship. How sure are you that I'm the one that leaked the news? I asked Owen to interview everyone after that. Every single one of them could provide me with an alibi except you. You told us that you went and take a nap after you got down from the ship. Unfortunately, you have no eyewitnesses to support your claim. What? I need eyewitnesses to prove that I was sleeping. Of course not. The thing is, someone saw you come out from Marshall's house. How do you explain that? Some of you might now know who Marshall is. He is the biggest loan shark in Nassau. The way he collects debt from people that owe him money is absolutely terrifying. Orff then took a good at Goodwin again. His forehead was dripping with sweat. While you were plotting to take my place, I know that you have used a lot of money to bribe quite a number of people. I'm really curious. Where did you get that money? You need to pay a huge price if you borrow money from Marshall. No wonder you looked so disappointed when you lost to me. The news of you failing to become a helmsman on Sea Lion was spread to everyone on the island the moment you got down from the ship, right? You had no money to return to Marshall when he came knocking at your door. That's why you told Marshall about Kid's treasure. Am I right? Goodwin was sweating all over now. At this moment, he decided to make his last struggle by telling everyone that Orff was falsely accusing him. But his words were not as trustworthy anymore. Goodwin had to admit that he borrowed money from Marshall. He told everyone that the reason why he went and looked for Marshall was because he wanted to ask Marshall to give him more time to come up with the money that he owed him. He denied the fact that he sold the treasure map news to Marshall, and he told everyone that he would never betray Sea Lion. It was too late for him to defend himself. The pirates that had stood beside him started to distance themselves from him. Despair had finally hit Goodwin. Suddenly, he started to run towards the gunwale. The Sea Lion had just left Nassau's harbor. He could swim back to the harbor if he managed to jump into the water right now. Before he could do so, Orff pulled the trigger. The bullet was planted deep inside Goodwin's calf. Immediately, all the pirates jumped at him and pressed him to the ground. Killing him right now is no different from showing him mercy. I think we should tie him up at the mast and let the heat from the sun torture him, said Orff. Orff, you are one lying mother of asterisk. Someday, you will be damned to hell. I will wait for you there. He wanted to say more, but his mouth was sealed by the pirates around him. The new pirates that had just joined Sea Lion used a rope to tie him up on the mast. It seemed like they had no intention of treating his gun wound. All those that know me know that I'm not a violent person. I don't like to punish or torture people. However, it is my job to make sure that everyone's yield is protected. I also have to try my best to make sure that you get to return to Nassau in one piece. I'm not punishing Mr. Goodwin out of a personal grudge. I want to set him as an example. If you dare to betray this ship and your friends, I will make sure that you end up like him. Let's continue the journey looking for Kid's treasure. After that, Orff swung his hands to signal all the pirates on board to return to their position. When Jong Hung was checking on the starboard, Orff walked towards him. Is everything okay? All is well. That's good. Rothko thinks very highly of you. He told me that you will become the best bosun if you are given enough time to gain the experience that you need. Earlier, when everyone voted for bosun, your vote count and old Michael's vote count were really close. Don't be disappointed by it. Just work harder. Sooner or later, you will get the position. Chapter 123. Ambush. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. On the boundless blue sea, the Royal Scarborough patrolled its territory like a lion. This second-class battleship belonging to the British Navy had a displacement of 2,000 tons with 90 cannons and nearly 700 sailors, the giant of the Caribbean Sea. Every now and then, the Scarborough would, in accordance with the orders of the Admiralty, go out on scheduled patrol to maintain the order of the nearby maritime trade routes. Pirates passing by this area would flee. In fact, just hearing the name Scarborough was enough to send unnerve even the most powerful pirate. Whenever the Scarborough left the port, she would rarely be involved in any battle unless you count one-sided attacks where the enemy fled hell for leather. At the moment, Captain Elmer was sitting on deck, enjoying his wine and a violin performance. He was only starting to immerse himself in the music when someone suddenly interrupted him. The lookout shouted from above, "An armed merchant ship is spotted in the southwest direction." Elmer's brows furrowed, the expression on his face unpleasant. The first lieutenant quickly marched to the side of the ship and took the copper telescope that was handed to him. After a while, he said, "The flag on the mast is French, very deep draft, traveling at around 3 knots. They must be carrying a lot of cargo." Captain Elmer finally put down the glass in his hand and strolled over. During this time, the War of the Spanish Succession was taking place. In order to prevent the Bourbon kings from annexing Spain, the new Grand Alliance, which included the United Kingdom, united against France and its allies, and the two sides were in a state of war. The French merchant ship could only blame its terrible luck to have crossed the Scarborough's path. Elmer looked at the sailors on the deck below, and saw their eyes were filled with anticipation. The captain broke into a smile and said, "If this is a gift from God to us, how can we refuse it?" The sailors cheered. If they wait until their wages were paid, they would have starved to death. The one thing that motivated them to go out into the sea was extracurricular plunders like this. Even if most of it would end up in Elmer's and the Navy Marshal's pockets, they were satisfied just to be able to drink a little bit of soup. The sailors were already used to it. With the captain's permission, the Scarborough began to change its course towards the unfortunate ship. The gun port's lid was opened, revealing the dense rows of black cannon muzzles inside, like a shark flashing its razor teeth. Although war was about to begin, the atmosphere on the deck was unusually relaxed. The violinist who was performing continued to play his instrument. The disparity of firepower between the two parties cannot be starker. Had they met each other face to face, the other side would have quickly surrendered and handed their cargo over, so that if Elmer was in a good mood, he might just spare the lives of everyone on the ship. The sailors of the Scarborough were rejoicing at the prospect of the extra income. Only one officer on board appeared to be slightly uneasy. He said to Elmer, "Captain, isn't it a little too simple? Our route is not so much a secret, why would a French merchant ship show up now?" Before he received an answer, his colleague interrupted, "When there's absolute power, no conspiracy can take effect. Relax, Burnett, we are on the Scarborough, here in the sea, we are invincible." The atmosphere in the Sea Lion was completely unlike the one in Scarborough. The pirates were unusually mum because they were about to face the fiercest battle in their lives. It had been half a month since they left Nassau. Thanks to Goodwin's betrayal, Orf's standing on the ship had skyrocketed. Right now, even if there was someone who was dissatisfied with him, they dared not reveal it. Yet, it was in this particular circumstance that when Orf announced that the fifth piece of the map required them strike the Scarborough, even the most zealous treasure-hunting pirates found it hard to continue to stand by the helmsman. Because this had nothing to do with courage at all. It was just complete madness. All the pirates in the Caribbean knew that the Scarborough was untouchable, and although there was no official ban, all piracy activity would make sure to steer clear of the Navy. That attack on the Navy supply ship earlier was already a very risky move. Moreover, the Sea Lion paid a very heavy price for it. For the sake of Kidd's treasure, and because the supply ship's firepower was almost the same as that of the Sea Lion, the crew had reluctantly accepted the decision. As long as the command was expedient, it was possible to win the battle heroically. The Scarborough, on the other hand, that was an entirely different topic. The most experienced gunner was the first to speak up. "The Scarborough has 3 times the number of cannons we do and are way more powerful. They also have a longer range than we do. We cannot fight this battle. Needless to say, our ship's hull is not as sturdy as the warships. One volley of firing and we'll fall to pieces. Mr. Orf, I've always believed in your leadership abilities, but this time, I really have to voice my opposition, because this is going to get all of us killed." The majority of the other pirates backed him up. Orf had to raise his voice to be heard. "Gentlemen, I completely agree with what you're saying. We are indeed at a disadvantage in terms of firepower.
If we were to fight them head-on, we really wouldn't stand a chance at all, which is why our only option is to connect the bridge. Connect the bridge? I know that we have recruited some really good hands, but even if we include the cook, the doctor, the technical staff, at most, we have only 173 men. How are we supposed to fight 7,000 people? Besides, the most alarming thing is the Scarborough's firepower. I'm afraid we'd sink before we could even draw close to her. Owen, too, raised his concern. Yes, you are all right. That would be exactly the case under normal circumstances. Orf paused for a moment before continuing, except we don't have to go to the Scarborough, she will come to us. How is that possible? That's impossible, of course, if we raise our black flag. Once the Scarborough finds out that we're pirates, they would definitely fire their cannons at us. But if we let them think that we are just a cargo ship, the whole situation would be completely different. No one would rob a boat of Chinaware, right? Orf pushed everything off the table and spread the map of the ocean on top of it. Back on the island, I heard that a Dutch ship was carrying porcelain and is on its way to selling them at New York. We'll take the ship halfway there and then move the porcelain to our ship. Then we'll raise the French flag and wait at Scarborough's route. Chapter 124. Ambush 2. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Is this why you wanted me to recruit 10 French-speaking men back on the island? Yes. We will keep 30 men on deck, pretending to be sailors of a merchant ship. Try to pick those who don't look aggressive and appear thinner and weaker. The rest will wait in the secret mezzanine. Oh, right, the cannons. We have too many cannons on board, get rid of half of them. Are you serious? Keep only 16 cannons to battle against the most powerful English warship on the Caribbean. Trust me, it wouldn't make a difference even if we had 32 cannons, not when you're up against the Scarborough. Orf shrugged. He glanced around and asked, any more questions? Even if we do as you say and are lucky enough to be able to trick the people on the Scarborough into believing that we are a French merchant ship and successfully connect the bridge, we are still at a disadvantage in terms of manpower. Zhongheng, who had been quiet all along, also spoke up. Good question. We all know that there are 700 men on the Scarborough. But the number is actually pretty diluted. Captain Elmer is of noble birth and lives in luxury. This is true even on the Scarborough. He spends his money on musicians, private chefs, and stewards, all kinds of people to ease his boredom, people who are not equipped to fight. Then there's also the logistics on board. The actual number should be only around 600 men. Like you said, I don't see how 600 people is any different from 700, Owen said. I'm not done yet. The situation in Marbella is very tense. At the beginning of this year, the Navy hired a group of experienced sailors from the New World. Right now, about 2/3 of the Scarborough are new recruits. Most of them are fishermen and farmers from the colony who had undergone only 2 months of training. Their combat skills are average. As long as we stun them with our first attack, they will very likely break ranks after that. So, our real enemy is only the 200 veterans. Everyone on this are real men. One-on-one, I don't believe that you will lose to anyone. Orf's last comment successfully stirred the crew, but only a few of them responded. That was mainly because of the Scarborough's reputation. She had always been every Caribbean pirate's nightmare. Just the thought of challenging this behemoth extinguished whatever morale that was roused. Orf clapped his hands. Gentlemen, I know what you're worried about. I've already said since the beginning, this is not going to be an easy journey. The treasure will not come looking for us. There is no doubt that on this voyage, we will go through trails, face challenges, but as long as we work together. Owen could not help but interrupt him. Challenging the Scarborough is not just any kind of trial. This is too dangerous. Even if nothing goes wrong, we don't know if we'll really be able to take her. You said that we have to keep the treasure map a secret, and for so long we've been obeying your instructions unquestioningly. I'm afraid not this time. If you want us to agree to this, at least tell us why we should do it. Owens resonated with the other pirates.
When Orff saw that that was the general opinion, he nodded. All right. Since we're so near to the target already, I should tell you guys that I've received confirmation that the fifth piece of the map is in the hands of Bellomonte. Bellomonte? The Earl of New York, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire. At first, some of the pirates did not understand what the name meant. But when they heard this question, they inhaled sharply. If there was a list of the most powerful people in the New World, then Belmonte would be among the top few. It was nearly impossible to take the treasure map from a man of such standing. Yes. He was also the one who sent Kidd to the gallows. After Kidd's death, a large portion of the relics fell into Belmonte's hands, not just the fifth piece of the treasure map, but also the clues related to the sixth piece of the map. Then Orff threw out the final card. What's more, his net worth is no less than a piece of treasure. If we managed to capture him, we could, at the very least, get £400,000 for his ransom. The number had everyone holding their breaths. Kidd's treasure was still far away, but the ransom money was right before their eyes. But it was Orff's final statement that really played a decisive role. Belmonte will leave his territory after a month and a half and go to Charleston to attend his youngest daughter's wedding. That is our best chance. After we take the Scarborough, we can seal off the port of Charleston and go ashore to capture our man. I must have lost my mind when I voted in favor. Marvin's hand trembled as he picked up the potato peeler. We're dead, right? Scarborough's cannons will rip us to shreds, or the sailors would rush aboard and slaughter all of us. My God, I should have listened to you and voted against. It's useless. Even if you vote against it, they would still carry out the operation. Zhong Heng said, holding a spoon and as calm as ever. If he could decide the direction of things, he would not have chosen this. Orff was the one who wore the pants on Sea Lion. Even though he had voted against, other than Marvin, he did not try to dissuade anyone else. Now that things had gotten to this point, there was no use complaining. The only way out of this was to take down the Scarborough together. Since Zhong Heng's and Marvin's less menacing face, they were chosen to be part of the group acting as the crew of the merchant ship. They were now the cooks of that French merchant ship. Zhong Heng took off his black clothes and handed all the weapons he had on him to the ambush group for safekeeping in the mezzanine. But as insurance, he kept a dagger in case he needed to defend himself, and that dagger was hidden under the pile of potato skins by Marvin's feet. After a while, they heard footsteps approaching the door. It was the record keeper Griffin coming down from the deck. The Scarborough has taken the bait. They are approaching. Mr. Orff asked me to inform you to get ready. Don't give anything away. Clearly, the poor man had not done anything like this before. He was so nervous he was stuttering a little. But given the circumstance that they are about to encounter the British warship, it was expected. Chapter 125. Where have I seen him before? Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Scarborough opened fire once as a warning, and the French merchant ship compliantly slowed down until it came to a stop. Seeing how courteous the French merchants were, Elmer's mood improved, and he returned to the table and tied a napkin around his neck. The chief officer directed the Scarborough to draw near the side of the Sea Lion, and the officer who had spoken up earlier said, "Sir, we should have our gunners on standby and send someone to assess the situation first." The chief officer frowned. He was not some rookie who had never been out on the sea before, or of course, he knew what he had to do. It irked him to have a subordinate exhorting him and giving him directions. Had it not been because of Burnett's lineage, he would have flipped already. It was really no wonder why this man was ostracized by his colleagues. "Do your own job, Burnett," the chief officer warned. He had originally wanted to instruct the gunners to wait for orders, but he felt terrible after being instructed by his subordinate. However, having been in the Navy for so many years, he managed to overcome his emotions with logical reasoning, and issued orders in an orderly manner according to plan. Burnett stood aside, unspeaking but with his chest forward and head raised as if he had just won a major battle. He just wanted to chop him into pieces right now. Fortunately, the first team of 24 men were boarding the French merchant ship and helped distract his attention. The captain of the merchant ship was a Frenchman with slightly curly hair. Standing with him, ill-at-ease, on the deck were his sailors. Obviously, he understood what it meant to encounter the Scarborough. In the face of such overwhelming firepower, even if he was unwilling, he still had to hand over the ship's inventory. The officer in charge pointed his musket at the men on the deck who had surrendered, then sent a few subordinates to search the storage room. After a while, Jong-Hung and Marvin were being led up the deck from the kitchen. The latter's legs trembled, especially when he saw on the giant warship with its galore of cannons and the mass of men's silhouettes. He was instantly filled with despair. His frightened appearance amused the British sailors, some of them whistled and the others sneered. Only one man frowned at the sight of him. "What's wrong, Lanny?" "I don't know. It's just that this guy looks very familiar. I can't seem to figure out where I've seen him before," said the sailor named Lanny. "Now that you mention it, he does look familiar," the other guy agreed. The air on the deck was suddenly very tense. But suddenly the other guy continued, "He looks a little like your wife." "Oh. Poor little Lanny. Can't wait to let it out already, huh? Maybe our tubby friend here won't mind." "Go *bleep* yourself, Stephen." This little interruption loosened the tension and things were back to the relaxed and jovial state. The task was easy and no one paid too much attention to it. After a while, the people who went down to search the cargo returned. "All clear. It's all porcelain crockery down there. They look pretty good. We're going to earn good money this time, guys." The English sailors looked ecstatic. The officer in charge nodded. "Keep an eye on these men. I'll go report to the chief officer and the captain." He returned immediately, with the inventory, to the Scarborough. A few minutes later, the sailors on the Scarborough were mobilized. In order to facilitate the moving process, the chief officer ordered for more gangplanks to be laid. About 60 new recruits tasked to move the porcelain crockery put down their weapons and got to work. When the pirates hiding in the mezzanine heard footsteps above them, they gulped nervously. So far, the plan was going better than they imagined. They were almost halfway there. For Sea Lion and Scarborough to successfully connect, they just had to wait for the group of unarmed British sailors to board their ship and then attack. But they were growing even more anxious by the minute, fearful that some accident on the deck might reveal the secrets underneath. Their whole plan would be ruined. Only one among them was an exception. He sat in the corner with his eyes closed as if he was asleep. His huge body was like a mountain in the dark, his black beard rising and falling as he breathed. It was very crowded in the mezzanine, they were practically squashed against each other, yet no one stood within a foot from him. Most people who chose the life of a pirate were unruly, but whenever they were in the same room with him, they would all turn into well-behaved little kittens. The crew looked at him in awe as if they were looking at a lord demon. The plan to attack the Scarborough was a dangerous one. Even if the success rate of Orff's plan was 50/50, the majority of the crew had voted for it. Apart from the allure of money and treasure, the man before them also had a big part in. The only thing that could vanquish fear was another kind of fear. One by one, the sailors of the Scarborough jumped onto the Sea Lion, eagerly entering the storage room. The men in charge of watching Jong-Hung and the others were also in repose. Only the one called Lanny kept his eyes glued on Marvin, wearing a contemplative look on his face. The farmer's son was very troubled. Other than his own father, he knew no one else in the New World, and was captured by pirates on his way there. He was certain that he had never met the bloke before, and could not understand why that Scarborough sailor would not stop staring at him. Marvin could not help but wonder if he really did resemble the man's wife. Just as the other British sailors were discussing amongst themselves about where they would go after they got the money, the Lanny guy suddenly shouted, "I know, they are pirates." Lanny quickly raised his musket and pointed at Marvin. Marvin was both horrified and disconcerted. What had he done to give the game away? In fact, he was not the only one. Lanny's associates were just as flabbergasted. Instead of raising their weapons, they asked Lanny, "Are you out of your mind?" Lanny quickly answered, "I remember where I saw him now. I saw a sketch of him at the port. About 10 months ago, a merchant ship was robbed by pirates.
they killed the captain and most of the sailors on the ship. They only gave the remaining passengers a small boat, a bucket, and a little food. Fortunately, the survivors were later rescued by a passing ship. According to them, 4 of the people on board joined the pirate. One of them is this fatty. His features stood out the most, which is why I remember him very clearly. Oh, they also mentioned that there was an Oriental. He's probably the one next to the fatty. Chapter 126. Fierce Battle. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. As Lanny was speaking, Marvin's forehead began to sweat, and by the time Lanny finished his explanation, the farmer's son was as white as a sheet. He never expected that to be a problem. No matter how he looked at it, the chances of the people on the tiny boat surviving were marginal. It was because of that he chose to join the pirates, and became a cook on the Sea Lion in exchange for a chance to survive. Who would have thought that they would miraculously be rescued? Had he known, he would have stayed on the boat, and would probably be basking in the sun on his farmer's farm. Worse still, the survival of those people brought on a whole series of trouble. The account of the 4 joining the pirates was circulated, and thus destroyed all possibility of the 4 of them ever returning to the civilized world. Unless they were pardoned by the Queen, they would forever be identified as pirates. Of course, these were all things they had to worry about in the future. Right now, there was a more urgent, more terrible thing awaiting him. Once Lanny was done speaking, the sailors guarding the merchant sobered up. They raised their weapons and the whole atmosphere quickly turned hostile. Someone pulled the trigger, no one knew who. At the loud bang of the gunshot, Marvin's heart contracted and his mind went blank. He thought that he was going to be dead for sure this time, but when he opened his eyes, there was no wound on his body. Rather, it was Lanny, the sailor who exposed him, who gawked at the bloodstain on his chest with a look of disbelief. The beast had awakened from its sleep. No one knew when, but the man with the black beard opened his eyes fierce as a lion, his entire person exuding a formidable force. He withdrew the still smoking gun and said in an unusually low voice, "The war has begun. Let's go hunt together." The guards on the deck could hardly believe what had just happened. They had taken control of the entire boat and confiscated all of the weapons found on the crew. Where did this bullet come from? It was not until 2 seconds later that someone realized what was happening. But it was too late. The deck under their feet suddenly opened up and a few sailors standing on it fell down into the hole. Before they even hit the ground, their throats were slit. Then a cluster after another of pirates, armed to the teeth, appeared from under the deck. The heads of the rest of the sailors were chopped off before they could even pivot their gun's muzzle. Because of the unexpected Marvin accident, the battle started half a minute earlier. Most of the unarmed sailors who were transferring the porcelain crockery were already on board the Sea Lion. Only about 10 of them were still standing on the deck. Upon realizing that something went wrong, they immediately fled back to the Scarborough. The others, however, were not as lucky. The 20 overarmed British officers were the first to be killed. All of them were either injured or terminated during that one confrontation. After Owen took down a British sailor, he returned Jong Hung's clothes and weapon to Jong Hung. The other pirates had ignited the hand grenades. The ones used in the 17th and 18th century was very different from the one in the modern day. They were shaped like pomegranates, which was also where its name was derived from. During that time, the grenades were basically an iron shell filled with gunpowder-filled lead pellets or metal pieces, and could cause serious damage when thrown into a crowd. The sailors on Scarborough wanted to cross over to help, but were severely wounded by the explosion. Some of the new recruits who were fleeing panicked, and in a split moment of terror, pushed and shoved each other as they were crossing the gangplank so that the unlucky ones fell into the water. The gunner on Scarborough asked the chief officer, "Sir, should we fire? We can sink the entire ship in a matter of minutes." However, the latter appeared to be somewhat hesitant. For the most part, he was thinking about the China on the other ship. But before he could open his mouth to speak, Burnett, who was next to him, beat him to it. "No. Our men have not returned. How can we shoot now? If we do that, how can you expect these people to fight for us in the future?" His argument was not unreasonable.
Already, they had a big problem with the rock-bottom morale of the sailors because the Admiralty owed them their wages. Scarborough was no exception to this matter. If they had fired at the merchant ship, while only a small portion of their men were sacrificed, the real damage would be the breach of trust with the remaining crew. More importantly, there were over 600 men on the Scarborough. They were at an advantage in terms of numbers, and although the pirates had launched a wave of sneak attack, the damage they suffered was not really that severe. Should a battle really take place, there was no way Scarborough would lose. However, as a result of his hesitation, the pirates had breached their ship. Today, Elmer the captain also experienced embarrassment like never before. Despite the fact that he was unharmed, he was so startled by the sound of the explosion that he spilled the red wine all over his uniform. By the time he came around, he was blind with rage. As he reached down to pull out his saber, he spat, "What the hell are you still doing standing there? Go and get rid of those lawless pirates and bring back all our porcelain." Since the captain had spoken, no one protested. The chief officer immediately dispatched a gunner to counter the enemy's attack. But the pirates were more cunning than they expected. And even instead of killing the sailors who boarded the ship, they were mixed among them, rushed together. Instead of slaughtering all of the sailors on the ship, they stood among the sailors, using them as shields. The gunner spent an awfully long time aiming without even an opportunity to open fire. Not after, their enemy and his own men were right before him, and that was when the difference between a rookie and an old-timer was significantly evident. Under tremendous pressure, a rookie would panic and randomly fire so that the bullets were everywhere. Most of it would end up nowhere, while a small portion would hit his own men, and the pirates would be barely harmed. The man with the black beard took the lead, beheading a sailor in front of him, then using the body as a shield as he made his way to the musketeers. With incredible speed, he pulled out the saber at his waist and plunged it into the chest of his enemy. The tip of the knife protruded from the back of the poor musketeer. He twisted the blade twice and blood came spewing out of the sailor's mouth onto his clothes. Now he really looked like the king of hell. Those nearby who witnessed the whole scene were so terror-stricken that they ran for their lives. This time, it was a battle of life and death. Zhongheng did not hold back as he swung his saber at the incoming enemies. His movements, unlike the bearded man's, were much nimbler and more graceful. His previous attempt to integrate karate into his sword fights and was finally seeing some success. He focused on sidestepping his enemy's attack, and when the right opportunity presented itself, disarmed the enemy. But just as the tip of his saber was about to slit his target's throat, someone drew a knife at him. "Your opponent is me," Burnett said, his voice thick with confidence. He was very sure of his sword skills. Back in London, through his family's connections, he had studied under numerous prestigious mentors, and was convinced that no one would be able to beat him. Zhongheng took one look at the sailor from the corner of his eyes, pulled out the pistol at his waist and pulled the trigger, unhesitating. Chapter 127. Compromise. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Even after he had taken care of the young officer whose name he did not know, Zhongheng did not have to relax, because almost immediately after, 2 other men came charging at him. He only had time to take a few breaths before having to jump into the fight again. The pirates' first wave of attack was very fierce. They followed the group of scattered British sailors onto the Scarborough so that the 90 cannons of the Scarborough were completely useless. Soon, however, they were left in a bitter fight. No matter how you put it, there were nearly 700 men on the Scarborough, whereas the pirates only had less than 200 men. Because they were so short-handed, even Marvin, a cook, had to participate in the battle. Marvin, still trembling, armed with a boarding axe, and charged with the group of pirates. But only halfway forward, he was already regretting it. Bullets were flying everywhere, and there was smoke all around him. The cries of pain and the bodies sprawled all over the floor, the gushing blood, it was all a torture to his mind. He wanted to turn around and bolt, but there were people all everywhere. He was so overwhelmed with fear that his mind froze. By the time he snapped back to reality, he was already standing on the deck of the Scarborough. Once on the ship, the pirates around him dispersed, searching for a prey. A moment after, something grabbed his leg, and when he looked down, the farmer's son realized that the hand belonged to a British sailor with a bullet in his chest. The man's hand was covered in his own blood, and he was muttering something. Marvin fell to the ground, his boarding axe landed right next to him. He rolled and crawled to escape the hand. The only thought in his mind was to escape this purgatory. All around him people were fighting. Less than 5 feet away from him, a pirate who was shot 6 times, refused to go down. He waved the cutlass in his hand, an angry determination in his eyes, until someone stabbed him in the abdomen. On the other side, an overwrought attempting to reload his gun had his hand cut off as he was reaching for the gunpowder. Marvin could not look anymore. He lowered his head and continued to move on his hands and knees. He had only crawled a few steps when a hand grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. It was an extremely Herculean sailor. From the bloodstains on his uniform, Marvin could tell that he had fought pretty well today. The sailor looked up and grinned at the Marvin who was desperately trying to kick his way out with his short, chubby legs. The sailor pointed his saber at Marvin's back, ready to go for the kill, when blood suddenly exploded from his forehead. His towering body swayed and then finally dropped to the ground with a loud thud, motionless. Jong Hung withdrew his pistol. He had just gotten rid of 2 enemies when he turned around and saw that Marvin was in trouble. He rescued the farmer's son, and then quickly moved on to another side. The pirates had the absolute upper hand in the first round of melee combat. The musketeers had barely performed their duties when the enemies rushed in and slaughtered them. The new recruits' performance was especially terrible. They held the fort for only a while and already they began to flee, breaking the formation. Of course, the pirates took this opportunity to advance and butcher the enemy. In 5 minutes, the navy had suffered over 100 casualties. But Jong Hang knew that this was just a veneer. With Scarborough's number, once they were able to secure their positions, it was only a matter of time before the pirates were defeated. Winning this uphill battle was going to be very difficult. The only way to do it was to kill the commander of the ship. The morale of low-level sailors, especially the new recruits, were very unstable. Without someone directing them, they would easily crumble in the face of death. The person who shared Jong Hung's view was the man with a black beard, who also happened to be the pirate who terrified the British sailors the most. The way he fought them, one too many, throwing himself into the enemy cluster to slaughter them, spilling blood everywhere. Most impressive yet, all that killing did not seem to tire him at all. Later on, before he even made move, the sailors would flee at the sight of him. Many of them were so petrified by his violent demeanor that they abandoned their weapons and ran for their lives. Both Jong Hang and Blackbeard had their eyes on Elmer, who was standing not far away, urging his men to bring him his saber. When the captain saw how bad the situation was, he said no more about rushing into the battle to fight the enemy but began to survey his surroundings, looking for a way to retreat to the level below and give up the deck. However, that would be an embarrassing to say aloud, and he had not made up his mind. The chief officer next to him, who had been his partner for so long, knew what he was thinking, of course. Elmer was hoping that the chief officer would take the initiative to make the proposal so that he could then reluctantly agree to the plan. Frankly, the chief officer was just as shocked by the pirates' performance. But he was an experienced old man in Admiralty who had participated in the Battle of Vigo Bay and had fought hand-to-hand against the French. He was not going to be that easily frightened by a bunch of ferocious pirates. To him, even though the current situation did not look good for them, it was not exactly detrimental. He had already sent some men down to deploy the staff. They just had to hold out for a little while longer until the fresh troop comes. Conversely, if they were to lose the deck before that, it was not going to be easy to get it back. In the end, he decided to say nothing. Next to him, Elmer was growing increasingly anxious. When he saw pirates coming in their direction, he gave up saving his face, and said, "I have to admit that we really underestimated the barbarians this time. We have a lot of casualties, we cannot continue like that. Does anyone have any ideas?" He said this while looking at the chief officer next to him. The latter felt bitter inside, but since the captain had spoken, he could not remain silent. This Lord Elmer before him might not be best person for his current position, and was lavish in his lifestyle. He was born of a distinguished family and had good connections and resources. He was promoted quickly in the Navy and was married to an even more powerful wife who was said to have friendly relations with many powerful people. It would be no better to offend him than to be killed by a pirate. The chief mate weighed his options and decided that to compromise. The situation is unfavorable to us. We need more manpower. We need someone down there to regulate the Navy. Before he could even finish speaking, Elmer interrupted him. You're right. Let's not delay the matter. I'll go down. You hold down the fort. I'll come back with reinforcements as soon as possible. With that, he hurried to the gangway with a team escorting him. Just as that was happening, a group of pirates came running towards them. Fortunately, the officers guarding Elmer were very experienced sailors. They reacted quickly, raised their guns and perforated the bodies of the two pirates in the front of the group with bullets. But it was during this delay that the most vicious killer caught up with Elmer and his men. Chapter 128. Put down your weapons. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. This time, Elmer was really panicking, especially when after that man with a black beard killed his two escorts, he cut off one of their heads. The blood-filled ball of flesh rolled up to Elmer's feet. The Lord Elmer, who had lived like a prince his whole life, nearly threw up at the sight of the decapitated head. His remaining escorts, on the other hand, were beside themselves. Fortunately, the chief officer, who immediately worked out the pirates were intent, responded quickly by sending a team of sailors to help. At the same time, the people on the lower level finally climbed up the gangplank. All at once, several sabers were pointed at the bearded man. Although Blackbeard was bold and fierce, he was still human. In a circumstance as such, he could only carry on the fight while beating a retreat. The pirates had finally reached the most precarious juncture of the battle. If they let Elmer retreat to the second level, then their hope of ever winning this battle would be very slim. By this time, everyone was boosted with adrenaline shots, not just the Navy, even the pirates came to support their allies. They somehow managed to force the enemies to retreat by fighting fiercely. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle to complete for the gangway exit. The bearded man took advantage of this opportunity, turning his attention Elmer, who was standing on the other side, and led his men to push their forward a few times. In the end, however, the attempts were unsuccessful and he had more wounds added to his body. When the British sailor realized that the frightening figure was not invulnerable, their morale soared. The pirates guarding the exit of the ramp were taking on more and more damage. The scales were tipping. Zhonghang used the last short musket on the enemy in front of him, and then took out the rifle gun from the oilcloth. Initially, he aimed his weapon at Elmer. From what he had observed since the beginning, this guy was the captain of the ship. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, he hesitated. The situation they were in right now was not exactly what they had expected. Although Elmer was the highest-ranking person on the Scarborough, the person who had been directing the battle all the while was the chief officer on board. Getting rid of Elmer now might not mean that he had eliminated the head of the snake. The chief officer would take over the command of the battle, and that was clearly not an ending that Zhonghang wanted. There was not much time left for him to think. His comrades could very well lose their position at the ramp. In the shortest time available to him, Zhonghang made a decision and shifted the muzzle. At first, the chief officer was also under protection. But when Elmer was in danger, he had to send nearly all of his armed men over to help, leaving himself with only 3 men. When he saw that Elmer was safe for the time being, he relaxed a little. They just needed to hang in there for another 2 minutes, then the pirates blocking the ramp would all be killed, and the whole situation would turn around. The chief officer turned his attention to the ongoing battle on the other side, completely unaware that he had become the target. And although the 3 sailors guarding were monitoring the surrounding, they were unsuspecting of the possibilities of dangers coming from farther away. Having undergone Simone's special training, the gun now felt like an extension of Zhonghang's own body. Once he was in the zone, his mind would automatically shield itself from any distractions. His whole person would be completely still and calm like a reef by the shore. Zhonghang took a deep breath and gently pulled the trigger with his forefinger. The guards had no idea what had just happened. All they knew was that the chief officer's head suddenly snapped backwards and he fell to the ground. It was not until they saw the blood gushing from his head that they began to panic. Simultaneously, the voice of the system prompt spoke in his ear. Successfully killed a senior commander of the Royal Navy, plus 15 game points. You can refer to the character panel for more information. The man with the black beard was keenly aware of the fleeting chance for an attack, and swiftly led the 6 remaining pirates towards Elmer, ignoring his bleeding shoulder. The short muskets in their hands roared like thunders in the night. Now that they had lost their commander, the British Navy was in complete disorder. But the pirates themselves were also spent. The tug-of-war at the exit of the gangway was finally resolved and the British sailors on the second floor broke through the blockade and rushed to the deck. The addition of this new force was disastrous for the exhausted pirate. A look of relief and excitement washed over Elmer's face, but 1 minute later the smile froze his lips. The last escort who was standing in front of him fell to the ground, and he looking into a pair of wild, beast-like eyes. The moment the eyes looked back at him, Elmer felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss and his blood and soul had been completely frozen. The owner of those eyes pressed a cutlass at Elmer's throat and said in a deep voice, "Tell your men to surrender." Lord Elmer was extremely unwilling. All they had to do was endure a little longer, maybe just another half a minute, and the whole situation would have been entirely different. The screams of the pirates ringing in his ears gave him so much pleasure. Elmer thought about his lineage and his family, and wanted to show some moral integrity. But when the blade cut his skin, Elmer abandoned all courage and quickly gave orders to the sailors on the deck. "Put down your weapons." The sailors hesitated to obey the order. Elmer was furious. "What do you think you're doing? Are you going to disobey your captain's orders?" The sailors exchanged looks. Unfortunately, the highest-ranking officer at the time was the captain alone, not enough to convince the crew. Finally, however, under Elmer's influence, someone finally put down their weapon. And once someone started to do it, a few more followed. The man with the black beard spoke, "Your captain has already surrendered to me. I am willing to swear on my name that I will spare the lives of those who surrender." Immediately, more people dropped their weapons. When the rest saw that they were on their own, they also gave in. In the end, the Sea Lion miraculously won the battle at the cost of 47 pirates' lives, and 29 injured. Nearly everyone who survived were wounded. When they returned to their ship to be patched up after the battle, they found out that the doctor on board had died in the battle. Fortunately, the Scarborough also had doctors on board. The one with the best medical skills was forced to join the Sea Lion. Zhong Heng searched the faces around him, thinking that there was no way the farmer's son could have survived this vicious battle, but when they were clearing up the battlefield, he found the guy behind a cannon, bleeding at the mouth and shaking like a leaf. Next to him was the body of a British sailor, the flesh on his throat bloody and mangled. Chapter 129. Queen Anne's Revenge. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The pirates pushed Zhong Heng to the military restaurant. During the war, Zhong Heng's incredible shooting skill had managed to impress many, especially the last shot. It was enough to turn the tide around. That was why every single pirate now had massive respect for him. When the war was over, they wanted to head to the bar with him and drink with him. Even Marvin was asked to drink with them as well. They wanted to know how did he use his teeth to kill the soldier that attempted to kill him. All these while, Marvin was not a popular guy on the ship. After the war, the pirates on the Sea Lion changed the way they treated him. Marvin was elated when 2 pirates put their hands on his shoulders. While they were on their way to the restaurant, they crossed paths with Orf. For a moment, all of them were worried that Orf might reprimand them. After all, there were still a lot of things to do after the battle was over. Every pirate was tasked with a different task. Logically speaking, it was not the right time to head to the restaurant to have a drink to celebrate victory. To everyone's surprise, Orf did not scold anyone. Instead, he nodded at Zhong Heng and said, "Good job." They then cheered for him and continued to head towards the restaurant. Orf told them to finish their task after the celebration. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. Few of those that heard him pretended they did not hear him. Orf shook his head and knocked at the captain's door. "Come in. The prisoners are being transferred to the Sea Lion batch by batch with small boats. Owen is there helping with recruiting potential men that are willing to join us. Right now, we need someone that knows how to use the cannon on board. Considering that we now have 90 cannons. And the guy is locked inside the carpenter's room. To be honest with you, I thought you would kill him just now. Do you really think that I'm the kind of person that can't see the bigger picture?" The man with a black beard was still wearing the coat that was tainted by blood during the war just now. His arm was bleeding, but he did not look for the doctor to treat his wound. It seemed like he did not mind blood was coming from the injury. He then took out 2 glasses from the drawer and poured some red wine into them. The culprit of that incident is still alive. As compared to him, Elmer is a nobody. We cannot stop just yet. Knowing Elmer is an accomplice, I will make sure to make him pay for what he has done. I promise you. Orf took the wine and continued the conversation. It's been 14 years, and we are finally here. To be honest with you, I was thinking of giving up the whole thing for a few years. I thought all hope was lost. Right now, Belmont is the last person on the list. Our mission is coming to an end soon. I'm not that young anymore. Once this thing is over, I'm planning to retire. I want to look for a place with no people around me. I would love to do some fishing and gardening after I retire. How about you? What's your plan? Does Miss Agnes still write to you?" The man with a black beard was left speechless. "You and I should know better. Once we choose this patch, there's no way for us to turn back. Isn't that right? Orf. If civilization fails to bring me justice, I will use brute force to destroy it." "Ha ha. This is what you would say. Let me walk this final journey with you." Orf lifted the glass, bottomed up the wine, and stood up. "For now, the morale on our ship is quite good. The Fraser that I know is not going to give up this easily. That old bastard is like a venomous snake. He is now hiding from us. Once we show our weaknesses, he would not hesitate to bite us. You are the helmsman of this ship. I'm pretty sure that you will help us to deal with this threat, right? I will try my best. Just like before, you are in charge of combat, and I will deal with the pirates on our ship. I can't imagine what will happen to you if I leave this ship." Orf shrugged and walked toward the door, and thought of something suddenly. "Oh, right. I almost forgot an important matter. We should give this ship a new since it now belongs to us. A name? Let's call her Queen Anne's Revenge." The black-beard man's eyes were burning with passion, but his tone was extremely calm. "Sounds good. I like the game. Enjoy the victory for now, Teach. I will deal with the rest of the matter." After that, Orf left the captain's room and closed the door before him. Jonghang had lost count of how many glasses of beer he had drunk. Luckily, the alcohol content in that beer that he had drunk was not that high. Every single pirate was celebrating the miraculous victory. A total of 170 pirates had miraculously taken down a battleship with 700 people on it. After the battle, they had captured a total of 400 people. No one would believe in it if they did not see it with their own eyes. A tale like this was enough to talk about it over and over again in a tavern. With this battleship, they could now dominate the sea. In other words, they could rob whoever they want with a 100% success rate. Usually, pirates could never sit still. After they finished their drink, most of them wanted to check out this battleship. Through voting, they had decided to let Elmer's band stay here. These poor musicians were forced to walk with the pirates and play the Song of Victory at the same time. Before this, they would play popular songs from the aristocrats. Unfortunately, all those pirates did not like those popular songs. This was not their first time being forced to play something fun and exciting. It was hard for the musicians to watch their works of art being tainted. However, when they saw the pirates waving their sabers in front of them, they knew that they had to put down their egos and do what they asked. "I can't imagine that we did it. A cannoneer was touching a 24-pound cannon that was located on the second deck. "With this thing, I can destroy everything that comes in our way." "Be careful, Bill. Only a real man can handle such a big thing," said an old cannoneer. Immediately, everyone laughed at Bill. "I can't wait to shoot some ships with this cannon. Imagine the reaction of those merchant ships that cross paths with us. I'm starting to feel sorry for them. Why did you guys stop playing the music? Did I ask you guys to stop?" "I'm the one that asked them to stop." Orff strolled towards the crowd slowly. Chapter 130. Target. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. "I'm sorry. Did I interrupt your celebration?" asked Orff. He then took a look around at all the pirates. A few pirates that stood close to Orff wanted to sneak away secretly. "Don't worry. I'm not here to reprimand you guys for not doing your job. After all, we have just won a huge battle. I just want to tell everyone that it's my honor to fight alongside all of you. I think this is a good time for all of us to relax a while. Am I right?" Immediately, all the pirates let out a sigh of relief. The celebration carried on right after that. Some of them started to tease Orff about a young sailor that almost landed a shot at his private part. "Just now I heard that someone mentioned wanting to do something big," said Orff with a smile on his face. "Mr. Orff, all of us here want to know that when can we do something big enough to shake the whole world? With this ship, we can defeat all kinds of ships that go against us. Owning a battleship like the Scarborough was every man's dream." Some of the pirates were still injured, but the excitement that they had right now made them want to rob another ship right away. "Great! Let's test the firepower of the giant cannon," said Orff. "Right now." All the pirates around Orff were left baffled. The battle was over, and there was no target around them. How was he going to test the firepower of the cannon? Was he going to shoot it in the air? "Who told you that we don't have a target?" "Isn't that our target?" said Orff while pointing at the Sea Lion. All the captured British Navy soldiers were transferred to Sea Lion earlier. Most of them were upset and felt lost. They still could not figure out how they lost the battle. It killed them for not knowing what was going to happen to them. Not only they lose the possession of the Scarborough, but many of the Navy soldiers were also killed during the battle as well. Even their captain was being held hostage by their enemies. And the enemies were just a group of pirates but not Navy soldiers from other countries. Usually, they were the ones who went after them. This incident was one of the most embarrassing moments for the Royal Navy. Looking at the Scarborough, many of them started crying. On the other hand, the pirates that stood on the second deck of Queen Anne's Revenge was left in silence. The world saw them as monsters and villains. They did not deny the saying. On the contrary, they were happy that this was how the world saw them because one had to be strong enough to survive on the sea. The storm was their companion whenever they set sail to loot other ships. Not only that, but they also had to face Navy soldiers, reefs that were hidden under the sea, bounty hunters, and pirates. The weaker one would always be eliminated. Those that survived on the sea for a long time considered themselves as fearless warriors. Queen and laws meant nothing to them. However, that did not mean that they do not have a principle. As men, they valued promises a lot. Earlier, their captain told the enemies that they would not kill them as long as they surrendered their weapon. Right now, Orff was trying to break the promise. He wanted to kill a large group of people that could no longer fight back. It was hard for the pirates to execute such a heartless decision. "We have never done this before. Is this order directly from the captain? Why would I fake an order? According to the rule, we are required to follow the captain's orders 100% during the battle. Now that the battle is over, I think we should vote." "You are so damn naive. Do you know what they will do to us if we let them live? They will tell everyone that the Scarborough is in pirates' possession. By that time, they would call for more people to attack us with more cannons. Once Bellomonte knows about this, he would definitely not travel to Charleston to attend her daughter's wedding. If we miss the golden opportunity, it's not going to be easy for us to capture such a high-value target anymore. This is the risk that we cannot take. The captain said that he would spare their lives because he wanted to stabilize the whole situation. Don't you forget that. Our enemies outnumber us, and we are at a disadvantage. There were only 100 of us left just now, and we were exhausted. A strategy was what we need to force 400 armed Navy soldiers to surrender to us. Everyone, please remember the end goal of this voyage. Without the treasure, why would we risk our lives to take over this battleship? Orff's final sentence had managed to make every single pirate rethink their goal. In order to look for Kidd's treasure, they had sacrificed a lot of things to get to where they are today. Right now, there was only 1/3 of them left. No one would be happy if the whole plan went south. The small boat made a last trip to send the captured prisoners to Sea Lion. The pirates on the Sea Lion tossed down stairs that were made of rope to allow the prisoners to get on Sea Lion. All the captured prisoners felt extremely lucky that they were still alive. Though they had lost the battle, they knew that hope was always there as long as they were still breathing. In a circumstance like this, the hierarchy system in the Navy did not really matter anymore. The quartermaster was distributing the biscuits with worm to all the captured prisoners. And the captain room was reserved for those that suffered severe injuries during the battle. Suddenly, the crowd was left in a panic. They saw the cannon from the Scarborough aimed at them, like a sea monster ready to devour them. Oh, God! The basket in the quartermaster's hand dropped on the floor, and the biscuits were scattered everywhere. His mouth was wide opened, and his eyes were filled with despair. At the same time, panic and fear spread to everyone on Sea Lion like a deadly virus. Their survival instinct told them to run, but there was no place for them to run. Those that could still stay calm went to release the mainsail, but it was all too late. They knew precisely how far the cannon could shoot. Edward Teach was standing in the captain's quarter and witnessed the Sea Lion being engulfed by fire. After 5 minutes of continuous shooting, the Sea Lion ceased to exist, and the sea was covered in flames. Only a broken mast could be seen, and it was carried away by the wave. Too bad. Your God is not with you today. Chapter 131. Revenge Trip. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhong Heng stood on the deck, watching the fire burning on the sea. Though he had been through wars, he still found it hard to watch someone commit a massacre. Using cannons to execute a group of surrendered Navy personnel and killing them amid battle were two completely different things. Considering that this vessel was under the leadership of Orff and Teach and that this matter had everything to do with everyone's money, Zhong Heng knew that he was powerless to change anything even if he voiced out his opinion. When he was in Finland, Simone was there to keep him company. Right now, all he had was Marvin. This time, Marvin did not panic as he used to. On the contrary, he was glad that every single enemy was dead. It's pointless for you even though they are all dead. You do realize that your pictures are all over the harbor, right? Everyone knows you're a pirate. I'm so done. I heard there is a similar punishment for every pirate in every country except for Nassau. The crime is punishable by death once they confirm that you are a pirate. I won't be able to inherit my father's farm if I'm dead. Am I destined to be the chef on a pirate ship forever and ever? Exclaimed an upset Marvin. Be that as it may, he was all cheery again after a while. Luckily, I still have Kidd's treasure. As long as I can get my hands on it, I could have a good life in Nassau, even though I can't return to the civilized part of the world. I don't have to risk my life at sea ever again. Perhaps I could even marry a couple of beautiful wives too. Zhong Heng did not want to shatter his dream, saying nothing after that. Looking at the sunken ship, Zhong Heng slowly figured out an answer to one of his questions. He realized that Kidd's treasure might simply be a tool that Orff used to manipulate the pirates. He had his own agenda. What Zhong Heng still could not figure out was the reason behind Orff convincing the pirates to go against the Navy. He would not benefit from such a reckless venture. The story of Orff slaughtering 400 Navy sailors might be for the purpose of building confidence in his abilities. Zhong Heng could see vengeance in Orff's gaze when he pulled the trigger. He finally understood that Orff and the captain's target had always been the Navy. Under normal circumstances, pirates stayed away from the Navy, where none would be stupid enough to take on such a risky endeavor. The 6 separate pieces of treasure map had become the Trojan horse that Orff used in convincing the pirates to attack whichever enemy he desired. Unfortunately, no one on board realized that the captain and helmsman were not bringing them for a treasure hunt, but rather a trip of vengeance and personal vendetta. Nevertheless, these were all deductions. For now, Zhongheng could not find substantial evidence to support his stand. Everyone Queen Anne's revenge was like Marvin, they were excited about getting a share of the treasure that they were about to find. Considering they had sacrificed a lot to get to where they were today, nothing could move them even if they suspected something was off. One had to say that Orff was really good at what he did. As for now, everything was under his control. He was so close to completing his agenda. He was on the victory lap, and his senses were on high alert right now. At this crucial point, he would never allow anyone to spoil his plan. When the smoke and flames finally cleared, the sun had disappeared below the horizon as well. Standing beside the gunwale, Zhongheng could feel something coming. He then turned around and looked at the bosun standing beside the mast. Both of them exchanged glances, with Orff nodding to them as well. "A storm is coming. Can you please check the mainsail?" "All right." Zhongheng agreed without any hesitation. Swiftly, he passed all the weapons in his possession to Marvin. As Orff stared at him, he climbed up the mast. Within minutes, Zhongheng had already reached the top. "Everything is fine," said Zhongheng to the bosun. Initially, Orff thought Zhongheng knew his secret, which explained why he was cautious about him. Since Zhongheng was in charge of maneuvering the mainsail, it was easy for Orff to make his death seem like an accident. He just needed to mess around with the ropes on top of the mast, and Zhongheng would surely fall to his death. However, Orff did not know that Zhongheng had shadow moment. Zhongheng figured that if he could enter his shadow state the moment he fell, he should be able to be spared from injuries. With that in mind, he was not worried that Orff might kill him as he ascended the tall structure. When Orff dealt with Goodwin, Zhongheng noticed that he would always create a high-stress environment to observe the reaction of his target. Zhongheng could also confirm that his response managed to baffle Orff. "Thank you for your hard work. I'm pretty sure Rothko is proud of you." Orff did not notice anything out of the ordinary with Zhongheng. So, he thanked him and went to check other places. As for Marvin, he saw that there was nothing wrong with the two of them. Zhongheng did not rush down from the mast. At first, he wanted to learn to control the mainsail from Rothko because he predicted it would be an essential skill as a captain. After a while, though, he learned how to like this job. When he was at the top of the mast, he would enjoy the spectacular view Mother Nature presented in front of him. It had been 11 months now since Zhongheng entered this world. Apart from the game points he earned and the new skills he learned, his skin was now a bronze tan due to the constant exposure under the sun. His palms had grown calluses, having to climb up the rough wooden mast every day using a rope. Most importantly, he had gotten used to this lifestyle. He noticed that the ocean in the 18th century was way more mysterious and magnificent when compared to the ones in the modern world. New adventures and impossible challenges awaited Zhongheng in this world, although it lacked in many areas. Right now, he was ready to become a captain. Before that, he had to stay at the Queen Anne's Revenge for at least another month. And indeed, this month was not going to be peaceful and calm. Orff's revenge plan was coming to its final stage. On the other hand, Fraser still did nothing about it. That did not mean people on this ship had forgotten about him, as Zhongheng knew that there was more than one eye on this ship besides Kent the carpenter. In the end, they would cross paths at Charleston to end the whole thing. In times like these, it was dangerous for Zhongheng to be stuck in the middle. On the bright side, it could be a golden opportunity for him. Chapter 132. Burial at Sea. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. On the second morning, every pirate was asked to gather on the deck. Those who were injured and tasked with assignments were exceptions. That included the captain, Edward Teach, and the helmsman, Orff.
A solemn expression adorned the faces of all present. In total, 47 pirates had been killed in battle, with 29 suffering severe injuries, and 7 died last night. There was a good chance the remaining 22 wouldn't it till tomorrow. All the pirates on deck knew too well that the path that they chose would be smothered by blood and flesh. Though they were well prepared, they still grieved for their mates who left them. Marvin's eyes welled with tears as well. They were not shed for the dead pirates, but he was simply sad that someday, he too might end up like them. The wind traversing the ocean battered the mainsail with distinct flaps. Everyone on deck remained silent. "Let's begin," proclaimed Edward Teach as he nodded his head. 4 pirates moved the dead who were covered in white cloth to the gunwale. Orf then started to spell out the names of the dead pirates. Once a name was spoken, their body would be tossed into the ocean. The dead spent years out at sea, and naturally, their final resting place would be the ocean. When the last body was committed to the sea, Orf closed the name list. "I pray that the Tees, goddess of ocean, would guide your souls forever. Farewell, my brave friends." After that, Orf tossed a bag of salt into the ocean to complete the ritual, with Edward Teach returning to the captain's quarters once the bag sank down. The moment the captain was gone, the pirates on the deck finally let out a sigh of relief. Most pirates had mixed feelings towards the captain. No doubt, he was fearless when he was in battle, the worst nightmare for his enemies. On the other hand, they also felt tremendous pressure each time they were in the same room with him. They were afraid of him but respected him a great deal at the same time. Luckily, he didn't usually join them. Most of the time, he hunkered down in his own quarters, away from the crew. Orf was the one who relayed his messages to the pirates. "We have lost countless of our own during the last battle. Some positions on the ship are now vacant. I'm sorry for what happened to our old Michael. We need a leader for the bosun position. Since we are all here now, let's vote. Jonghang. Jonghang. Jonghang." Before Orf could even finish his sentence, the pirates started to shout the name out loud. It appears we all agree that Jonghang is best suited for this position. Orf then nodded at Jonghang and said, "Congratulations, you are now the leader of the bosuns on this ship. Lead us to the treasure. Next, we need some frontliners. 20 positions are available." Jonghang wasn't surprised by the outcome as well. The previous bosun's leader had worked only 2 months before a bullet hit him. Jonghang's vote count came only second to Michael, and he had performed exceptionally well during the previous battle as well. Naturally, the pirates on board would vote for him again. Though combat power had nothing to do with the bosun's leader, that was just the way pirates thought. Usually, there were 2 types who could win over their votes. The first kind got voted because they truly deserved it. As for the second type, they voted for them because they wanted to. Most of the time, the second scenario would win the person more votes. If they could think logically, none of them would abandon their life to become a pirate. Besides, Jonghang was Rothko's only disciple, and he was good at what he did. All things considered, Jonghang truly deserved the vote. After he was appointed the bosun's leader, the system awarded him with another 5 game points, though he had no idea if this was a good or bad thing. He would be leaving the ship in a month and didn't mind if he didn't become a leader of any position. Noticing that the election went so smoothly, it proved that he had quite an influence on the vessel. Sadly, this could have been the very reason why Orf saw him as a significant threat on this ship. To Jonghang's surprise, another person had looked for him before Orf. During lunchtime, a limp old pirate sat right opposite him. "Are you a man of faith?" "What do you mean by that?" "Don't misunderstand my intention. I'm just trying to give you a good reminder. Under the leadership of Teach and Orf, whatever happened this morning will continue to happen. Eventually, we will all die on this ship. I'm right, am I not?" The residents of Nassau would usually use the Tees ritual to send away the dead. They believed that their souls would travel the deeper parts of the ocean. If you have someplace you wish to go, I think you should tell Fraser. After all these things have something to do with personal freedom. Of course, that includes the freedom of religion. There had been only one exception since I joined this ship.
That kid was an Alava from St. Vincent. According to the culture of their tribe, they would usually devour their dead. Alava believes that the ritual allows them to stay with their loved ones forever and ever. We feared that he would die someday. Unfortunately, his right leg was shot during one of the raids, leading to its amputation. In the end, he did not survive the surgery. So, we are all voting to break his tradition. We chose not to devour him. Oh, right. Let me introduce myself to you. I'm Kent, cannoneer of this ship. Cannoneer. I know that everyone prefers to call me the carpenter. I would use a saw to slice an enemy into half during a battle. That's how I got this nickname. Suddenly, Kent lowered his voice and looked around cautiously. This is not a good place to talk. Orf is watching us. We need to talk. Come look for in the carpenter's quarters on the second floor. Jongheng did not say a single word after that. Did you know, a lot of pirates on this ship are related to Fraser? Why is Orf so cautious of you? Fraser will never simply get a debt collector without a good reason. Throughout the many years, Fraser had only 2 debt collectors working for him. You and the only other being our captain. In other words, both of you are his disciples. Edward Teach used to collect debts for Fraser. Yes. Fraser groomed him to become captain, hoping that he would take his place someday. Unfortunately, Teach conspired with Orf to betray him in the end. Right now, you are in grave danger, and I'm the only one who can help you. Chapter 133. I have a question. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. What did he say? Orf poured a glass of rum for the old pirate sitting in front of the wooden table. He told me that he's pretty satisfied with the current situation. He also said that he did not sense any danger, said the old pirate as he stared at the tall figure standing in front of him. Does he know that you work for Fraser? Before we set sail, Fraser did come and look for me. He told me about Jongheng, and he said that Jongheng would talk to me on the ship. Considering that we've left the harbor for some time now, he still hasn't looked for me yet. So, I did what you asked me to do. I looked for him and talked to him instead. It seems like he doesn't care about a single thing in this world. How about the others? Billy and Clay are unhappy with how you treat Goodwin. Clifton and a few other pirates are disappointed that the captain went back on his word and killing all the captured prisoners. All of them do no work for Fraser. Don't worry. I won't harm them in any way. I just want to have a better understanding of the ship's current situation. You did a good job. Keep it up, and don't ever allow Fraser to grow suspicious of you. Once the old pirate left, the person sitting in the shadows finally spoke. What makes you think that Fraser has another disciple? I got to know him really well after working as a helmsman under his leadership for a long time. Undeniably, he is getting older and older, so he wouldn't have the courage even if he wants his revenge. He also knows that I have been keeping my eye on him all these years. He's running out of options. That's why he was compelled to place his hopes on someone else. Are you talking about the young man named Jongheng? I can see the younger you in him. Even if things don't go his way, he remains resolute and courageous. It seems like Fraser has put in a lot of effort into grooming him. Judging by Fraser's personality, I'm pretty sure he will not make any pointless investments. I can tell you that he is the key person in Fraser's plan. Right now, I still can't figure out his role in it. At our current speed, I believe we should reach Charleston in around 2 weeks. There is not much time left for us. Orf, you are the best helmsman in the entire Caribbean, but you have a terrible habit. You tend to overthink. Right now, this ship is under our control. You don't need to figure out Fraser's plan. If someone causes problems for you on this ship, write down their names. We will deal with them before we reach Charleston. Jongheng was getting 2 pirates to fix the broken mainsail. It had been more than 10 days since Kent talked to him in secret. Everything sailed smoothly so far. Orf and Fraser had not done anything out of the ordinary yet. The most recent incident of interest on the ship was a pirate trying to have sex with a goat. In the end, he was caught red-handed by the patrol team and was given a whipping as punishment. This incident had become the talk of the vessel of late. Still, the one thing that everyone cared about was Kidd's treasure. Soon, Charleston and Queen Anne's Revenge drew closer, and so did the fifth and sixth piece of the treasure map. Tomorrow's operation had most of the pirates in an excited frenzy. Considering that they had only robbed merchant ships before, this was their very first time leading an entire battleship to a trade port and looting the whole colony. The 90 cannons on the Queen Anne's Revenge was their trump card in a raid like that. That evening, Orf gathered everyone together and announced the plan for tomorrow. First, we will disguise as Scarborough to enter the trading port. After that, I will send someone to sneak into the town. Regarding this matter, I think Elmer, the one currently in prison, is more than happy to help us. After that, I will bring 30 men with me to head to the Governor General's house. That's where the wedding will take place. Our target, Bellomonte, will be waiting for us over there. The rest of the 20 people will follow Owen to the prison in town. The others will stay on board and await further instructions. We will all attack together at 8 tomorrow. First, we deal with the cannons mounted on the city wall. After that, we will aim at the city center. During that time, Owen will lead his people to the prison. He will then release all the prisoners to create chaos. This will distract the guards, and they will try to deal with it. Lastly, the captain will lead the attack on the Governor General's house. Once we capture Bellomonte, we will need to return to the ship immediately. All clear? Any questions? I have a question. 2 nights ago, I saw Billy returning, and he looked extremely nervous. During that time, I was lying on my bed, so I believe he didn't notice me. I saw him hiding something under the wooden floor, reported one of the pirates. Zhong Heng knew that the drama he had awaited was about to unfold in front of him. At first, they did not pay too much attention to it, thinking Billy simply stole some food and hid them under the wooden floor. Though thievery was strictly prohibited on the ship, many pirates would often raid the kitchen in search of a late-night snack. That was why they laughed it off when it came to him. Soon, they noticed that Billy was up to no good. So, Owen brought a few pirates with him to unveil the stuff he was hiding. It was a piece of paper with some words written on it. Yes. That paper belongs to me. We suspect that the captain and helmsman are trying to use the treasure as an excuse to convince us to help them to achieve their agenda. So, Billy seemed to struggle at first, but in the end, he decided to tell them everything. Is that why you looked for Elmer when everyone was asleep? You wanted to let him go in exchange for immunity, right? Scoffed Orf. What? What the hell are you talking about? That paper contains the questions that we want to ask you face to face. This means either one of us is lying here. Orf then passed the paper to Owen. Tell me, am I reading those words wrong? I, Elmer Anderson, am the captain of the Scarborough. We came across a group of savage pirates on the sea, and they took over our battleship. Luckily, I was helped by someone on the ship. I'm willing to use my family's influence to provide immunity. Everyone was left in shock after hearing what was on the paper. Treason was something that no pirate would forgive. Billy was shaking in fear. At that moment, he realized that he'd been led into a snare. The worst part was that he admitted that the paper belonged to him. Though he tried his best to defend himself, it was too late. After that, Owen placed the paper beside him to let everyone take a look. Most had no idea how to read, and of course, they would rather believe Owen than Billy. Suddenly, Zhong Heng heard someone mentioning his name. He had to keep calm in moments like this. He had done everything he could in such a situation. It was time for him to put on a good show. If everything went smoothly, this would turn out to be his most fruitful journey ever. Chapter 134. Massive Fire. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. There were a total of 7 names on the list. Other than Zhong Heng, the rest of them were the old pirates that used to complain to Kent about the captain and helmsman. All of them used to work under Fraser. There were basically 2 parties on the ship when Owen announced their names. While one party wanted them executed, the other said that they should be exiled. Amid the argument, Billy insisted that the paper had been swapped out by someone. Unfortunately, the war was nigh, and they had no time to investigate the case. In the end, Orff decided to lock them up in the ship's brig. An investigation would be carried out tomorrow when the war was over. When Oven mentioned the name, Zhongheng, Marvin started to move away from Zhongheng slowly. Zhongheng, however, was not angry knowing that this was who he is. At the moment, a total of 17 pirates were being held in the ship's brig. On the afternoon of the second day, all the pirates on the ship changed into the Navy's uniform. Elmer, the original captain of the Scarborough, was brought out of solitary confinement. After being locked away all alone in the dark for a month, Elmer had deteriorated, and had clearly become frail and thin. His beard was unkempt, and his uniform torn and dirty. He could not help but squint when he caught a glimpse of the sunlight. "Do you remember everything that I taught you?" asked Orff. "I'm the captain of the Scarborough. My name is Elmer Anderson. Our vessel braved a mighty storm a month after we left the port. So, I decided to return here for repairs. I've also heard that the daughter of the General Governor of New York, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire is going to have her wedding here. So, I brought my people along to celebrate the happy event." After a short pause, Elmer added, "You know, listening to me will save you a lot of trouble. In the New World, everyone knows the Scarborough. No one dares question us. Plus, I have known Bellomonte for a long time. I know the two of you have known each other for a long time. Don't worry. You can be with him soon." Elmer thought that Orff was trying to tell him that they would capture Bellomonte and put the two of them together. It turned into a rather awkward moment. After all, Elmer was about to betray Bellomonte. Friendship became nothing when his life was at stake. Besides, Orff did promise him that he would let him go if he was willing to cooperate. "Bring him down and shower him. I want him in a new and clean uniform. After all, he is the captain of the Scarborough. It's time." Orff opened the door of the captain's quarters and looked at the man behind the table. Teach looked completely different now. A black tricorn was on his head. He also wore a red jacket, a leather belt, and he had even shaved away his signature black beard. A terrifying pirate had now turned into a respectable Navy captain. "How many years has it been? I thought I would never get to see you wear this uniform." "It's all in the name of forgetting bad things," said Edward Teach while grabbing his sword and gun. "Until now, I'm still doubtful whether we are doing the right thing or not. If he is still alive, I don't think he wants to see what you have become. You better reminisce now if you want to. I'm about to clear all the old debts." 50 pirates gathered at the deck. Owen was shocked when he saw Teach exiting the captain's quarters. "I have chosen the right people for the task. These are our best men." Teach lifted his gaze to the sun that was setting below the horizon. Turning to Elmer, he said, "Let's go." Orff stood at the dock and watched the 50 pirates disembark the ship. Just like what Elmer said, nobody was inspecting them when they came off the Scarborough. Soon, they managed to slip into town without raising suspicion. When they were finally gone, Orff left the deck. He knew that the war had now officially begun, and it was time for him to play his role well. It was in the late of night. Orff was in the captain's quarters alone, looking at the clock in front of him. There was still half an hour to go before he would do what was needed to be done. As usual, he meticulously replayed the plan in his mind over and over again to ensure nothing would go wrong later. Still, there was an unsettling feeling rumbling within his chest. Seconds later, he could see a massive fire burning in Charleston. Orff was terrified, instantly realizing that something had gone wrong. The fire was not supposed to happen now. According to the plan, he should have first fired the Queen and cannons at the center of the town to create panic and chaos. Had something forced them to act 30 minutes early? The pirate standing on the deck saw the raging fires as well. "Mr. Orff, what should we do now? Should we open fire to support them?" Orff was trying to figure out what to do as well. If this fire had nothing to do with them, Firing the cannons right now would cause the 50 pirates a lot of unnecessary trouble. Everyone, await my orders. Suddenly, an observant pirate saw a few Navy personnel running towards the boats docked at the port. They then started to row towards the Queen and Revenge as fast as their arms could swing the oars. They are with us. When they saw the signal given out by them, some pirates immediately dropped the ladder for them to board the ship. Owen was leading the group of returning pirates. There were only 12 left, and they were covered in blood. Owen's stomach was wrapped in bandages as well. We have failed. Elder has somehow communicated with the garrison troops in the city. We were ambushed. That's why we had to disperse and run for our lives. Where is the captain? The captain, he is the first who noticed something had gone wrong. He shot Elder to death, but he was hit by 6 bullets after that. I'm sorry I failed to retrieve his body, said Owen, his voice filled with melancholy. All 11 pirates behind him instantly became somber as they were reminded of what had just taken place. Mr. Off, I think you should take charge since the captain is not here. We can't drag this on any longer. The garrison troops in the city know that we have the Scarborough. They will fire their cannons on us mighty soon. Capturing Bellomonte has become a big failure. There's no reason for us to fight with them. We should flee now. Chapter 135. I'd like to hear the details. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. In the darkness of the night, a wave of uncertainty bathed over Orf. This was not how he imagined it to be. He had been plotting revenge for 14 years. After all the sacrifices he made, for it to end so abruptly like this, it was like a cruel joke. If Teach was still around, he might even consider abandoning this expedition and simply wait for the next opportunity. Now that he was the only one left, Orf was uncertain if he was still able to continue down this road. He was way past his prime and getting older every day. His skills were deteriorating, and while time brought with it experience and wisdom, it could not make up for his lost youth. These days, every night, his back and legs would ache in his sleep. Every fight of his was getting more and more strenuous, and his wounds took a much longer time to heal as well. He did not know if or when he would be presented with a chance like this ever again. Tonight was as best of an opportunity as he could get. Although Teach had lost, the battle was not over yet. He still had the Queen and Revenge, loaded to the brim with 90 cannons and a complement of nearly 70 sailors. If managed well, they might still have a chance. The problem was that once the news about what happened on the shore spread throughout the ship, the pirates on board would surely unanimously demand that they set sail immediately. Fortunately, the only ones who knew about the matter were Owen and the 11 men he brought back. As per Orf's instructions, most of the pirates were on the ready by the cannons on the second deck. The few pirates on the first deck were some of Orf's most trusted men. The helmsman was silent for some time. Then he said to one of the pirates, "Go and tell the people down there that everything is as usual, and tell them to get prepared as per the original plan, and then, to wait patiently." Owen, who was still pressing a hand against his abdomen, looked to be startled. "Mr. Orf, as the boatswain of this ship, I cannot turn a blind eye to you trying to deceive the crew." Orf looked around at the others and said, "Will you give us a minute?" He then turned to Owen, reached out, and said, "How are you doing? Can you get up? Let's go talk in the captain's cabin. I need to know the details of what happened before we can make a final decision." Owen hesitated for a second but eventually got to his feet with the help of the old helmsman. The two men arrived at the captain's cabin. Orf closed the door and moved a chair over for Owen to sit. Once they were both settled down, he said, "When and where were you attacked?" "What's the point of discussing this now?" Owen smiled bitterly, but he answered the old helmsman's question. "The battle started about 20 minutes ago. We were only a street away from the Governor General's house inn. We were basically retreating as we fought. To escape, we even set a guest house on fire. You said that Elmer was killed instantly, which meant no one else knew what your actual purpose was," Orf muttered as he was deep in thought. "The wedding ceremony will surely be postponed because of this, and Bellomonte wouldn't have escaped. The garrison will attack us soon enough. We should fight back first, give them a taste of something sweet, and once we have the attention of all the defending troops, we'll send 20 men, no, 15 should be enough, to the city to search for Bellomonte. I'm afraid you're a little irrational right now. We've already lost. We don't have enough manpower on this ship to carry out that plan. Also, even if, under the premise that we're able to attract the defending troops, and if we can gather 15 people, there's still no one suitable to lead them, said Owen as he shook his head. I'll do it. What? I said that I'll lead them, declared Orff with confidence. Why? You think I'm too old to get back on the battlefield? I hope that you will be as wise as you were, and not act out of impulse and adrenaline, lest you might drag the ship into more dangerous situations, Owen said. What we need to do now is to accept defeat and leave this place, not continue to raise our stakes in a hopeless situation. Interesting, Orff suddenly commented. This is the third time in 5 minutes that you're saying we have lost. The boatswain's brows furrowed. Isn't that typical? If you didn't keep throwing caution to the wind, pestering me to go along with your crazy plan, I wouldn't keep repeating that. Orff ignored the remark and continued, from the moment you set foot inside the room, you've glanced at the clock at least 4 times. Why? Are you in a hurry? Owen answered feebly, I can understand how you're feeling after tonight's failure. I saw the captain being shot with my own eyes. Right now, I am just as grief-stricken as you are, but suspicion is not going to help us get through the difficulties we're facing. The sooner we leave this place, the smaller the loss we'll suffer. Perhaps you'll allow me to guess why you're in such a hurry, Orff answered squarely. Could it be that if we wait a little longer, we'll find out that there are actually no troops chasing you? Or should I say that you're worried that the captain might come back soon and expose your deceitfulness? The helpless smile on Owen's lips faded away. This time, he said nothing. I've known you for so long, but this is the first time I'm noticing your excellent acting skills, Orff jibed. I have to admit I nearly fell for it. Would you like to know how you gave yourself away? Owen raised an eyebrow. Sure, let's hear it. I've seen that name list that you compiled for the advance team. You said you were with Teach when the battle started, but the 11 men you came back with were all from your own team. None of them were from Teach's team. That's just too much of a coincidence. Orff paused for a moment to let it sink in before continuing, your plan for tonight is almost perfect. When the advance team arrived on the shore, they were completely disconnected from the ship. After your team and Teach split up, you immediately faked evidence of a battle, killed the men who didn't belong to your group, then come back covered in blood with the sad sob story about how our mission has failed. Most people would believe you without question. You knew how the crew would react if they heard this. They would choose to leave this place. That way, you can easily get rid of the ship's biggest threat, like blowing off a cloud of dust. But with Teach gone, you are the most popular candidate for captain. Why would I go through all that effort so that you can replace Teach as captain? That's not very worth my while, isn't it? Retorted Owen. Me? No. I've never been a threat to you. The failure of tonight's mission will lead to a series of events. With so many casualties, someone must be held responsible. If you're not stupid, you will use this to challenge me. When that happens, I won't even become a helmsman, let alone become the captain. Chapter 136. Working Together. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. No wonder Fraser kept saying that you're the most difficult person to deal with on the ship, Owen growled. But you still lost this one. He suddenly straightened his body, no longer in the injured state he so desperately played. What a pity. If it were not for the situation deteriorating to such a new low, you must know, I did not intend to use this approach. Owen stomped his feet, and immediately, noises of people fighting could be heard outside the captain's cabin. The boatswain grinned. You really thought that I didn't have a backup plan, huh? Edward Teach is not here right now. When he left the boat, he brought with him the majority of the people who pledged their loyalty to the two of you. Even though there are only a few men left on the boat, the only ones willing to obey your orders unconditionally are the 5 men on the deck. I have 11 men. After we've gotten rid of them, we'll kill you too.
my story will still work. It just needs a little tweaking here and there, and I will need to add an ending. What do you think about this version? Orf wanted to keep the bad news about what happened on the shore to protect his position, so he tried to kill us but was tragically killed instead. The fighting outside ended sooner than expected, fizzling out while the two were talking. As soon as Owen had spoken, the door to the captain's cabin swung open. His 2 men were standing at the doorway, but there was not a trace of triumph on their faces. Instead, a mixture of fear and disbelief were clearly displayed. That was thanks to the 2 blunderbusses pointed at the back of their heads. This time, it was Owen's face that showed a tint of despair. He knew the combat abilities of his men very well. It was 11 against 5, and it all happened all of a sudden. There was no way they could lose. It was Orf's turn to speak up this time. "You are brilliant, one of the smartest I've seen in this lifetime of mine. All these years on the ship, you've never once let it slip. In fact, you even studied the strengths and weaknesses of our close associates. You waited until Teach left the ship, and only acted when we were at our weakest. You almost won. Unfortunately, you forgot someone." Jong Hung stepped through the door and replaced the saber at his waist. The men who came in with him were the group of sailors that were the prisoners of the ship. Together, they detained Owen and 11 of his men. "It's you." "How is this possible?" gasped Owen in disbelief. "You guys are Orf's people?" "Wait, everything that happened last night, was that all just an act?" "There was really no note." "No, but there was actually a piece of paper that drew us together," Jong Hung replied. Billy and the others were anxious about Orf's and Teach's leadership on this ship. That includes the handling of Goodwin, all the casualties, and the extreme obsession over Kid's treasure. They wrote down every question they wanted to ask Orf on a note and signed their names on it. They were getting ready to confront the captain and the helmsman, but before they could do anything, someone betrayed them. Kent, one of the organizers, is very close to Fraser but had, in fact, sided with Orf. On the surface, Kent followed Fraser's instructions and united all who opposed Orf and Teach. He encouraged them to challenge the authority of the captain and the helmsman. But behind the scenes, Kent reported all the activities of Billy's group to Orf. After I discovered the role that Kent has been playing, I understood the conundrum that had been bugging me. Back in Nassau, Fraser came to visit me and gave me Kent's name. That was when I knew that Kent was not one his people. Owen's eyebrows rose. Oh. Fraser wanted to expose Orf. The truth is, it was not only Orf who didn't realize my role in this matter. In the beginning, even I myself couldn't guess what Fraser had planned for me. He invested a lot in me but had never asked for anything in return. It made me really curious. If I didn't play according to his script, wouldn't that be a waste of all his resources? However, I figured it out later on that Fraser did not care how I played his game. He simply needed someone to catch Orf's attention. In a way, Billy and the others, and I served the same purpose: to divert attention, lower Orf's guard, and create an opportunity for you. The only thing was, my relationship with Fraser was more conspicuous. So, to take Orf and Teach down, Fraser took in another student. Too bad that person was you, not me. Jong Heng took in a deep breath before continuing. Let's talk about the note. That actually happened 3 days ago. Under Kent's persuasion, Bill and the others wrote that note. When Orf found out about it, he made Elmer write that thank you letter that you read to frame Billy and the others. If things had gone accordingly, this should have spilled over 3 days ago. Why didn't it then? Because I stopped it, Jong Heng answered without hesitation. To tell you the truth, I really didn't want any part of this enmity between you and Orf and Teach. But Fraser crossed the line. Not only did he use me, but he even made me the scapegoat. I had no choice but set a trap for him. So, you decided to join forces with Orf at that time. Taking into account the distrust between us, it was not an easy task, but we still made an effort to have an open and honest discourse. Although the process was somewhat difficult, we were still able to reach a consensus in the end. What do you want, eh? Maybe I can give it to you too. Owen had not given up yet and was trying to extend an olive branch. Jong Heng shook his head. My request is very simple. Since Billy and the others are so disappointed with this ship, and Orf is not comfortable with them on board, why not just get them off the boat? I still don't understand. Why did Orf trust you and allow you to move freely tonight? Isn't he worried that you are a student of Fraser's? Orf, who had been standing aside, chipped in. Because of that note. Last night was not just a show for you. That note is a stain on them. The only way out for them is to leave the ship. Unless they kill all of the remaining 60 over men on the ship, there's no way they would be able to cause a mutiny. We have an agreement between us. After tonight, I will redress them and restore their reputation. Billy snorted as he pushed Owen's men out to the corridor. Remember your promise. From today onward, we don't owe each other anything. Then, he turned to Jong Hong, saying, Captain, we'll be waiting for you in the boat. Jong Hong nodded. Thank you. Everyone vacated the room, leaving only Orf, Owen, and Jong Hong. When they had all left, Owen broke into a smile. Captain? Incredible. You're the biggest winner tonight, it would seem. I knew that you planned to leave the ship after 1 year, but I never expected you to have a team on the ready. Bill and the others are some of the most experienced sailors on this ship. Now that you've rescued them from Orf, they will follow you to the ends of the earth, I'm sure. Chapter 137. We finally meet. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Tonight, Charleston was not destined to be peaceful. Half an hour ago, an in-court fire all of a sudden. The residents staying around the place had to work together to put out the fire. Before they could celebrate, though, they heard the thunderous boom of cannons being fired. A cannonball flew past the wall and landed on one of the houses. And that was just a start. Seconds after that, more and more cannonballs were launched toward the city, leaving all its residents running around and screaming in a frenzied panic. They assumed that French battleships were attacking them. What they did not know was that the pride of the Navy, the Scarborough, was still docked at port. Why did the enemy attack the cannons on the wall instead of the Scarborough, which posed a more significant threat? They would indeed have to pay a hefty price for doing that. Not too long after that, the residents of the city received the shocking news. The party that attacked them was not the French, but it was the Scarborough at the port. It was at that moment that the pirates disguised as Navy officers revealed their true colors. Without any warning whatsoever, they destroyed the cannons that were mounted on the city wall. During the first attack, half of them were wiped out. The garrison troops quickly realized that their city had been infiltrated by enemies. Immediately, they gathered and planned a retaliation. Before they could do that, however, the second wave was launched, and the garrison troops were once again defeated. Foreign enemies had never attacked Charleston before. Usually, the garrison troops would alert everyone in the city once they spotted enemy ships. In turn, the people of the town would have sufficient time to retreat to a safe place. The current attack was so sudden that it messed up the strategy of the garrison troops. Even the commander could not figure out why the Scarborough went rogue and attacked its own allies. The firing of the cannons managed to light up the sky with bright flashes. After 5 rounds of relentless shelling, a third of the city's wall located in the southeast of Charleston had collapsed. Unfortunately, the cannons protecting the city didn't have enough range to land a hit on the Queen Anne's Revenge. Every cannonball that was launched at them fell short of their target, flying straight into the ocean instead. After that, the Queen Anne's Revenge stopped for a moment to cool their cannons. At that time, Charleston's line of defense was shattered beyond repair. They were no longer a threat to the pirates. 10 minutes later, the pirates followed the plan and started to attack the city. One of the cannonballs flew past the destroyed walls and landed on a street. Immediately, the residents in that area dispersed and ran for their lives. As there was some distance between the Governor-General's house and the coastline, they were safe from the attack for now. Many nobles and merchants were unhappy with the happenings in Charleston. They were considered highly reputable individuals of the New World and were shocked that the town could come under attack while they were here to attend a wedding ceremony. 20 minutes went by. Still, no one could figure out why the Scarborough attacked Charleston. The guests were worried about their mansions and shops around the town.
Of course, they yearned to head back and ensure that their properties were fine, but reckoned it was still too dangerous at the moment. Right now, the town was left in utter chaos. The Governor-General's mansion had around 40 guards protecting it and was considered the safest place in the city right now. What, the Governor-General, was directing the defensive effort on the second floor of his command center. He just received the news that all the defensive cannons on the wall had been entirely destroyed. Strangely though, the enemies did not muster up and invade the city. Perhaps they lacked the personnel for that. However, Watt knew that it would be a huge mistake if he underestimated his enemies right now. He could care less about the guests downstairs, knowing that his family and Bellomonte were upstairs right now. If something terrible happened to them at his place, Whitehall would definitely not let him off the hook that easily. Exercising the utmost precaution, he contacted the garrison troops and requested another 20 troopers to protect his place. Knowing that he had done everything he could do for now, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry. Some of the biggest orchard owners from this place are my friends. They have a large number of armed personnel. I have just sent someone to search for them. I believe they can lend us at least 200 people to help us to overcome this sticky situation, said Bellomonte calmly. That's great. I have just moved to the New World not too long ago. There are still many things that I'm unfamiliar with. I might need your help again in the future. I heard that Boston is enjoying rapid growth under your care, especially when it comes to the piracy menace. Your methods of dealing with them have gained high praise from the military. When I left London, your glorious moment was the talk of the town. Bellomonte smiled as he held a cup of tea. Indeed, it was something that he was really proud of. However, just before the Watt could say something about it, a trooper knocked on the door. Governor-General, the reinforcements that you've asked for have arrived. They are now waiting downstairs. That was fast. Let me go take a look. He went downstairs and saw 20 troopers standing there with an unfamiliar officer leading them. What is your name? Who is your commanding officer? Why have I never seen you before? Asked Watt, his tone reeking with suspicion. I think you should hear of the name of our commanding officer. His name is Edward Teach, but most prefer to call him Blackbeard, said the army officer. He then pulled out a gun and fired at Watt point blank. The deafening ring of the gunshot startled everyone in the main hall. When one of the female guests saw the body of the Governor-General lying on the staircase, she couldn't hold herself back and screamed out loud. Considering they were here to attend a wedding ceremony, none of the male guests carried weapons. They could only feel fear and panic paralyze them as they saw the armed pirate standing before them. Concurrently, the real cavalry that Watt summoned was finally here. Noticing the situation, they instantly drew arms and clashed with the fake troopers. While they fired at each other with gusto, the doors to the second-floor study room were pushed open. 2 fake Navy officers walked in and talked to Bellomonte. According to the Governor-General's investigation, we can confirm that pirates have hijacked the Scarborough. They are dressed in Navy uniforms and were the ones who attacked Charleston. You are their main target. Me. Bellomonte was surprised that the target was him. The situation is getting worse now. The enemies are downstairs, but any time now, they'll be up here to capture you. The Governor-General has ordered us to escort you to a safe place. After that, the 2 fake Navy officers approached Bellomonte and clutched his arms. Hold on. My daughter. The sooner you leave, the sooner the people here would feel safer. There's a horse cart waiting for you. We have to leave through the back door. Subsequently, they quickly dragged Bellomonte downstairs. When he saw the broken horse cart, he quickly realized that something was amiss. He broke into a struggle, but it was too late. The 2 pirates employed their brute force and stuffed him into the horse cart. Bellomonte instantly knew that his life was in danger. So, he attempted to jump out of the cart. Before he could do so, however, a sharp sword touched the skin of his neck. Mr. Bellomonte, we finally meet. Chapter 138. The Truth. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Bellomonte did not expect to meet someone familiar here.
The ex-captain of the Scarborough, Elmer, was sitting right beside him. An awkward situation arose when their eyes met. They both wanted to say something, but the words were somehow stuck in their throats. A man in a set of clean and neat formal Navy attire sat in front of them. "Who are you people?" "Why did you kidnap me?" asked Bellomonte while trying to keep himself as calm as possible. "My name is Edward Teach." "I'm sure you've heard my name before." Bellomonte's face changed when he got to know his name. Everyone from the New World heard about the horrific things that Captain Blackbeard Teach had done. Bellomonte had been trying to eliminate piracy for a long time and, of course, knew the name of the most notorious pirate of the Caribbean. Bellomonte had tried several times to eliminate Blackbeard's crew, but sadly, none of those attempts bore fruit. Not only did he fail to capture them, but he had inadvertently made Blackbeard more famous than before. He had always dreamed of capturing Edward Teach. Right now, although he was just sitting right across him, he was not happy at all. Bellomonte had been through a lot, and a situation like this did not make him flinch. There was a shocked look on his face, but less than 2 seconds later, he managed to compose himself. Elmer looked guilty when Bellomonte turned and looked at him. "Mr. Teach, I have been looking forward to meeting you. Finally, I get to see you in person. Unfortunately, this is not the first time we've met." "Have we met before? When was that?" "I think we were in the Navy Academy when we first met. I can still remember that day as clear as daylight. You and him, walking to class together." "Him?" "It appears you have a poor memory. My Earl, let me give you a hint. Does 1695 remind you of anything?" "Who the hell are you?" This time, Bellomonte lost all composure. He was the hero of the Navy. He was the most reputable adventurer in the whole of Scotland. He even got the Queen's compliments. At that time, you had just gotten your job as Governor-General. Your first task was to figure out a way to end the piracy and restore peace to the trade port. To deal with the two most notorious pirates, Henry Every and Thomas Tew, you asked for his help. At first, he did not agree because he was tired of going to war. But you did not give up. You kept convincing him that you did it for the prosperity of the New World. In the end, he was bought by your sincerity. Also, as your friend, he had decided to take on the task. It was at that time that I was assigned as the quartermaster on his ship. That was literally my happiest day. Being able to go on a sail with my idol is like a dream. When I was told that I'm doing this for a bigger cause, I was elated. I wanted to do my best to build a better New World. However, things weren't smooth from the very beginning. Before we could leave the port, we were stopped by the Navy. They told us the war in Spain had gotten really intense. So, they wanted us to recruit a new batch of sailors. Left with no other options, we went ahead and hired all the sailors that we needed in the shortest time possible. After that, we spent 6 months at sea. Still, we failed to track Henry Every and Thomas Tew down. It was then that the atmosphere on the ship was really intense. The batch of sailors we recruited were mostly thugs and gangsters, where their main goal was to always search for more money. Since we did not manage to capture the two most wanted pirates, they didn't mind resorting to other options. There were only 3 people on the ship who went to Navy school before me, him, and the chief mate. The 3 of us were not powerful enough to control the situation on the ship. I was tied up when I tried to console the others. They beat me up and tossed me in a goat ranch. They threatened to kill me in 3 days. To save my own life, I had to comply with the requests of those thugs. That was the darkest moment in my life. I didn't know what I did wrong. Why would God allow something like this to happen to me? He was the one who consoled me and gave me confidence. He made me believe that we would be able to clear our names once we got back to civilization. I want to live and tell the truth to the whole world. That was my motivation to stay alive. However, I never thought that it would take eons before I could achieve that. For years later, we crossed paths with another group of pirates. Our sailors decided to join them and they set us free. In the end, 13 of us, including me, traveled back to the colony. We decided that we would dock in New York and contact the Navy. We wanted to tell the whole world about it. During that time, you made a name for yourself by eliminating a lot of pirates. You were a famous Governor General, and you didn't want to relate to us, worried that we might affect your reputation. So, you looked for someone to talk to us. You told us that you sympathized with everything that we had been through, and you are more than willing to help us to clear our name. I did remind him about it, but he insisted that he wanted to trust you. Without any hesitation, we handed you everything that those thugs robbed and documents to prove that we left the port. We trusted that you would go to your allies in Whitehall to help us. You know exactly what kind of person he is, right? He was always a positive one. He believed that kindness still existed in this world. Bellomonte got more and more nervous after hearing what Teach had to say. You betrayed him. You tricked him to Boston, and the authorities arrested him once he touched down. You burned all the documents that he gave you and sold off all the dirty stuff from us. And our Mr. Elmer here was the one who escorted him to London's court. To ensure that he would not badmouth you while they were on their way there, you told Elmer to take good care of him while he was on the road. I heard that he lost his mind before he got to London's courthouse. Your people hung him to death at River Thames. His body hung there for 2 years. They called him the most notorious pirate of the New World. Again, you were praised by Whitehall for eliminating him. Elmer was now trembling in fear. He did not know that this incident was related to him. I didn't know what was going on. I was just a man following orders. I couldn't say no to Mr. Bellomonte. Before he could finish, Edward Teach took out his gun, and in a swift second, shot him at point blank. He would never expect to meet his death in this way. Edward Teach ignored the dead body and looked at Bellomonte. I told the pirates that I'm here for Kid's treasure. But I know better than anyone that there's no such thing as Kid's treasure. I'm here for revenge. Bellomonte was shuddering in terror, sitting in a fetal position, and curled up like a ball. What do you want? I can give you everything. I can give you immunity. I can give you boundless wealth that will never run out. Save the trouble. I will get them myself if that's what I want. Edward Teach uttered his final sentence and lifted his sword. All the anger on his face was all gone, replaced by sadness and grief. Chapter 139. Jackdaw. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jong Hung could hear the thunderous boom of cannons after he left the Queen Anne's Revenge. Charleston was bathed in bright flames. When he saw that, Jong Hung knew that Orff's and Teach's plan for revenge had begun. Everything that happened after that had nothing to do with him. His life on the Queen Anne's Revenge was finally over. After tonight, Teach and the Queen Anne's Revenge would disappear for some time. Jong Hung would only meet them again for years later, but that's a story for another time. All 16 people on the ship made use of what little time that they had and picked a helmsman. I just took scanned our surroundings just now. Around 20 boats are docked by the harbor right now. Between them, there are 12 small boats, 8 medium boats, and 2 big boats. They are basically empty right now. It should be an easy task for us to snatch them. Charleston and Nassau were at least hundreds of kilometers apart. It would be impossible for them to sail all the way to Nassau with the tiny vessels that they were on right now. Besides, a golden opportunity had presented itself right before them. While the Queen Anne's Revenge was drawing the attention of the enemies, it would be the best time for them to hijack those boats. You guys should have made your choices by now, right? Jong Hung took a look around and knew that the group of people with him would become his crew later on. Owen was right. It was a fact that these were the most experienced group of pirates the Queen Anne's Revenge had seen. They were extremely skillful and had years of experience between them. Most importantly, they had a squeaky clean background. They neither belonged to Orff nor Fraser. If Jong Hung did not step in, they would have indeed met a horrible ending, since the powerful people on the ship were trying to fight for the throne. Billy and the rest of the old pirates took a look around. There was excitement in the air. The Royal Navy has a corvette here. It's a medium-sized vessel equipped with around 30 cannons. Although this corvette is similar to the Sea Lion, it's definitely more powerful. She should sail a lot faster, as well. Right now, we are powerful enough to take her and sail back to Nassau. We just need to recruit more people from Nassau, and we should be good to set sail, said Billy. Actually, the Queen Anne's Revenge is not suitable for raiding other boats. She's too big and will surely be slower than the others. Besides, she would need a huge crew of pirates to manage her. Of course, if they only targeted merchant ships, they would not need all that crazy firepower. Everyone would eventually receive a minimal amount of loot each time since there are so many pirates on board. And it's not exactly easy to hide this massive battleship as well, lamented an old pirate. Let's not wait anymore. Let's do it, said Zhongheng. 15 minutes later, 17 of them climbed up the corvette using a rope. Since the ship wasn't assigned anywhere, only a total of 10 Navy officers guarded the ship. Zhongheng ambushed them, tied them up, and stowed them into one of the tiny boats that they were in before. After that, all started to work in unison to release the mainsail and to cast off the anchor. Suddenly, they saw 2 boats filled with Navy personnel rowing towards them as fast they could. However, it was all too late. As the wind began catching the sails, the corvette started to budge slowly. Zhongheng stood on the bow of the vessel, leading his people. He had no intention to interfere with the Queen Anne's Revenge battle. Soon, Zhongheng was already leading the corvette far away from the enemies. The moment the corvette left the harbor, everyone on board erupted into a mighty cheer. I just did a quick check. The food and water on board are more than enough for us. At this speed, I think we should be able to reach Nassau sooner than expected. Captain, the only thing you need to do right now is to name the ship, said Billy. Without him realizing it, it had been a year since Zhongheng entered this world. Throughout this period, Zhongheng had tried his best to blend into his surroundings. He ate, slept, and fought alongside pirates the entire time and even invested a lot of effort to learn different skills from them. Still, he did not forget his origins. I shall christen her the Jackdaw. None of them understood the meaning behind the name, thinking that Zhongheng must have chosen it because it sounded catchy. Hence, no one was against it. Zhongheng gazed to the stars glittering in the sky above him, and said, "Now, let's go home." Anne was now in a dormant state. When Zhongheng was in the house, she could at least talk to him about her life. Once he was gone, she had no one to talk to. Before she met him, she would go around the island, roughing up those who offended her. Ever since he promised her that he would let her join his crew, and pledged that she would learn how to control her anger. Undeniably, she had plenty of flaws, but breaking promises was not one of them. When Zhongheng was not home, she tried to stay indoors as much as possible. Still, trouble came looking for her. One day, while Anne lay on the bench enjoying the morning sunlight, someone she loathed came looking for her. "So, have you thought about it? We can go to Massachusetts. I have an uncle over there, and he is in the tobacco farming business. He can help us to settle down. He promised me that he would grant me a stable job. The money I earn should be enough for us to live a comfortable life in the new world. We do not have to worry about food and shelter anymore." Anne merely stared at him with no response. "You need to accept reality, Anne. You have been here for more than a year, and no ships would take you in. Being a pirate is no joke. You should be grateful that I wasn't mad at you for what happened last time. My promise is still valid. Just marry me, and I will forget everything that you've done to me. James, just save it. From Ireland to Nassau, whose money did you use, huh? We sold all our silverware just to fund our journey. I didn't expect that you would kick me away like a ball the moment we arrived in Nassau. Since you want to settle the score, let's count from the beginning then." Seeing that Anne started responding to him, James was elated. "We did agree that we would settle the score once we got off the ship. Don't forget that you've agreed to it as well. I even let you stay and eat at no cost for half a year. You promised me that you would return me the money once you become a pirate. It seems like that won't come to pass now." Anne became extremely agitated. It wasn't the first time they had this conversation.
If not for Anne being stronger than James, he would have sexually assaulted her a long time ago. Just when Anne was considering breaking the rules and beating him up, a kid shouted at her from afar.
"Boss Anne! Boss Anne!
There is a new pirate ship approaching Nassau.
It's a Navy battleship."
Our fortress defender and the cannoneer, Honig, was shocked when he saw it.
Luckily, the battleship raised their black flag right before we attacked them.
Who? Another battleship?
These new pirates are getting bolder and bolder.
Anne recognized the kid. After defeating him a few times, he was determined to address her as his boss. He was running barefooted with a forehead dripping with sweat, and appeared to be in a great rush. "Their captain asks me to inform the crew to gather at the dock."
"Go ahead then. Why are you here?"
I was freaked out by it too, but there's only one Anne with red hair on this island.
Who?
Chapter 140. Boatswain. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Anne was baffled. Ever since she came to this island, nothing had gone her way. She had been turned down from so many jobs that even the kids on the streets knew about it. A while ago, she came across Harry and his other bratty friends betting on her getting a job before Nassau was destroyed. In a rage, she pinned him to the ground and began to hit him, not stopping until the boy cried out for his parents. Walking away, she kept thinking about it, making her even angrier. So, she turned around, stormed back, and gave Harry another round of beating. That was how Harry came to be the first person in Nassau who got bashed twice in 3 minutes. Since then though, he had become utterly enlightened. He finally recognized whose fist was bigger and who was wearing the pants. Beaten to submission, he threw himself at Anne's feet and became her first disciple. Anne suspected that this could be another game from some bored idiot to amuse her. She was already in a fit, thanks to Jamie, and now that she was going to explode, the promise she made was the last thing on her mind. Anne started to storm towards the pier, rolling up her sleeves as she went along, but suddenly stopped in her tracks as if she thought of something. James, having clearly never heard of Harry's tragic story, followed closely behind the red-haired maiden to see what was going on. But the next thing he knew, he received a heavy blow to his lower abdomen as Harry watched on sympathetically. Anne's flying kick sent him tumbling down into the field. It hurt so bad that he curled up into a ball, rocking back and forth. Anne withdrew her leg, with all the weight of depression falling off her shoulders. Now, she felt better and more alive. She stretched her wrists and ankles before telling Harry, who had been watching with awe, lead the way. The two of them rushed to the pier, and from afar, and could see the naval frigate that Harry had just told her about. Since it docked, it garnered the interest of a curious many who came to the pier to steal a glance. Anne had to admit that the ship looked quite handsome. She must have only been recently completed by the Royal Navy. Having spent only a short time afloat, she was already stolen. The ship had a very elegant and streamlined hull, and the vital parts were wrapped in metal plates, providing it with extra protection during combat. Of course, the most eye-catching feature of the frigate were the rows of cannons lining its sides. Although Nassau was known for its wealthy pirates, most had outdated equipment, like the famous Edward Teach, for example. His Sea Lion was just a modified merchant ship that had been armed with 9 and 12-pounder artillery. By comparison, this warship before her eyes was equipped with 24-pound artillery. Harry, who was just as awestruck, wiped the drool off the corners of his lips.
"This is so cool, it's every man's fantasy."
Anne was about to agree with him but instantly changed her tune when she thought about how the captain of this ship might take too much pleasure in the compliment. "HMPH, if I could go out to sea, I could easily steal a ship that's even greater than this."
"No way."
For the first time, Harry did not succumb to the possibility of him getting beaten up. He simply shook his head and said, "She's simply too perfect. It would so awesome if I could be on her too. I don't mind even if I have to scrub her down every day. It's enough for me to brag for the rest of my life." Unlike Anne, this was not his first time seeing the ship, but he still found himself mesmerized by it. How did these guys manage to do it? There's not a single scratch on her. It's weird. This is a naval frigate. Maybe the entire crew died from a plague or something. this time, and did not answer. This frigate may be great, but it had nothing to do with her. After kicking James, she was now ready to beat others up. She had been holding herself back for so many days, she urgently needed to vent her ongoing anger. And looked at Harry and asked, "Where are they?" Harry came along, excited to see and beating the pirates up. Now, he had second thoughts. "Bosun, just forget it. It's all just a huge joke. If they manage to steal this ship, they are probably not people we want to offend." And replied, "Then, all the more for us to show them that they shouldn't mess with the islanders." She paused for a moment and said earnestly to her companion, "Harry, you must remember that bullying the weak and fearing the strong is the classic behavior of the genuinely weak. Only those who constantly challenge the strong can be considered as truly strong." "That sounds remarkably reasonable," Harry said admiringly. After a while, he asked her again, almost in a whisper this time, "Bosun, then what about hitting me, somebody who's only 12 years old?" "Oh, that. I hit you purely because you need a good beating. That has nothing to do with you being strong or weak." As impatiently answered Harry's questions, she also found her target. Not far away on the beach were a group of people standing in a circle. Although it was not as crowded as when the Sea Lion was recruiting, it was still bustling and teeming with people. It would appear that this group of people were busy hiring for help. It looked like good news. That meant they were shorthand. And licked her lips, a cunning smile playing on her lips. She turned to Harry and said, "Wait here. I'll go teach them a lesson they will never forget." Harry never planned to go there anyway, having already found himself a place to hide. Before he could even answer her, he saw a hand rest on the top of her red hair. Harry groaned silently, thinking that surely it was over for that person. Last time, he was only just making bets on her for 3 pieces of copper and she gave him 2 consecutive beatings. It was so brutal that just thinking about him sent shivers down his spine. The person who had just touched her was going to be dead meat. Unsurprisingly, and blew a fuse, raising her arm in anticipation for a fight. But when she turned around, her first stopped dead midair. "Ah, it's you. When did you get back? Why didn't you tell me? I told the kid to go find you once I've docked." "Why? Didn't you two meet?" asked Jonghang. Harry's mouth hung wide open. He recognized the man now. He was the one who sent him to get Anne. What he did not understand was Anne's reaction. She suddenly appeared flushed and panicked, much like the times when he had done wrong and his parents caught him. Jonghang asked her, "If you didn't meet the person I sent to find you, why are you here then?" I was just going for a walk," she said, her voice thick with guilt. "Then why are your sleeves rolled up like that?" Jonghang asked. Thank goodness he did not dwell on it. "Anyway, it's good that you're here so I won't have to look for you. Come on board the ship and meet the others." "Ship, others?" Anne looked puzzled. "Yeah, aren't you the Jackdaw's bosun? We can't have you not knowing anyone, can we?" Chapter 141. A New Beginning. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. "What? That ship over there is yours?" Anne's jaw nearly fell to the ground. "Don't tell me that you've really found Kid's treasure? But that can't be right. Even if you had money, you still wouldn't be able to afford an entire frigate, right? That's a long story. I'll explain to you some other time. Right now, tell me, how did the cannoneer recruitment go?" Although the Jackdaw was a rather spacious vessel, Jonghang did not plan to recruit too many crew for their first voyage. Including Anne, he now had a core team of 18 members. He planned to recruit another 15 at the beach, including skilled seafarers such as cooks and carpenters. Then he would have and recommend 7 to 8 more people, mainly gunners, so the organizational structure would be relatively stable. After several trips, and only after the wheels had been oiled, would they hire more. Even though doing it this way meant that it would take a longer time to complete the full complement of crew, it also meant that he did not worry about other small-time groups muddling along. Besides, time wasn't of the essence for Jonghang. As for the appointment of An as their boatswain, Zhongheng had already approached Billy and the others about it. Women were considered to bring bad luck to a vessel. Unsurprisingly, female pirates, in the 18th century, was still somewhat of an anomaly. Generally, everyone had their concerns, but Zhongheng was resolute about this matter. Since it was the captain's first order, no one refused, nor did they ask for a vote. In the end, after a lengthy discussion, Billy and the others decided to accept the appointment, but only on one condition: An's fighting skills had to be tested first. The reason behind this request was well grounded. After all, in addition to managing and assigning tasks to the crew, the boatswain must also lead by example during a battle. If the boatswain was taken down by the enemy in a fight, forget about the crew having the morale to fight after that. Zhongheng had no objection to this requirement. He could instantly designate An as the boatswain of the Jackdaw, but to convince everyone on the ship would have to be of her own effort. Fortunately for her, although Zhongheng might be worried about many things, he wasn't concerned about her fighting abilities. Looking up the two opponents who were easily a head taller than her, the redhead did not even flinch, nor did she show any signs of fear. On the contrary, she seemed excited. The rest of the pirates started to gather instinctively to watch the battle unfold. The acting referee, Billy, said to An, "This is just a test. You're not allowed to be heavy-handed. You are also allowed to surrender at any given time. So, there's nothing to worry about. Next, you can choose one opponent from these two. As long as you can defeat any one of them, we will accept you as our fellow." Before he could even finish his sentence, the girl cut him off by picking up the saber on the sand. She swung it around to get a feel of it and flashed Billy a smile. "Let's not complicate things. The both of you can fight me together. Otherwise, it would be meaningless if the fight ends too soon." When the other pirates heard this arrogant declaration, a massive uproar broke out among them. Zhongheng did not have to see the fight, already knowing how it would end. Besides, there were more important matters that needed his attention. Since becoming a captain, he had a constant nudging at the back of his mind that there were always more things to do. Back on the Sea Lion, his main focus was to learn, observe more, and to speak less. To avoid alarming Orf, he was rarely involved in the affairs on board. Instead, all he had to do was manage his own time every day. Now, however, he was responsible for an entire ship, and there were a million things bogging his mind down. The first thing he did was to instruct Dufresne to buy a batch of green lemons before setting out to sea. During the age of the great sailboats, there was danger lurking at every corner. Among them, scurvy was one of the many things that couldn't be overlooked. Due to technical restrictions, most of the fresh produce could not be kept on the ship for the long term. Whether navy or pirate, their staple consisted mainly of biscuits and dried meat, supplemented by a small portion of seafood. In the short term, this was not a problem. But in the long run, if they were unable to get on land, the lack of essential vitamins would lead to a series of health problems. The least severe of consequences would be fatigue, agomphiasis, aching bones. In more severe cases, however, it often led to death. When Columbus explored the New World, most of his crew died of scurvy, and during Magellan's circumnavigation of the globe, 2/3 of the crew also died of the same condition. The later generations would come to learn that this was caused by vitamin deficiency, specifically the lack of vitamin C. Still, in the era that Zhongheng was in right now, effective remedies weren't discovered yet. Except for prayer, of course. When he was on the Sea Lion, Zhongheng had seen people suffering from scurvy. They were weak and sapped, and could only exert half of their strength during battles. That was a strong reminder to him that when it was his turn to lead the crew, the first thing he needed to do was to prepare lemons. Since the fruit was easy to store so still good for consumption even after a month under normal temperature, it was one of the best sources for vitamin C. On top of that, Zhongheng also instructed the new cook to prepare a batch of dried vegetables and fruits to double down on preventing scurvy. The only lament was that soybeans from China only entered European waters a few decades later. It would have become the easiest source of fresh vegetables that they could find on the ship. Bean sprouts did not need soil to grow. All it needed was a splash of fresh water, and the little plant would sprout like mad. Not only that, but soybean sprouts were also rich in protein and vitamins. Having that in mind, Zhongheng entrusted several businessmen on the island with a connection to the East India Company to help him acquire it, but it would take, even at the very least, a year. With the food problem taken care of, Zhongheng proceeded to the black market merchants on the island to discuss matters regarding the splitting of the sales of loot. Generally, the larger pirate gangs on the island would have exclusive partnerships with certain black market merchants as partners, an established mutually beneficial, win-win relationship. When the pirates come back with loot, they would hand them over to their respective black market partners, and the latter would offer them a higher than market price. Zhongheng thought that once he had the Jackdaw, he would earn the favor of many of the black market merchants. Unfortunately, the actual situation was far from what he'd envisioned. He visited some of the larger merchants on the island, and although they didn't seem too polite on the surface, it was actually more of an act of courtesy. In fact, the prices they quoted were less than favorable. According to Dufresne, the offers given were only slightly little better than the average newcomer who had only just ventured out to the sea and paled in comparison to the original sea lion. The merchants' answers were basically the same, all sharing the same opinion of the excellent condition of the Jackdaw herself, but expressed concerns over Captain Zhongheng's young age. Some of them heard about the incident on the beach and felt that hiring a woman to be the boatswain was both immature and sacrilegious on his part, which only confirmed their previous concern. So, across the board, the consensus was that they wished first to see Zhongheng and his Jackdaw prove their ability at sea, hoping that he could come back for a renegotiation only after several successful plunders. Once they were out the door, Dufresne frowned. Something is not right. In the past, these guys showed great enthusiasm whenever potential pirate gangs showed up on the island. It looks like the rumors might be true. What rumor? Because selling stolen goods is such a lucrative business, there are many black market merchants on the island. That means fierce competition would be rife among them. Sometimes, they would have malicious fallout. To win over the competitors' pirate ships, some of them would go as far as to secretly contribute funds to support wildcard ships with hidden agendas, inciting them to mutiny. If they succeed, they will choose their sponsors as new partners in return. But recently, I heard that the island's black market merchants are negotiating to end this chaotic situation, and they intend to form an alliance. Chapter 142. An Intruder. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Businessmen abhorred competitors, where having competition was equivalent to earning less profit. Whether it was about getting more customers by increasing the buying price or funding ambitious pirates to help them with their quest for the throne, it was undeniable that these things were going to cost them a large sum of money. According to Fraser, they had thought about setting up a business alliance, but they could not solve the problem of sharing its profits. Without getting a unanimous decision on the profit-sharing proposal, the plan of setting up a business alliance was deemed to fail. For those unhappy with the proposal, they did what they would usually do. As usual, they increased their buying prices to attract more potential customers in the hopes that they'd deal with them instead. Soon, other black market merchants that stuck to the rules could stand it no more after seeing their business partners leaving them for unethical black market merchants instead. Once the end, everyone realized that the rules did not benefit them at all. Thus, the business alliance that had been set up for only 3 months fell apart. This incident happened 3 years ago, still fresh in the memory of the black market merchants. It made no sense for them to try their luck right now. There must be something that they still had not figured out. I will go and investigate the incident tomorrow. We need to know what is going on, said Dufresne. Zhongheng then nodded, knowing that there was nothing he could do before he could figure out the whole thing. After that, the two of them went to visit the arms dealers on the island. The firearms on the corvette that Zhongheng took possession of recently was equipped with a shipload of weapons. In total, the vessel carried 50 guns and 60 sabers. For now, they did not need to purchase any more. However, Zhongheng knew for sure that the ammunition they used would definitely deplete in no time. It was crucial that he stocked the corvette with extra ammunition. For that, Zhongheng went to Ball, the arms dealer who sold for blunderbusses and one rifle to Zhongheng earlier. As compared to other black market merchants, Ball was much friendlier. Not only did he invite the two to enter his house, but he even instructed his maid to make them some coffee. First, he congratulated Zhongheng for becoming the captain of the Jackdaw. After that, he went straight down to business. I can easily get all the other stuff that you want. However, it is quite difficult to acquire ammunition for the 24-pound cannon. Most of our cannons here are 6-pounders and 9-pounders. A 12-pound cannon is rare. And then, only the Navy would use a 24-pound cannon. Zhongheng knew that Ball telling him the truth and wasn't trying to deliberately increase its price. This was a massive problem for him, where his corvette's primary weapon was the 12-pound cannon. However, he had 8 24-pounders equipped on the ship as well. This kind of firepower far outgunned any ordinary merchant ships. All these powerful cannons brought Zhongheng another big problem. It was not going to be easy for him to buy ammunition for all these. Nevertheless, it seemed that Ball might just be able to figure out a way to acquire them. I have some connections in the Navy. I might just be able to get you the ammunition you want. That said, I must tell you that I cannot guarantee you that I'll get them. Also, please understand that it's going to cost you a lot. Zhongheng agreed with Ball. As for now, the ammunition on the Jackdaw was still sufficient, and he wasn't too concerned. After that, Dufresne started to check out the price of the shells that Ball offered to them. Before becoming a pirate, Dufresne was a quartermaster on a Navy vessel, which explained why he knew the market quite well. The conversation between Ball and Dufresne went as smooth as silk, considering none of them had any intention to cheat the other. This was the reason why every single pirate crew wanted to hire someone with useful skills. If it was not for the power play that happened on the Sea Lion, it would have been almost impossible for Zhongheng to recruit people like Dufresne and Billy. Arms dealers on the island were a lot fewer than black market merchants. Hence, competition among them wasn't as fierce. Ball was happy enough to get a regular customer like Zhongheng. Soon, it had gotten late. Ball wanted to make Zhongheng and Dufresne stay for a meal, but they rejected him in kind. Dufresne's wife and kids were living on this island. He could still make it back home for dinner after he got down from the ship. Considering that all their affairs were settled, for now, both of them had no intention to stay any longer. Zhongheng assumed that Anne must still be loitering outside and hadn't eaten yet. So, he decided that he should look for her. Once Zhongheng arrived at the beach, he heard that a crimson-haired girl had defeated a few men who challenged her. In the end, all of them proceeded to the tavern to enjoy some drinks together. The results did not surprise Zhongheng at all. This was precisely the kind stunt that Anne would pull, and the only thing she could do to earn the crew's respect. She would have achieved a lot by now if she was not a female. With the events that had happened today, everyone on the ship should agree that Anne was more than qualified as the bosun of the vessel. In the end, Zhongheng decided to leave her alone. Anne had stayed on this island for a long time and caused a lot of trouble as well. She should be fine even though she went for drinks with a group of men. Zhongheng then returned to his home through the harbor. Upon arrival at his home, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He could not help but notice that the door was slightly ajar. Judging by Anne's personality, she would either shut it tight or leave it open as wide as possible. Moreover, he saw that the curtains were drawn as well. Clearly, these weren't the kinds of things that Anne would do as well. Immediately, Zhongheng drew out his gun. If he remembered correctly, he should not have any enemies in Nassau. At most, Fraser might hold a grudge against him because of Owen. But then again, the Queen Anne's revenge was not even back in Nassau. There was no way Fraser could suddenly appear out of the blue. Even if he did know about it, the one he should be worried about was Blackbeard. Even Orff came looking for him first. It did not make sense that he would mess with Zhongheng, now that he owned a corvette. That was why Zhongheng could not figure out who the mysterious person in his house was. Perhaps it was just a petty thief? Zhongheng didn't let his guard down, unsure if the intruder still lurked in his house. He first used his saber to nudge the door gently. Instantaneously, he jumped into the house through one of the windows. When he took over the house, Zhongheng tried his best to fix everything after noticing that one of the windows was extremely loose. Seeing that it could still be used, Zhongheng decided that he would leave it there for now.
He would have never thought that he could enter his house through this broken window. Chapter 143. Alliance. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhong Heng's was in great luck, managing to spot the intruder's shadow the moment he entered the house. It appeared that the person was sitting right by the table. The sound of the front door opening managed to capture the person's attention, who turned around to glance at the door quickly. However, it was too late, for, at the same time, Zhong Heng came in from the window. Before the person could turn around, Zhong Heng used his gun and knocked the intruder out cold. The night was bathed in a pale glow from the full moon, and Zhong Heng used the light to check his surroundings, ensuring that there were no more enemies lurking around. Next, he stealthily tiptoed to the first floor, checking all the rooms. Once he was sure that the house was clear of intruders, Zhong Heng lit up the oil lamp and was now back from the tavern. She noticed a lady in her 20s lying on the table, and Zhong Heng was frisking her. "1 inch, oh, gosh. Did I come back too early? I'm so sorry for interrupting your session." Immediately, and turned around and was about to leave the house. "Stop fooling around. Come back here. Do you know this woman?" After Zhong Heng searched her, he found no weapons or dangerous items on her. He was shocked to see that the intruder was a woman. Though she entered the house without permission, she didn't touch anything apart from the cup of tea on the table. Judging from her skin tone and attire, Zhong Heng guessed she hailed from a wealthy family. Usually, a lady like her would not come to a place as rough as Nassau, let alone breaking into a house. That was why Zhong Heng could only guess that she was Anne's friend. "I don't know her," replied Anne with a burp. "You didn't even look at her properly." "That is because I don't have a single female friend ever since I was born to this world," said Anne while shaking her hands. Under the influence of alcohol, Anne's face flushed bright red. "There's only one way left now." "What?" "Let's ask her about it when she comes to." Zhong Heng did not hit her too hard because he did not know what her intention was. In less than 2 hours, the lady regained consciousness. Zhong Heng made use of the time to finish up supper. As for Anne, she was fondling with the makeup mirror that she found on the lady. "I thought you don't like things like this." "You are right. I don't like these kinds of things, but I remember that my father giving me a mirror when I was 14 years old. This mirror looks quite expensive, actually. I believe that it can be sold for a handsome amount of money." "You can have it if you want it," said the mysterious lady suddenly. Once she woke up, she found out that her hands and legs were bound. Still, she managed to stay calm. Her behavior did not match her age and family background. Unfortunately, she expressed her kindness to Anne in the wrong way. "I don't need someone to give me something I like. I will take it from the person myself," exclaimed Anne with a burst of laughter as she placed both of her legs on the table with her chair leaned back. Noticing that Zhong Heng was glaring at her, she instantly removed her legs from the table. "I believe that you are the captain of the Jackdaw, Mr. Zhong. I have to admit, you are way younger than I thought." The mysterious lady then took a good hard look at Zhong Heng. "Who are you? Why are you in my house? I'm so sorry. Forgive me for breaking into your house without permission. I bear no ill intention. I just want to discuss some business proposals with you. I'm left with no other option because this is a special period for me." "Special period?" "My name is Karina Portman. I'm a businesswoman. I think the people of Nassau prefer to call me a black market merchant. Anyway, I do business on this island, and I have worked with many pirate ships before. Captain Fuller from the pirate vessel Archer and Captain Randall from the Duke are my customers. Oh, and Elwyn from the Flying Fish too. They are all my good partners." While talking, Karina was observing the reaction on Zhong Heng's face. Unfortunately, she did not manage to read anything from him. "I heard that you had spent a lot of time at sea, and you just got back today. You might not know the island as well as you think. For months ago, all the black market merchants were talking about forming a trade alliance to solve the chaotic way of trading on this island. This alliance is coming to an end soon, and so they have come up with a few unanimous decisions. That includes lowering the share ships led by new captains. I believe that you looked for a few back market merchants this afternoon, right? And you are not happy with the outcome. A similar thing happened 3 years ago, right? I heard that the alliance did not end well. I know what you are thinking. I'm afraid that the alliance won't be dismissed that easily this time. The old alliance was formed by a couple of powerful black market merchants. So, they were the ones that made the rules. It's different this time because pirates are invited to join the alliance as well. Who? I'm not sure if you have heard of the name, Fraser. They say he was highly respected amongst the pirates, being the person to convince other pirate groups to join the alliance. The merchants have increased their buying price in exchange for a long-term partnership. The value that the black market merchants generate can buy up 70% of the loot that all pirates bring back to Nassau. With that being said, the merchants that are not part of the alliance will be unable to buy any valuable loot. All those who initially refused to join the alliance will now change their minds. Right now, there are only a couple of merchants left in Nassau that refuse to join the alliance. Finally, Zhong Heng understood the reason why the other black market merchants treated him in such a cold manner earlier. If Carina was telling the truth, then the alliance would have absolute power over the market once it was officially put in place, though they would need to pay to buy off the pirates' loot. One should know that being a pirate wasn't precisely the most stable and safest of jobs. As time passed, pirates who were promised with a high price became lesser and lesser, and young pirates like Zhong Heng would emerge. The merchants would then design a new contract for them where they could buy off their loot at a lower price. In other words, the profit they gained would only increase over time. By that time, the alliance would have dominated the entire market, and the pirates would have no choice but to accept the price offered by the alliance. Chapter 144. Business. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. I heard that they are planning to set the price at 5 different tiers. The powerful and big crews will be placed at first tier if they are willing to sign the contract with them. As for those medium-sized crews, they would be placed at the 3rd or 4th tier. A new pirate group like you can only start from the bottom. Of course, if you manage to acquire a huge amount of loot and sell everything to them, they would surely increase their buying price. Perhaps you could get to 4th tier pricing in 3 years if you're lucky. I assume that would be the shortest time for you to get there. Surely, this is not fair to your crew, said Carina as she tried to nudge her slightly swollen wrists that was still tied up. Upon seeing that, Zhong Heng drew his dagger and cut off the ropes tied around Carina's wrists and legs. What do you mean by business? I want to work with you for the long term. I'm willing to buy all the loot that you acquired from the merchant ships. Don't worry. My buying price is definitely higher than the price that the alliance can offer you. I can offer you a 4th tier price right away. Carina was confident that Zhong Heng would surely take the deal. To her surprise, Zhong Heng rejected her without even thinking twice. I'm sorry. I'm not interested. Why not? Right now, you need a stable partner to trade with you. The price that I offered you is at least 40% higher than the alliance's price. My offer is only valid for a captain like you. Accepting this deal will help you to secure your position as a captain. Also, there's nothing for you to lose if you accept the deal. You calculated the money that I'm going to get if I sell my loot to you, but you didn't calculate the risk I will face. Surely, my actions would anger the entire trade alliance if I work with you. In other words, if something bad happens to you, no black market merchants on this island will do business with me. You don't have to worry about that. I've stayed in Nassau for a very long time. Nothing bad has happened to me so far. Is that right? Why didn't you join the alliance then? According to your description, you should have had countless trading partners before they set up the alliance, right? What about now? How many captains are still willing to sell their loot to you? This was the question that Carina could not avoid. While she was on the way to Zhong Heng's house, she had made up several versions of the story in her mind. To her, Zhong Heng was just a lucky bloke that happened to get his hands on a Navy battleship, thinking that convincing Zhong Heng to work with her would be easy. The moment the two started talking,
however, Carina started to realize that she was too naive in thinking that Zhongheng would agree to work with her. To her surprise, Zhongheng's thought process and how he managed to stay calm did not match his age at all. He was scarier than all the pirates that she dealt with before. It was at that moment that Carina realized the story she had made up sounded absolutely ridiculous. She was left speechless. The atmosphere in the common area suddenly turned into an awkward silence. All that could be heard was Anne's loud snoring, obviously uninterested in Zhongheng and Carina's conversation. Zhongheng then stood up and draped his jacket over Anne. "There's no way that I will work with you if you don't tell me the truth." "Well, I'm afraid that you will not work with me if I tell you the truth." "Try me." Zhongheng poured 2 glasses of tea and handed one to Carina. "Actually, I'm not a black market merchant on this island," said Carina after hesitating for quite some time. While she was telling the truth, she took the opportunity to observe Zhongheng on how he would react to the thing that she was about to say to him. Again, she found out that Zhongheng was not surprised by her truth at all. "You know that I'm not a black market merchant? Do I look like a clown in front of you?" "Not really." "How long have you stayed on this island?" 2 months. "It's not easy to do what you are doing right now since you have stayed here for only a short period. Your attire and behavior were very convincing. Most importantly, you seem to know your way around this island quite well. You wouldn't have raised my suspicions if your skin color was darker. The black market merchants on this island are required to check their items under the hot sun. That is why they are more tan than most. Here, you look like someone who hasn't stepped out from the house much." "That's the reason?" "Before this, I stayed in New Hampshire. My father was a black market merchant here in Nassau. When I was a kid, he would tell me stories about this island. He would say that this is the land of money, where only the fearless could survive on this island. Of course, I wasn't interested in what he had to tell me. So, why are you here now?" "It's because of my father. 6 months ago, he was arrested at New Hampshire, convicted of working with pirates. They threw him in jail and confiscated his ship. Ironically, the port chief and customs officer took a huge bribe from him a week ago. My mother took over his work the moment she knew that he was sentenced. She offended a powerful local businessman by selling a batch of similar products. I did ask someone to help me to bail him out from prison. Unfortunately, the guy demanded an astronomical figure. I can't even match his number even if I sold everything valuable in my house. That is why I'm thinking of taking over his business to earn more money to bail him out. The moment you came here, the alliance had just been set up." "Yes. I couldn't join the alliance because I'm simply not qualified. I did try to look for several captains who used to work with my father with the hopes of working with them. Unfortunately, his previous contracts are void as my father hasn't shown up for a very long time. His old friends told me that they couldn't help even if they wanted to. I was left with no option until I saw your ship this afternoon. All I thought was to try my luck and convince you to work with me. My father left me a ship to move his product. After working as a black market merchant for years, he had established quite a few connections. He told me all those names when I visited him in prison. Besides, he has a permit that allows him free passage through the customs of most of the colonies. Though I can't access New Jersey right now, I can still sell my stuff at other ports that he used to frequent." Chapter 145. Answer. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. "What do you guys think?" Zhongheng looked for Billy and Dufresne and told them about Carina, believing that it was unnecessary to this matter from his crew. The Black Market Alliance is no secret. I talked to a few of my friends this morning, and they verified everything that Carina told you. She's right about the alliance taking advantage of us. Before the Black Market Alliance was established, the Sea Lion could usually sell their loot at a third-tier price. Right now, although we aren't as capable as the old Sea Lion, I know in my heart that we have a huge potential to become one of the strongest pirate crews on this island. In the future, it won't be a problem for us to sell our loot at a third-tier price. Right now, however, we can only sell them at the lowest price possible. I'm afraid our crew isn't going to be too happy about this, said Dufresne. First, let's not talk about old pirates like us. All our recruits chose to join us because we have a corvette, and they saw an opportunity to earn more for themselves. When they find out about selling the loot that they risked their lives to get for a low price, I'm afraid we might not be able to handle them. If we want to grow bigger and stronger, we will need to start thinking about recruiting better pirates from other more powerful crews. But before we can do that, we must make sure that money is not an issue on our ship, said Billy in the most straightforward way. The other pirate crews have started to contact our members. All of them assume that we will not do well in our first voyage, and they are trying to convince them to leave us and join them. How much we sell out loot for doesn't seem to be the only problem we face. And I look too young for a captain. I lack experience. To make matters worse, the first thing I did after I became a captain was to recruit a female pirate. Everyone must surely think that I'm just another short-term captain, said Jong-hung, filling in what Billy had to say. That's about it. You have to know we all trust you 100%. Not only have you saved our lives, but you also managed to stay calm whenever we are greeted with danger. The journey from Charleston to Nassau was enough to prove that you are more than qualified to become our captain. However, as for others who have not sailed with you before, you can't blame them for not giving you their full trust. What's happening right now is unfair to you. Usually, new captains would have more time to prepare for the next voyage and bond with his crew members. Having a battleship placed us in a position of great advantage. At the same time, it has also dragged us into a great deal of pressure as well. On this island, many are simply waiting for us to turn into a joke. If we fail to acquire a good amount of loot during our first sail, we will start facing the problem of people quitting our ship. Not to mention the difficulty of recruiting new crew after that. After an hour and a half, Billy and Dufresne left Jong-hung's room, nodding to greet Anne and Carina before they left the house. Carina was still shaken up, having told Jong-hung everything last night. However, Jong-hung informed her that he wanted to discuss the matter with his crew members before giving her an answer. Instead of returning to the hotel, Carina decided that she would stay for the night to get the answers she wanted. That said, Jong-hung was genuinely impressed by what she had achieved. Since her youth, she was carefree and worried not about her life. Before her father was sentenced to prison, she was no different from the nobles and ladies hailing from the upper class. She would attend proms, operas, and constantly had high tea with her friends. Last night, she looked for 3 stools, put them together, and simply slept on it for the whole night. When she woke up the next morning, her neck was sore to say the least. Eventually, she had to spend the entire morning tending to her painful neck. Once Billy and Dufresne left, Carina instantly ran to the first floor, tidying up her messy attire before knocking at Jong-hung's door. "Come in." Carina took a deep breath and entered the room. Jong-hung's study was sparsely decorated. Besides a table, a couple of stools, and a newly made bookshelf, there wasn't much else. There wasn't even a single book on the shelf yet. When sunlight poured into the room through the window, it landed on Jong-hung's shoulder and colored his hair a bright gold. Jong-hung was using a parallel ruler on his nautical chart when Carina entered the room. He looked no different from the time when he studied in the library. Carina was shocked upon entering the room. She had seen countless pirates throughout her stay in Nassau and discovered that most of them were rude and uncultured. Sometimes, it was hard for her to communicate with them properly, but to her greatest surprise, Jong-hung was unlike the conventional pirate. Through the conversation that they had last night, she noticed that Jong-hung could be reasoned with and was also extremely observant. If it were not for the gun that was strapped to his chest and the scar from a knife on his arm, Carina found it hard to associate him with the typical pirate. "The time is set. We will set sail in 3 days." Jong-hung's voice tugged her back to reality. Immediately, Carina's heart started to thump faster. This island was different than before. There were only a handful of powerful pirate groups left that had not joined the alliance. Most groups on the island were poorly equipped and severely lacked the workforce to match. In other words, it was unlikely that they would be able to acquire anything valuable. If Jong-hung rejected her offer, her trip to Nassau would be all but wasted. Not only would she stand a chance to lose her father, but her family might become broke as well. My helmsman and quartermaster suggested that I should negotiate with the Alliance to increase their prices. They don't believe that you can carry out your promises. They might say yes to you if your father is with you right now, but you have to know that you lack experience. This is something that you have never done before. Zhong Heng's reply was like a boulder landing on Karina's heart. Though she had prepared for the worst, she still found it hard to accept that she was seen as a miserable failure. She then slouched on the chair and started to cry her heart out. 2 months of effort had brought her nowhere. She thought that the Jackdaw might be able to help her to solve her problem, but it seemed that she was wrong. All she could feel right now was despair. Of course, Zhong Heng felt sorry for her, though he was left with few other options. Choosing a reliable trading partner was a very delicate decision among all captains. Since Billy and Dufresne placed little hope on Karine, he had to find out for himself if she was really worth his time. To his surprise, though, Karina stopped crying after a minute and lifted her head. There were still tears in her eyes, but the helpless look on her face was gone. There must be a way. Is there something else I can do? Yes. If you can prove yourself to my crew, you might be able to get yourself a deal. Zhong Heng then pointed to a mark on his nautical chart. Do you know what this place is? Chapter 146. Setting Sail. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was a beautiful day when the Jackdaw unmoored and left port. The skies were painted a light blue hue, the sea calm and its breeze gentle. Flocks of seagulls hovered above the masts. A crowd had gathered at the port to watch the ship's departure, a rarity for a new pirate gang. In the past few days, Zhong Heng overheard about the happenings on the island. Some of the gambling houses had apparently set up a pool specifically for the Jackdaw's maiden voyage, betting on how much he could loot during his first sail. Most had put their bet on him coming back empty-handed, meaning that many were less than optimistic about his debut. After all, a ship's performance and firepower did not represent everything. An excellent captain could win a headwind battle regardless of his equipment at hand, and the probability of an inexperienced newcomer like Zhong Heng losing even in the best of situations was very high. Today, Billy arrived before anyone else. As the helmsman of the Jackdaw, he was done delegating the ship's tasks to everyone and had completed the necessary preparations for their maiden voyage. Being the captain, Zhong Heng was last to arrive. And came with him as well. Quite a few gave out wolf calls at the sight of the two walking down the pier together. Discounting the time that Anne was on the Golden Swallow, there had never been a female pirate in Nassau, what more, one that held the important position of the boatswain. Today was to be considered a historical day for Nassau. Considering that the girl had been living in the same house as Zhong Heng, people could not help but let their imagination run wild. So, when Zhong Heng and Anne showed up together, all kinds of lewd remarks were spewed. Such was the nature of the human creature. The fact was, the girl had given many of the islanders a sound beating. They knew all too well of how extraordinarily strong she was. Be it as it may, the obscene tendencies of the human mind led them to believe that she must have used her body in exchange for the position on the ship. James stood among the crowd with raging and envious eyes. He was the first person to be acquainted with Anne, and at that time, she was just the daughter of a wealthy family living with her mother, a lass with whimsical fantasies of becoming a pirate. It was he who had lured and encouraged Anne to run away with him to Nassau. Of course, he knew what the actual situation here was like. He waited until all of Anne's money was spent, to the point that they were driven from pillar to post. He hoped that she would find no way out and eventually marry him. He had coveted Anne for the longest time, not just her body but also her father's fortune. Although father and daughter were not on speaking terms, James simply needed to wait until things fell into place. When Anne was pregnant with his child, her father would surely be indisposed to ignore his own grandchild. The first half of this plan had gone smoothly. Even though Anne kicked James in the crotch and ran away from him, he was very confident that, like the vast majority of rebellious teenage girls, she would still have to face reality at the end of the day no matter where she ran to. When the penniless red-haired girl could no longer stand the hunger or find shelter from the rain, she would come back to him indefinitely. Never would he have imagined that halfway through his plan, one Zhongheng would appear. Not only did the boy let her stay in his place, but he even took care of her meals and living expenses. James did not believe that there would be anyone that kind on this island unless Zhongheng had the same motive as he did. When James found out that he had a competitor, he was both shocked and pissed, naturally wanting to confront Zhongheng. But when he found out that the boy was a seaman on the Sea Lion, he quickly abandoned the idea. Everyone in Nassau knew the name, Blackbeard. James had to think twice if he could actually endure Blackbeard's anger for harassing his crew. Eventually, he decided to wait until Zhongheng went out to the sea before he would sneak up on Anne. He advised her to leave the house and return to him, but the girl did not show any signs that she wanted to. After a few times asking her, James could very clearly feel Anne's resentment toward him, building up, getting stronger with each passing day. The truth was, if not for the fact that both of them had been companions for a long time and had arrived at Nassau together, Anne's kick would have come even earlier. That afternoon, James had to lie on the footpath for half an hour before he was well enough to get himself up. Although he still had not given his intentions, he knew that in the short term, he didn't stand a chance. Right now, seeing Zhongheng and Anne together, James became the loudest among the crowd. But unlike the joyous few who had come to watch, he was so mad he began swearing, which only yielded angry glances from the people around him. "I already warned you," Zhongheng lamented to Anne, "that these kinds of things would happen if you walk with me. And could not care less, though. What's there to be afraid of? If I have the balls to be your bosun, then why should I care about what other people think? Besides, these guys are only brave enough to run their mouths. None of them can fight worth a damn. When we come back with a full load, their mouths will be sewed shut for sure. Are you that confident in me? That's because you have the strongest bosun on the island." Billy and Dufresne were worried that Zhongheng and would be affected by the jeering of the people on the shore, but when the moment they saw the expressions on the pair, they realized that they had nothing to worry about. With the anchor cast off and the sails propped, the Jackdaw slowly departed the port in the gentle breeze. Billy was at the center of the deck when he glanced at Zhongheng, who was standing at the bow. The latter nodded, before the Jackdaw's helmsman clapped his hands to draw the crew's attention. "I received news from the shore that a Spanish merchant ship with a load of perfume is on her way to New York. We all know how popular these things are in the New World, which is why we came out to sea immediately. That ship is not far from us. If everything goes well, it will take us less than a week to catch up to her. If we succeed in our quest, every one of us will get at least 100 silver coins. Let's work hard together to take our first victory." Upon hearing this, the rest of the crew grinned in eagerness. Nothing could motivate them more than a fat, juicy prey. They could not wait to get the battle started. Billy was very satisfied with the morale and enthusiasm displayed by the crew. But having been out at sea on so many voyages, he clearly knew that this was only because they were just at the beginning of their journey. As time went by, the endless monotony a seafarer would face out in the high seas would cause many to be restless. As a result, morale on board would fall, especially when they could not locate their target for days on end. Anxiety would begin to set in, and that would mark the beginning of their troubles. Billy's only hope was that the Jackdaw's first voyage would go well. Zhongheng returned to the captain's quarters after setting the course. He took out the necklace that Simon gave him from the drawer. Name, Hunter's Blessing. Grade, F. Function, increases the chance of encountering prey. This thing could finally be put to use. Chapter 147. Switching Targets. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Hunter's Blessing differed from the Lucky's Rabbit's Foot by having a more unusual function, which was why Zhongheng didn't get a chance to use it yet. It wasn't before the fourth quest, entering the pirate world and bringing the Jackdaw to begin his own hunting journey, that he had any use for this item again. The necklace was useful to him now, increasing their chances of encountering a target every time they got out to sea. On top of that, the Lucky Rabbit's Foot should also be able to enhance the necklace's effect. However, probability-based game props such as these generally took effect only after some time. In fact, in the past 10 days, the Jackdaw did not encounter any prey worth capturing, and the Spanish merchant ship that Billy talked about did not appear. The morale on the ship had diminished to a new low, compared to when they first left the dock. Although the crew continued to carry out their duties each day, they were not as enthusiastic as before. There was even some slacking amongst the men. Nevertheless, as long as everything was kept in check, Billy and the crew said nothing. No matter how outstanding the helmsman or captain was, it was impossible to keep the crew at an excited state forever, unless they had some sort of driving force such as Kidd's treasure. On top of that, the newly recruited cook and carpenter seemed a little unreliable, where the chef's unimaginative cooking caused a lack of appetite among the sailors. Fortunately, the batch of dried vegetables and fruits that Jong Hung prepared came in handy. The pirates knew how rare those things were out at sea, and the lemonade was a source of relief that greatly subdued the complaints on the ship. There were also many problems with the resident carpenter. Here was a guy that claimed a flawless resume and excellent theoretical knowledge, but after boarding the ship, he could not even do the simplest of repairs on a barrel. His skills were far from what he had described during the interview. Of course, Jong Hung was mentally prepared for this. There were bound to be all kinds of problems with the new recruits. However, having older men from the Sea Lion was much better than building the team up from nothing. In fact, just 2 days ago, Billy worked with Jong Hung to disperse a fight among the crew. Because the experienced seaman quickly found out about the brawl, it was resolved before things got worse. Neither party in the dispute used weapons, and thankfully, the damage it incurred was minimum. In the end, they were only punished to 2 weeks of deck cleaning. In general, the atmosphere on the ship was manageable, but on the 11th day, Billy knocked on the door of the captain's cabin. "It looks like we'll need to change targets." The helmsman appeared a little troubled. Situations like this were not uncommon. Most of the information about merchant ships came from the island's information dealers, who collected their intelligence mainly from the boats docked in Nassau. Along the lines of transmission, packets of information would be either lost or mistranslated. To make matters worse, last-minute route changes often occurred. Thus, obtaining information did not necessarily mean that they would surely find the target. To be able to survive the high seas, neither merchants nor pirates had a definite route. Every so often, when the captains found out that their travel plans were disclosed, they would immediately set up a backup plan and divert course. "I have one more lead. It's the Duffy, a tobacco carrier. But then again, tobacco is everywhere in the New World, its price can't match up to perfume. There's good news, though. The Duffy is also on this route, so we won't have to change course. We just need to continue chasing." Billy paused for a moment, attempting to avoid adding more pressure on Jong Hung. He tried to encourage his captain, adding, "We have only been at sea for 10 days. We still have time. Our food and water on board are enough to last us for a month and a half. We will definitely return fully loaded." Still, perhaps it was due to the helmsman's recent raising of the flag that the Jackdaw's gains in the following week were few and far between. They did not even catch a glimpse of the Duffy's shadow. They did, however, come across 2 other merchant ships that didn't even put up a fight. The moment they caught sight of the Jackdaw's black flag, they immediately surrendered. The pirates' excitement was short-lived, though. The ships turned out to be transporting a less than lucrative cargo. One carried potatoes while the other hauled copper ore. There was plenty of it, but they were worth very little even in the colony. Also, if they moved those things back to the Jackdaw, her speed would be significantly reduced. As a result, the heavy vessel might fail to catch up to her main target. After much deliberation, the crew decided to give up robbing the 2 ships. Unfortunately, the failure to plunder anything had turned the seamen anxious. Billy, the representative of the crew, felt it the most and started to blame himself. He had purchased the 2 pieces of information from dealers that he was familiar with. He was also the one who recommended this route to Jong Hung. Ultimately, this caused them to be in the predicament that they were in now. The Jackdaw had powerful guns, but she couldn't find a target worthy of her firepower. Factoring in the time it would take for them to return, they were desperately running out of time to hunt. So, on the 19th day, Billy went to meet Jong Hung. "This is all my mistake. We shouldn't have chosen this unpopular route.
You reminded me of the risks, but I let that perfume ship get to my head. If we had chosen a more popular route from the beginning, we would have made a lot of money by now. Billy, this is not your fault. We discussed this together and even had the crew's consent. You're not responsible for our situation right now, Jong-hung said. Anyone getting such information back on the island would surely give it a try. But this is our maiden voyage, that's the problem, lamented the helmsman, who smiled bitterly. Right now, we don't have a lot of room to make mistakes. I thought the intelligence was good since there is little pirate activity in the vicinity. I really don't know why we still haven't seen the two ships, which is why I'm suggesting that we change course immediately and try our luck on a more popular route. The nearest one from here only takes about 5 days. If we are lucky, we can still hunt for about a week. But that route is also frequented by pirate hunters and the Navy, Jong-hung said. If you had told me that you wanted to go there when we left port, I wouldn't have said anything against it. But with the low morale on the ship right now, what do you think our chances of winning are? Billy fell silent. He knew what Jong-hung said was true. The helmsman sighed. We should have taken that copper ship. At least, we could hand out some money to everyone. Jong-hung shook his head. Those things are useless. We are a warship, and our cargo hold is limited. If we want to take anything, it would have to be valuable. Besides, this is our first voyage. Only a big win can boost our reputation. Billy looked a little confused. Naturally, Jong-hung, the captain, should have been most anxious. If they returned from their first voyage empty-handed, it would mean that the captain would likely be removed from his position. Right now, however, Jong-hung did not seem worried at all. Jong-hung pointed to a small island on the map. Based on our course and speed, we should arrive at this spot tonight. Chapter 148. Freshwater Island. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jong-hung knew better than anyone that the maiden voyage was extremely important for a new captain. Besides, many from Nassau were hoping that Jong-hung would fail his first sail. He had to prove them wrong. The moment he returned to Nassau, he noticed that a lot of people were paying attention to him. The combination of a mighty battleship and the overly young captain seemed like vulnerable prey to a lot of people. Once the Jackdaw pulled into shore, Jong-hung had to consider his worst-case scenario. He did not doubt that Billy and the rest of the old crew members were loyal to him, and after the Kid's Treasure incident, Jong-hung knew that all 16 of them would not betray him for now, at least. That said, he had to consider the possibility of them being manipulated by others. When they were told that the ship that carried perfume and the Daffy would cross an unpopular shipping line, Jong-hung felt that it was simply too much of a coincidence. When he thought of how stern the Black Market Alliance was, he realized that his first sail had gone too smoothly to be true. Luckily, he still had a trump card with him. He and Karina were considered as outsiders on the island. Since she hoped to earn little more money to rescue her father from prison, she was devastated when she found out that a Black Market Alliance was being set up on the island. Right now, she needed the Jackdaw to supply her with loot so she could sell them elsewhere. At the same time, Jong-hung needed someone like Karina to get rid of his plunder as well. Jong-hung thought differently from Billy and the rest of the pirates. From the very beginning, he had no intention to work together with the Black Market Alliance. Fraser was not the only problem. A lot of people did not realize how dangerous the Black Market Alliance was. Once these people dominated the market in Nassau, every pirate would lose their rights to negotiate the buying price. Undoubtedly, it was not that easy to become a captain of a pirate ship. One had to be courageous, valiant, and filled with experience to master the position. The crew believed that their captains would lead them to wealth and glory all around the world. Loot that could not be sold out wasn't wealth to them. In other words, if the Black Market Alliance dominated the market in Nassau, they were capable of refusing the loot from the captains that they wanted to eliminate. With such power at hand, the black market merchants would continuously have a grip over the fate of the pirates. This was a situation that Jong-hung dreaded. Other captains might have already figured this out, but it was hard for them to reject the Black Market Alliance's offer.
Not only would the alliance increase their buying price, they even told the captains that the proposal was only valid as long as they remained captains. That would mean their crew had to think twice before they betrayed their captains, as it could cost them tremendous loss. Undeniably, this could help fortify the captain's position on the ship. Of course, there were risks to be considered if they decided to take part in the black market alliance, but they figured that they'd only cross the bridge when they came to it. Fundamentally, being a pirate was always a high-risk occupation. Most of them did not care about what happened tomorrow. Zhong Heng was different from them, though. The existence of the Black Market Alliance interfered with his growth as a captain, and here, Carina was offering him another way out. Billy and Dufresne might consider her inexperienced, but Zhong Heng begged to differ. He yearned for a trade partner that allowed him to preserve his rights when trading took place. He needed to know that the loot his pirates acquired could be turned into cold hard cash. Carina was perfect for him, but of course, he still wanted her to prove her worth. The Jackdaw reached Freshwater Island before sunset, an uninhabited blotch of sand with a landmass of fewer than 20 acres. There were thousands of islands like this in the Caribbean, and most didn't even have a name. The island was named Freshwater Island when Magellan landed here as he traveled around the world. For years, many were confused by the name of this island, as the place was, in fact, devoid of fresh water. Magellan named it Freshwater Island because of a mighty storm that swept through the island. The arrival of the storm enabled his crew to collect enough fresh water for drinking. After the conditions on the island were made known to many, it became even more desolate. Zhong Heng moored his ship close to the island before rowing to it in a small boat with An and Billy. To their surprise, they quickly discovered that someone was here before them. As a result, they did not continue forward. Instead, Zhong Heng made a signal by whistling. Soon, someone emerged from the forest. Zhong Heng was left in shock when he saw who it was. Earlier, Carina told him that she would send a messenger to deliver news to him. He did not expect to see her here in person here. She did not look too good. Zhong Heng figured she might have been alone on this island at least for a day or two. Even though the boat that dropped her here left her with enough food and water, it was still no less of an impressive feat that she was here all alone. Carina was bursting with excitement the moment she saw Zhong Heng. Considering that the area wasn't a popular shipping route, she could have easily died if Zhong Heng hadn't come to pick her up. "I have checked everything you've asked me to check. I think you'll be interested in one of the ships. Half a month ago, it departed North Carolina, and it's hauling a full load of spice." "Spice?" "Yes. Nutmegs from the Maluku Islands. Surprisingly, they appeared in a New World colony as they are planning to return to Europe. I heard that in London, the price of nutmeg is comparable to gold. How far are we from the ship?" "I just consulted my ship's captain, and he said that we should be able to catch up to them in about 10 days if we continue at our current speed, provided that the wind is at our back." "Come on then. Follow me to my ship." Zhong Heng walked towards the boat lying on the beach. Billy was still rather startled after hearing what Carina said. "I asked Ms. Carina to do us a favor. She used her connections in Boston to tell her if there are any ships that are worth our time. But wasn't she in Nassau? After we were done talking that day, she traveled back to Boston immediately. I chose to stop at Freshwater Island because this is the island closet to Boston. But I have to admit that Ms. Carina is really good at what she does. I told her that our time is limited, which means she was only in Boston for less than a day since she managed to meet us here." Chapter 149. Limits and Doubts. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Two pirates were working together at the gunwale. One of them tossed a wood plank with a rope around it into the sea while the other counted the time. Once the time was up, the pirate stopped the rope and calculated the length of rope that was being released into the sea. Current speed is 10 knots. Most ships from Western countries in the 18th century used this method to calculate their speed. Of course, it was not 100% accurate because the sea itself was fluid and was constantly flowing all the time. However, it was more than adequate. A more precise method to calculate speed wasn't invented until the 20th century. Zhongheng stood on the deck in a black shirt, guiding his pirates in adjusting the mainsail according to the wind's direction. The Jackdaw had just raised the sails on her mainmast and secondary mast. This allowed them to steam ahead at full speed. However, pushing the vessel to her limits also caused the masts to be under a lot of pressure. Knowing that they were at breaking point, Zhongheng instantly instructed the pirates to pull back the ropes and tie them at the stern. As for Zhongheng, he acted as the helmsman to ensure that the draft was perfectly adjusted. After a short moment of creaks and violent vibrations, the ship finally adapted to its current speed. Once everything had smoothened out, Zhongheng passed the ship's wheel back to the original helmsman. He then instructed the watcher to continue to observe the draft. Karina was standing at the side and silently observed every move of Zhongheng. Of course, her mind was in a raging storm as opposed to her calm looks. When she was in Nassau, she had went around asking about Zhongheng. She got to know that he was initially a passenger on a merchant ship. After that, his masterful marksmanship earned him a place as one of the Sea Lion's pirates. They told her that Zhongheng was not used to living out at sea, suffering severe seasickness on the way back to Nassau. It was during that time that he almost lost his life. In a year, Zhongheng worked his way from an ordinary pirate to the boatswain of the Sea Lion. Not too long after that, he led a group of old pirates to leave the Queen Anne's Revenge. By the time he arrived in Nassau, he was already the captain of a battleship with a large pirate crew under his watch. The swift intensity of his growth cast doubt upon the islanders on whether he had enough experience or wisdom to lead a ship full of pirates. Before all these, Karina thought the same as well. However, her opinion of him completely changed after the two of them exchanged words. The man standing before her was completely different from the pirates that she had encountered before. He wasn't supposed to possess such a high level of charm and maturity at this age. This was what she thought about him anyway. That said, it did not mean others would feel the same way. She finally got to see how Zhongheng led his people now that she was aboard his ship. His behavior did not make him look like a new captain at all. When he was greeted with various challenges, he would somehow look for a way to solve them one by one. After spending a few days with Zhongheng on the ship, Karina was no longer as surprised as she was, knowing that it would be hard for a man with such discipline not to succeed. Karina used to see Zhongheng sparring with and before the sun came up. She also noticed that he would always seek guidance from a more experienced crewman on the ship. Whenever he had the time, he would head to the captain's quarters and go through a bunch of books left by the ship's previous owner. Before this, the Jackdaw was a corvette, and there were tons of books about warfare lying in the study. Between these books were also manuscripts holding a wealth of descriptions about different places of the world. He looked at this world with a view from the future, and that helped him to accept that he was not actually in the real world. Though there were still heaps of things that he could not understand, reading those books would definitely help him to blend into this era better. To him, it was fun to learn about foreign cultures and exciting events that happened during this time in history. On the other hand, Zhongheng had re-evaluated Karina as well. He found out that she was more decisive than he'd initially expected. He realized why she changed her mind and chose to deliver the news to him personally. She simply wanted to ensure that nothing would go wrong. It also showed that she was serious about this deal. Though black market merchants were a part of Nassau, they lived very different from the pirates. Most of them had families and thrived among the upper society. Their job was simply to buy, sell, deliver, and they typically did not participate in raids. This was to ensure that they could easily cut off all ties with the pirates if things went south. Undoubtedly, it was unwise for Karina to get aboard a pirate ship. Now that her fate was tied with Zhongheng, even he had to admit that she had gone all out to win his trust. Karina was born to be a risk-taker. Maybe she would be able to outplay the Black Market Alliance and carve her own path. This, however, wasn't the time for her to think about something that was so far ahead. When she saw there was nothing on the sea apart from the Jackdaw, she started to grow more and more anxious. This was the 32nd day that the Jackdaw left Nassau's harbor. Half the ship's food and water supply had already been consumed, and there were only some vegetables and dried fruits left. This was Zhongheng's first time setting out to sea, and it was impossible for him to anticipate every possibility that might happen. The humidity from the sea had caused the vegetables and fruits to go moldy. Left with no other food, everyone on the ship had to go back to eating dried, smoked fish. Still, that would only last about 20 days. In other words, Zhongheng had to turn his ship back to Nassau soon, or his crew would starve. Zhongheng was frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. He had tried his best to have a backup plan for everything, but still faced all sorts of unexpected events. Even the best captain of the Caribbean could not guarantee that he would be able to return with a ship filled with loot every time. No matter what, Zhongheng needed to win this war. As time passed, Zhongheng could feel the changes in everyone's emotions. Not only was it evident among the new recruits, but old pirates like Billy and Dufresne also started to lose hope as well. Corinne was no exception. Last night, she knocked at the door of the captain's quarters, telling Zhongheng that she suspected that everyone from the colony might know about her father getting into jail. There was a possibility that her friend from the customs had betrayed her. The ship that carried Nutmeg could be nothing more than a high tale made up by them. In the worst-case scenario, this could even be a trap set by the Navy. I've thought about it over and over again. It's impossible that our target would have sailed all the way to the New World. There's something fishy going on here. I remember my father telling me that he has 2 enemies from Boston, said Corinne in a nervous manner. Now, if this is a trap, why would they make up something that is so ridiculous then? Zhongheng proceeded to the galley and poured Corinne a glass of rum. Chapter 150. Leadership. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. After Corinne emptied down an entire bottle of rum, Zhongheng finally managed to divert her attention from the ship that carried spices. After a short moment of silence, she eventually switched topics, beginning to spiral into a rant about her childhood. She spoke of an absent father, a mother that was addicted to partying, her mother's lover, an older sister that liked to take her stuff, and a dog named Parker. Everything that she said was in pieces, but it was indubitably filled with emotion. I thought that we didn't like each other that much. I thought that my mother would have gone away with her lover when my father was sent to jail. I thought that my sister would have gone to London to learn how to paint better. My family was born broken. I've realized it when I was only 6. Everyone, including me, we just bloody mind our own business. The strange thing was that no one left the family when we received the bad news. This doesn't make sense to me. We spend our entire lives trying to get out of this hellhole. Why did everyone stay when we had the opportunity to run from it? While Zhongheng was waiting for her answer, she suddenly changed topics again and was now rambling on about the salon. She started complaining about how terrible the dessert was and how the guests around her behaved like hypocrites. After that, she began an incomprehensible mumble before falling into a deep sleep on the table. Zhongheng decided that he would not wake her and left her to sleep it off in his room. He then left the captain's quarters. Zhongheng wasn't worried about Corinne finding out his secret as the captain's quarters only contained books and nothing else. There was no one in the corridor when Zhongheng left the room. He walked for a while but stumbled all of a sudden. Leaning on the wall for support, he closed his eyes. This time, he could feel exhaustion and fatigue engulfing him. The ship was now in a completely different atmosphere from when they just left the harbor. The entire Jackdaw was surrounded by hopelessness. After the perfume ship and the Duffy incident, almost everyone started to become suspicious about the intel provided by Corinne. Even after Zhongheng told them about the boat that was loaded with spices, none of them seemed too enthusiastic. As time passed, more and more crew started to groan and complain. Even Zhongheng himself wasn't as calm as before. If his first voyage ended a failure, things would surely get worse for the Jackdaw. As the captain of the ship, Zhongheng would be held responsible for every single thing that took place on his vessel. His situation would turn even more dangerous if he returned to Nassau with no loot on the ship. Everyone on the Jackdaw had the right to complain and be cynical about the voyage, except for Zhongheng. He couldn't afford to show his crew any negativity. The only person that they could rely on in their helplessness was their captain. No matter what, they would always turn to Zhongheng, hoping that he would somehow solve their current predicament and guide them to the path of success. His confidence and calmness were the only things that could put everyone's mind at ease. This crisis had a silver lining, though. If Zhong Han managed to lead them out of the rut, he would be able to gain massive respect from the new recruits and the old members alike. His position would be legitimized, and they would see him as the true leader of the Jackdaw. But would he be able to do it? Zhong Han did not know the answer to this question. For the few quests that he completed earlier, he just needed to take good care of himself and complete whatever tasks that were given to him. When he was in school, he always preferred to be alone than to mingle around. It was not that he was bad at socializing, he just did not fancy it. His main goal for this quest was to build his force, a challenge that he had never faced before. From the very beginning, he was involved with Fraser and Orf. Not only did he spend a great deal of time learning different skills from different pirates that served on the Sea Lion, but he also considered a lot about the way Orf and Teach led their people. When it came to this, Fraser undoubtedly provided him with lots of guidance, teaching him that not all captains shared the same characteristics. The only trait they shared was to utilize the people that they led fully. Just like Edward Teach, he rarely got involved in the things that happened on the ship. However, he still managed to earn a lot of respect from his crew. For 3 years, no one on the ship had the guts to challenge his authority. One legendary pirate such as Sam, the Black Prince, was known as the best captain in the entire Nassau. Everyone on his ship remained loyal to him to the ends of the earth. And pirates like Honig was known for his generosity, having a huge following even after he had retired. One Zhong Han woke up early in the morning and started to think about his signature trait. He could not use fear to rule his people as Teach had, and neither was he a social butterfly like Black Prince as well. Also, he was not as generous as Honig. In the end, Zhong Han decided that trust could be his signature trait. He hoped that the people on the Jackdaw would continue to trust him no matter what, especially during a crisis like this. So far, his people would execute all his commands even if they did not know the reason behind his decision. This was made possible by the deep trust they had in him. Zhong Han knew that this was not going to be an easy path, realizing that he could not gain their trust just like that. He had to endure several massive crises with his crew to gain their absolute trust. If he managed to succeed, his pirates would be equipped with an excellent ability to execute orders and possess a strong will. It would be hard for their enemies to break them down. Right now, Zhong Han had to lead them out of this crisis to kickstart his plan. "You look tired." Zhong Han heard someone talking to him from the dark. He then opened his eyes and saw An standing in front of him with an oil lamp. Because of the eerie atmosphere around them, An looked like a ghost poised to haunt Zhong Han. "The two of you?" An grew slightly suspicious when she saw the door that was closed behind him. She's here to talk about the plan for tomorrow." "Plan for tomorrow? Aren't we supposed to go after that ship carrying spices?" Zhong Han was left speechless. Of the entire ship, An was the only one that had never doubted his plans. He was relieved when he saw that she wasn't that worried. Before he could reply to her, the watcher suddenly shouted at Zhong Han. "Ship spotted! There's a ship in front of us!"